Chapter 1, Experiment Number 1. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Moby's Laboratory. Professor Narad, this is the only individual with no mutations. We are instilling Morshinic tests. The experimenter wearing a chemical suit said respectfully to the white-haired old man who suddenly appeared behind. Narad, the actual controller of the Moby's Foundation. The evil depraved ancient Sarnagar. Now Narad looks at the special experiment question number 1 in the cultivation tank full of nutrient solution. This is the code name that has been vacant. And now this code can finally be used. Test body number 1, former federal ghost agent, code name, Deadly and Elegant. Real name, Mark Communing. At this time, Mark is suffering from infusion of purple liquid into the body. The eyes, mouth, nostrils, ears, and the wounds on the body are exposed to the energy emitted by purple diazoxide. Even though it was painful, Mark, whose vocal cord had been cut off, could no longer make any sound. Continue, our time is running out. The Great Master needs these suitable servants. Narad left the laboratory directly. Self-made Federation, on the orbital platform of Castana, in a top-secret biological and chemical weapons laboratory. Damn it! Pony! Send me another team of Marines to come and support me. I want to give these beasts the power of humanity. The famous police officer Jim Reynolds was yelling at the communication channel. At this time, Matt Horner, who was on the strategic cruiser Hugh Bryan, was also quite a headache. While defending against the bombardment of countless plasma cannons on the orbital platform, it also defended the Marines who tried to conduct landing operations. Chen Hui's defensive work on the ship has already made him stunned. That's it, but also to deal with the orders of his boss Jim Reynolds. Send the 3rd and 4th teams to support. If you find that the situation is not right, immediately bring the commander up. Matt, who is known as a helper, really lived up to his name. The medical transport plane flew towards the orbital platform under the order. The Ghost fighters and Viking fighters forcibly opened a road on the road to protect them from reaching the designated location. Along with the landing of the medical transport plane, a Marine wearing a power armor stepped down from the plane. Unlike ordinary Marines, they are wearing a new type of power armor, called the battlefield porcupine. His name is not very elegant, but his strength is like a porcupine, which is tricky. Even the electromagnetically accelerated Stinger rifle is equipped with a bayonet that can be melee close to the bottom of the electromagnetic rifle. But these guys are also a group of desperate men. It was once an old senior federal official prepared to assassinate Aksher Monskot to prepare an elite squad. However, after the mission failed, he was ready to disband this special elite team. Of course, this group of veteran wanderers could not accept such dissolution. After accepting Jim Renault's employment, he became Jim Renault's permanent soldiers. The fighting is fierce and the style is very spicy, making them quite famous among the Jim Reynolds Rangers. Pony, I can't remember that I asked you to call them over. I won't pay the employment fee this time. Looking at the battlefield porcupine that suddenly appeared on the battlefield, Jim began to feel distressed again, which was not a bulging wallet. Sir, I think your name is more important than the unimportant funds. If you will. Jimmy has already closed his communication channel before the next word. Although Pony is a suitable internal assistant, he also has the characteristics of nagging like the internal assistant. Gosh, it's even more annoying than my mother. Jim Reynolds said helplessly, and then went to the depths of the laboratory with the battlefield porcupine and medical soldiers. When they passed through a laboratory where the experimenters had been evacuated, they saw Mark held in the incubator. What did these guys do? Jim looked at Mark in the training cabin and Jim rescued him. Jim swears that this is the most correct thing he has done in his life, and there is absolutely no one Hugh Bryan Medical Laboratory. Mark, who was awake, could not make any sound at all, but he was able to communicate normally. Mark obtains a communication method similar to Protoss, that is, Protoss. Jim was a little shocked about Mark's communication at first, but then he got used to it. Mark also showed excellent fighting standards in the following days. After all, Mark, who was once a ghost agent, is naturally impossible to be worse in this respect. After receiving a lot of spiritual enhancement, the current Mark is no longer like the Mark of the year. Although it is not as good as Sarah Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades who is undergoing master transformation, it is definitely much stronger than other ordinary Shinnok creatures. In this way, Mark also followed Jim in several battles, and even played an important role in the Battle of Augustus in the planet Cahul 4, the capital of the Talon Empire. The defense of Augustus was handed over to the newly reborn Blade Queen Sarah Kerrigan in advance. Although Jim Reynolds once blocked Mark's actions, the final result also showed that Jim Reynolds failed to prevent too. The reason why Mark knows Opsgrad's military defense plan is because he is not a person in this world at all. To be precise, Mark is the person born again in this world. In the world he was in, there was no such thing at all, only a game called StarCraft. He never thought he would be part of this game. I did not expect to become a ghost agent. With the death of the founding Emperor Arcturus Mensk, the revenge of the Queen of Blades has ended. Mark has temporarily left, and there is no longer any Task Ranger, or the current Ranger has been returned to the Talon Empire. Even Matt Horner, one of the leaders of this Ranger, also became an Imperial General. And the successor is no one else, this is the son of Mensk Valen Ryan Mensk. Compared with his father, as a son, Valen Ryan has a kind heart and a way of domination. Of course, this is not about Mark anymore, because Mark at that time has already arrived in the area controlled by Protoss. Because Mark wants to confirm one thing about his own body now, he had to go to the star field where the Protoss is. Chapter 2, For the Rest of the Life? Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Mark, who has followed Protoss after several battles, has received an unprecedented improvement. The vast majority of Protoss warriors have also accepted this, as they have a human body and the same soul. Especially the heroic performance on the battlefield has saved many Protoss warriors. However, because Mark is a traverser, some things were prevented early, and some things did not happen as expected. Dark Templar, Zeratol did not die, and the Golden Fleet did not fall into the hands of Emin. The regaining of the Protoss in his homeland, thriving on his homeland, until the final battle. In the void, humans, swarms, Protoss, and three races fighting against each other, finally defeated the fallen creator Sarnagamon. Recaptured the world from his hands. And Sarah Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades, was promoted to a new god. Humans and Protoss have signed a peace agreement, and the swarms have returned to their territory, and the universe seems to have fallen into peace. But after the final battle has ended, there is another mysterious creature in Mark's body. He claimed to be Emin. But to be precise, it is not the Emin in the reincarnation of this universe. He is in another reincarnation world, and has controlled the entire world, breaking the reincarnation of Emin. Because of the death of Emin in this world, he successfully opened the connection with other parallel worlds. Emin, who had broken the cycle, found Mark, the only outsider in the world. Although Mark is not the kind of person who has great righteousness and can sacrifice himself for the world, but he knows that even if he is stubborn, he can't overcome this Sarnagar with infinite power. In order to stop this endless torture, Mark chose to commit suicide. However, everything is not what Mark thought, and it ends here. Things have just begun. As the music of the immigrant song of the Zeppelin is looping, Mark gradually wakes up from his consciousness. We are from the kingdom of ice and snow. The midnight sun from the hot springs. The familiar lyrics are still so kind, which makes the gradually sober Mark feel relaxed. Because Mark knows that in the interstellar world, there is absolutely no such song. Although I do not know where I am now, hearing this song shows that this is a good thing. Feeling relieved, he hummed softly following the song. But humming, he gradually discovered that something was not right. Because his body is still full of that energy. He would be crazy, generally rushing towards the bathroom, following his instincts as if he knew that the bathroom was there. The self in this mirror, this face is still the self in the interstellar world. A terrible thing might gradually rise in Mark's heart, swallowing a saliva subconsciously, extending his hand, watching the flash of lightning at his fingertips. This is Chinook lightning, and every Templar will learn this trick. Skilled Templars can even gather the Chinook energy in their bodies into light and launch them. It's just that this kind of damage can only hurt Marines or Jerseys wearing power armor. As for the fanatics who have the same Chinook shield, let us go to sleep. Boom boom. The rapid knock on the door awakened Mark, who had not yet realized the surroundings. Mark, should you pay the rent for this month? It has been delayed for a week. If you don't pay it, you will sleep on the street tomorrow. He didn't care if Mark heard what he said. Anyway, if he didn't pay the rent tomorrow, he would push Mark to the street as he said. By the way, the landlord Mark also has no way, and the memory that emerges gradually makes him understand what the environment he is now is like. The landlord is a rather mean person, and even drove a pair of seriously ill mother and daughter out of his apartment. But no one would come to the mother and daughter. Because they can't afford the rent, they can only leave the apartment, even if they are seriously ill. This is so cruel. After all, this is a country with 50 stars and 13 billion Argentine pesos. What is certain is that I have traversed again, but I do not know if I have traversed into this world or not. Not long ago, Mark's last job, after losing his job as a newspaper reporter, became an out-and-out unemployed. Now Mark, who has a headache, does not want to think about other things at all. He turns on the TV boringly, hoping to find some clues about some news or other things broadcast from the TV. However, the announcement of a news with the morning news made Mark feel even more headache. Mr. Tony Stark just recently placed a new order with the military. Mark almost didn't even have to watch it, turned off the TV, and the name of the big stallion appeared, which meant that he had traversed a world that was not his original. After experiencing various wars in the interstellar world, Mark really only wants to live quietly. At the beginning, I will still miss my hometown and people from my hometown, but in the era of cosmic colonization in the interstellar world, it has long been regardless of country or race. With countless wars and missions, this feeling has gradually been buried in the bottom of my heart. When awake, a similar feeling did arise again, but with the appearance of Tony Stark, this kind of feeling was deeply buried again to avoid hurting myself. Deception in disguise is also to protect yourself. Ghost agents often perform some tasks that they do not want to perform. Some tasks are too cruel, so they learn skills about closing their emotions. Coupled with some special fortified items used by ghost agents, the spirit of some ghost agents is not normal, and it feels like a group of lunatics. However, this group of lunatics couldn't compare with another group of agents who became ghosts. But to put it simply, in one sentence, I am a killer without feelings. However, just when Mark made up his mind to live peacefully in the Marvel world, a voice in his body broke Mark's fantasy. You're really a lunatic. Actually, in order to get rid of me, I used a lot of diazoxide to commit suicide. Don't you know that it is a reinforcement for me? Chapter 3, Energy Fluctuation. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 3 Energy Fluctuations. Amen. When the familiar voice sounded again, Mark felt bad all over. He swore to heaven never felt like this before. And he can be sure that even if he commits suicide again, he can't get rid of this guy. At that time, he directly detonated a whole planet of diazine, thinking that with that super energy, it was possible to kill this guy. But even so, he did not kill this guy, but strengthened this guy and connected himself with him. Amen. What do you want? The problem that death couldn't solve, could only be addressed by Mark. Emin was amused by Mark's question and said, "When you took me to the planet full of disazine, you never asked me. Now I am answering whether you have lost your status. You guys." Mark was in anger, and the Chinook energy stored in his body even began to pour, not because he couldn't control the Chinook energy in his body. It's just that Mark's Chinook power level has already surpassed the Queen of Blades long ago. Of course, the Queen of Blades has not been strengthened by Xerus. It is not impossible to surpass the Queen of Blades strengthened by Xerus if you tap your physical potential. Don't even think about surpassing promotion to become the new Queen of Blades. He has reached another level, which is no longer within the normal hierarchy. Feeling the surrounding space, because of the abnormality caused by his physical energy, Mark controls his emotions and tries not to cause energy to run away. The new world is really good. Maybe I should think about it and let my dark fleet come to this world. Mark, who doesn't want to be a savior, doesn't care what Eamon said. It has been said before that Mark chose to commit suicide because he did not want to be tortured because he is a selfish egoist. Even if Eamon was too shallow, the Dark Fleet came to destroy the world, it didn't matter to him. The headaches are those Avengers, those superheroes, not him Mark. But if all this is not related to Mark, it is okay to say, but the point is that this has a great relationship with Mark. The Dark Fleet really appears in this world, which means that endless trouble will come. I thought you would say something to save the world. It seems that you are different from them. Eamon said that they are naturally the three saviors in the interstellar world that has broken the cycle. Queen of Blades, Jim Reynolds, Adonis. It's just that the three saviors in that world have become Eamon's most faithful running dogs. Because even their own consciousness has long been deprived. Ha ha ha. Looking at your painful expression, I am quite happy. This cycle has been broken, maybe I should see, what kind of wonderful appearance will the other world have? Maybe you can do your best to perform, let me watch a good show, maybe I won't destroy the world. You can save a lot of trouble, do you? Take me as a clown? I'm not a harlequin who shows off acting and makes people happy. Mark hated this kind of bad taste. Whether you are willing or not, even if you die, I can still haunt you. It is better to follow what I said. Maybe I can all win together. Eamon's words seemed to be magic sounds, stimulating Mark's nerves. After many rounds of negotiations, Mark finally accepted, because he had no choice, and death was not the end. How about that? Eamon came to say that if Mark needs to be able to make this drama more outstanding, he does not mind helping Mark become stronger. Whether it is technology or the military, it can be given to Mark. After all, those things can be taken away at any time by Eamon, and he is not worried that Mark will use these things to resist himself. Sonqui Building, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. At this time, S.H.E.L.D.'s director Nick Fury was watching Tony Stark's speech. Seriously, he had considerable resentment for this playboy. If he was N.T. Howard Stark's son, Mahafak would never give him much attention. However, the key is that this not only has more wisdom than the average person, but also likes to tinker with some lethal weapons. The most important thing is that he is the son of Howard Stark, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. This led to the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Is there any report? Looking at Agent Hill who walked into the office, our mother made fake man Nick Fury look pained. Yes, our bureau chief, not long ago, we measured an unusual energy fluctuation in New York. Wei Taiyuan has already investigated the location in an old apartment. The specific situation has not yet been proven. I think you need to pay attention to this matter. Agent Hill did not respect the black halogen egg director as expected. The main reason is that a transfer application that Hill applied for recently was rejected. Of course, it is not Agent Hill's own transfer application, but the transfer application of another agent. The main reason is that the agent constantly harassed Hill, hoping that the two would have dinner, and then some super friendship would occur. It has even reached an express level. This is why Hill would submit that application. Prepare for the car, it's time to move on with my pile of old bones. Nick Fury is much older than he looks. The main reason is to take the super soldier serum. That's one of the few people who took super soldier serum and lives to this day. In response to the director's self-deprecation, Agent Hill did not say anything, his face was still as blank as when he came in. Nick Fury smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect his active atmosphere, but it didn't play any role. Under the spark and lightning, they did not become the fastest two people in the world in a comic center city next door. They finally came down to the apartment where Mark was located. Agents prepared here for a long time paid tribute to the director and Agent Hill, and then continued to monitor the apartment as before. Is there any report? Nick Fury asked the agents through the headset. We haven't found a specific target so far, but the only thing that can be determined is that the energy fluctuations are propagated from the outer room on the third floor. We have sent agents to pretend to be TV payers and go up to investigate. Chapter 4, Trapped Airship. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 4 Trapped Air Mothership. However, before the intelligence report of this agent was completed, unpowerful energy fluctuations spewed out from the third floor. The agent disguised as a toller of the TV station flew directly out of the window. Nick, who heard the sound of broken glass, rushed to a safe area the first time, with Agent Hill. Hill, you didn't tell me that this time the mission was so dangerous. Nick looked at the broken glass falling on the ground and the disguised agent just hitting their car. If I all knew, then I would not be a small agent now, but the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the face of Hill's irony, Nick was not angry, and then looked up the stairs after the white eyes. At the same time, facing the headset, he told other agents, closely monitor every move on the third floor, and absolutely no one is allowed to leave there. Any information will be reported to me immediately, and no related personnel can let go. Inform the relevant departments to block this area. There are also telling the police who come here that the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau have taken over. On the third floor, Mark felt the force of forcible development in his body, a large number of arcs surging around him. These arcs were like wild pythons. Everything that can be destroyed around the destroyed. All electrical appliances in the whole house have been completely destroyed by this high voltage. Mn. Part of the diazoxide that had not been absorbed before was infused into his body. This gas with a powerful hallucinogenic effect allowed Mark to see something he didn't want to see for the first time. A strong inner response responded to diazoxide. Mark used to be a rigorously trained ghost agent. In addition, the previous strengthening in the laboratory caused Mark to not be completely mentally abnormal. He has a very clear meaning now, and he is consciously controlling those arcs and taking back his body. 2 minutes later, this violent energy finally gathered gradually. However, Mark, who spent a lot of mental energy, was comatose. Nick, who hurried upstairs, looked at Mark, who was unconscious on the ground, and immediately ordered him to be arrested. Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, in the prison of the Air and Space Mothership Division. Because Ma had previously attacked a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, this also led to Ma being imprisoned in prison, and there were no problems with the arrest procedure. Although it is said to be played first, as long as this loophole is not caught, there is basically no big problem. Besides, the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau do not care about this issue at all. When Mark woke up again, he saw that he was in a prison and knew that his current situation was not ideal. However, Mark, which was reinforced by diazoxide, easily opened the cage. Even if high-voltage electricity was connected to the cage, it had absolutely no effect on Mark. The sound of a few steel plates falling on the floor sounded, and at this time the original door to the outside was blocked by the steel plates. Director Nick's voice sounded from the loudspeaker, Mark Communing, New York Daily News reporter, New Yorker. Every piece of information about Mark was broadcast by Nick. The memory of each Mark broadcast gradually began to recover. When the broadcast was finally over, Mark also shook his head slightly uncomfortably. Mr. Communin, I hope you can explain what happened to your body now. Have you been in contact with anything special recently? Nick's voice rang again, and an LCD screen was added to a steel plate. It was the braised egg that was displayed inside. It was wrong. It was the bald head of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. No, no. Mark denied that he had been in touch with anything special, something that wasn't already there, and he didn't have to lie. Please explain, what happened to you, can you? Who are you? Why did you ask me about my privacy? Mark was still quite reasonable, pretending not to know these guys. However, Emin hidden in Mark's body laughed. Through some induction, Emin can roughly sense that Mark should know these people in front of him. Those who are proficient in psychology and micro-expressions can also analyze Mark's current state from Mark's tone of speech and movement and other aspects. So this is not an unexpected ability. It's a piece of cake for Emin, who has mastered the entire universe. If you don't cooperate, this makes us very tricky. You know that you attacked an agent affiliated with the FBI not long ago. To know that attacking a federal agent is a very serious crime, you may face prison. Disaster, and the time is not short. Nick said, pretending to be threatening. In fact, this is also true. The man posing as a TV payer's agent is still listed in the Federation. It can also play a role at certain critical moments. First of all, I do not know who your so-called federal agents are. Secondly, I was in my house at that time. According to the non-concession law and the castle law, I have the right to protect my personal interests in my house. Mark still knew a little about this with respect to things. Open your mouth. It's a pity that he is not facing ordinary people. Nick Fury is famous for his old fritters. What can he do if he is not sure? Joke. Nick Fury, who never fought an uncertain battle, immediately said, according to the agreement you signed with the landlord, as long as half a week ago, you were no longer the owner of the room, so you do not apply the castle law. Of course, at that time, our federal agent was performing a secret mission, which did not need to report to you. And the agent did not pose any threat to you, because the action is necessary. The identity at that time was a TV payer, but the agent was seriously injured and is still in the intensive care unit. Do you think you can escape the sanctions? If you want to break your wrist with the shield through a normal way, it is almost something you don't even think about. The end result will only hurt yourself. So at this time, we must use some necessary means. After the Chinook lightning forcibly melted the steel plates, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were waiting outside for a long time were exposed, and everyone held a non-lethal suppressed firearm in their hands. However, the bullets they fired did not pose any threat to Mark. The Chinook shield blocked those attacks. Chapter 5, Ghost Warsuit. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site, www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature, and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 5, Ghost Warsuit. Behind the monitor, Nick was observing the magical power used by Mark. Powerful lightning, unexpected fighting ability, beyond ordinary people's observation and explosive power. The probability is far beyond the level of normal people. All in all, it doesn't feel like a person at all, it's more like a Superman. The reason for these evaluations is because the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. fell to the ground. In less than half an hour, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who went to intercept all fell to the ground. With a pair of hands, Mark forcibly broke into the deck of the Sky and spaceship with powerful weapons from the hands of agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as he was about to try to hijack a Kun-style fighter, agents Natasha Romanoff and Clinton Barton, who were hiding in the Kun-style fighter in advance, successfully restrained Mark. Even in the face of two top-secret agents, one of which is still a master of physical surgery, Mark still does not fall. Poor Hawkeye Patton became Mark's hostage in a missed situation. This is also something that cannot be done. The current S.H.I.E.L.D. can be called Hydra. Mark does not want to have any relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. at all now, even if they take the initiative to come to the door. So at this time, you must use some tough methods. I advise you to let him go. Black Widow Natasha warned. Then I also advise you not to make any unusual behavior, otherwise I don't mind killing him. I don't care who you are or what your purpose is, I just want to live well. Mark gritted his teeth, showing a little man. Acting is not natural, and ghost agents are naturally trained in acting. Under certain special actions, simple assassinations cannot achieve results. Even when necessary, through ordinary makeup, and play a role, sneak into the assassination target. Natasha, try to delay him as much as possible, don't let him run. Nick's voice sounded in the headphones, he was rushing towards the deck at a very fast speed. Natasha also looked down at Nick with a bad look and said, "Then you have to hurry up." Natasha could also feel Mark's trouble, at least during the brief encounter, Mark did not fall out of the way. There is even a tendency to cover her. This is still Natasha's advantage of the woman's flexibility, otherwise it would have already been defeated. I saw Nova's shadow from this woman and I have to say that she is a good tool. Eamon's voice sounded. I don't know whether she said Nova or Natasha in his mouth. It seems that your current situation is quite embarrassing. Maybe I should give you a little help to make this big drama not come to an end so quickly. As soon as Eamon's voice fell, a new set of harsh environmental protective clothing wrapped Mark's body. Perhaps the name is too ordinary and not loud enough to be gradually forgotten, but the other big name is the ghostly combat uniform. The ghost combat uniform equipped with the individual stealth device can fight in the harsh environment you can imagine at any opportunity. Combat suits designed specifically for lurking not only possess silent sonic attenuation boots, but also have sonic suppressors that suppress the spirit. But most ghost agents don't like this thing. Even if it can suppress their irritability, so that they will not lose control. Of course, this gadget will also take the lives of these ghost agents at the critical moment, which is equivalent to the time bomb that is carried around. Looking at Mark wearing this advanced combat uniform, both Natasha and Button felt that they were going crazy. This guy just stood here and put on an advanced combat uniform. It can be seen that this combat uniform has a variety of black technologies, at least they don't have Aegis. Mark already knew that when he put on this combat uniform, this thing could not be easily ended. He pushed Patton forward violently, and Natasha caught him head-on, and pushed Patton over. Immediately afterwards, only the remaining helmet appeared on Mark's head, and the whole person was completely invisible. Because of the help of the sonic attenuation boots, Mark's running made almost no sound. Even if you listen carefully on a quiet night, you may not be able to hear this slight and no longer slight sound. If he is just a combat uniform, of course it is impossible to satisfy the evil taste of Eamon, C-10 barrel rifle, assassination weapon exclusive to ghost agents. Regardless of whether Mark wanted it or not, he stuffed it directly into Mark's hands. Touching this familiar rifle, the familiar feeling reminded Mark of his days as a ghost agent. However, when Mark subconsciously loaded, he found that the gun did not have the feeling that he imagined. Checking the rifle in his hand while moving, Mark realized that this was not a C-10 used by ordinary ghosts. It is the C-20A, which is still almost in the experimental stage. Do NT ask Mark why he knows this gun. In the final battle, Mark can use almost all of the Empire's experimental firearms at no cost in the experimental phase. This gun is naturally in it, although it is far from the C-10 that it originally used, but the unique performance of this gun also makes Mark a little admired. When it was said that sooner or later, Mark had rushed to the edge of the deck. Agents of SHIELD continue to use various instruments to detect the invisible mark, but the backward technology cannot detect the position of the mark beyond their several technological eras. Mark looked at the clouds behind him and fell into a dilemma. Although the psionic energy in his body is continuously attacking the combat uniform to ensure that the combat uniform can still be invisible, but Mark does not want to consume it in a stalemate. You may be able to try out the spray system of this new combat uniform, Eamon said. Tips also appeared in Mark's mask. Whether to enable or not to enable turbojet jump backpack. Mark realized that the combat uniform he wore was not simple. At least ordinary ghost agents would not be equipped with this turbojet jump backpack. You guys. Although Mark was unwilling, he still started the jet jump backpack. Before he had closed the invisibility, Mark lay back and fell directly. He quickly adjusted his figure in the air and continued to use the jetpack to slow down the speed of the undershoot. Chapter 6, The Boss Told Me to Play. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 6 The Boss Said the Play. 711, a convenience store originally belonging to the Southern Company of the United States, became a Japanese company after entering the 21st century in 2005. And this convenience store that opens 24 hours a day, is also flooding the streets of the United States. Mark finally found his new job. Although the days of being a ghost agent are indeed exciting, it does not mean that ghost agents should not eat. Naturally, it costs money to eat. Eamon is naturally quite generous, ready to give a bunch of crystals. Of course, obviously this guy knows that these things are definitely not usable in the Marvel world, and they are intentionally used to disgust Mark. Although Mark was disgusted by this guy, fortunately, the money earned by working in 711 still managed to maintain his life. It is strange to say that since the escape of the spacecraft carrier, S.H.I.E.L.D. has never found Mark. Mark can say that the life has been quite comfortable during this time, and he has not encountered much trouble. Apart from encountering one or two black hip-hop men trying to rob from time to time at night, it can be said to be calm. Or as Mark returned to his den and watched the news on the worn-out TV, Mark finally knew why S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't looking for himself. Mr. Tony Stark, a famous radish, is missing in Afghanistan. This makes Mark understand that the story begins 2 hours later, the altitude of Afghanistan. Mark has taken leave from the manager of his convenience store. Mark hadn't taken a leave before, and he worked more than 10 hours a day. Whether it is Mark's work efficiency or his enthusiasm for work, the store manager greatly appreciates the young man, so it is naturally quite easy to ask for leave. And the reason for being able to be high in Afghanistan is thanks to some unscrupulous Sarnaga. The Wraith Fighter, which was first active on the battlefield of the old Federation, can be said to be a very good aircraft. The most important thing is that it is also the earliest battleship with stealth position. But individual flying weapons, but its size is not small at all, and the equipped weapons can effectively target ground units and airborne medium and small ships. Even in the later period when the Banshee and Viking fighters have occupied the absolute battlefield, these Wraith fighters that can perform special tasks can still play a good role. As if it were the situation now, the Wraith fighter has played a role. What does that have to do with you? Asked Eamon in Mark's body. The Wraith fighter controlled by Mark appeared a little jitter. This subtle move was easily discerned by Emin and said, "You really have a relationship with him. You think too much. I have nothing to do with him, just knowing it." Mark directly denied his relationship with Tony Stark, but how could Emin believe this kind of nonsense? If you really don't have a relationship, why did you just have anomalies? As a ghost agent, you slacked a lot. Emin said provocatively. Mark did not continue to argue with him because he had reached the designated position. The Wraith's small radar can scan threatening targets in nearby areas. In any case, this is a fighter that can already fly in space. With such a function, it does not matter. If you want to find a hostile target in space, it is definitely impossible with the naked eye. So it was equipped with such a radar scan. A kilometer outside the cave, Mark quietly stopped the fighter plane here. Because there is an improved stealth position protection, there is no need to worry about the problem of concealment. Mark quietly sneaked into the mercenary camp silently. The mercenaries conduct routine patrols as usual, but they do not realize that a junior agent from another world has sneaked into their side. A good infiltrator does not need to kill all the people he sees. In that case, it is easy to expose his whereabouts. It is only necessary to kill the guy who is in the way. Just like in front of me, a mercenary holding AK-47 blocked Mark's path. This narrow passage that only allows one person to pass through is completely incapable of accommodating Mark. And because it was an indoor cave, Mark didn't want to use flash to jump in. He walked quietly to the mercenary, and Mark easily twisted his neck. There is no psychological pressure for Mark to do this kind of thing. But just as Mark was preparing to go deeper, there were loud gunshots from outside. Mark did not act immediately. Sure enough, a group of people rushed here. Looking at the mercenary who fell to the ground, the pair immediately became alert. In a dialect that Mark didn't understand, he spoke to his companions. "Hurry up and tell the boss if someone is ready to leave that big gold man." The big golden man in their mouths, naturally, could not be someone else, but the one called Tony Stark, the pedestrian or flower princess. Mark looked at the dark cave and the slight metal collision sounds from time to time in the cave, and probably guessed the current situation. However, Mark is now more worried about what is happening outside. It is impossible to leave Tony Stark directly on the spot. Although the entire terrain has been observed before, the outside is now in a mess. Who knows whether the original route is safety? Silently left the cave and came to the outside. The mercenary camp at this time was chaotic, and it was like a porridge. The most important thing is that the fierce and cruel small jumpworms are slaughtering the mercenaries. Mark saw the scene in front of him, and his upper eyelids jumped involuntarily. "It's you, Ghost." These fiercely abnormal small jumping insects must not have originated from this Marvel universe. Of course, the biggest possibility must be the one in his body who has controlled the truncation of a universe cycle. Of course, this drama should always be a little bit more beautiful. Simply letting you rescue that guy is really boring. Rest assured, it won't kill the guy, but cut off one of his arms or one leg is not necessarily the case. The meaning of Emin's threat is no longer obvious. This is a battle between Mark and him. Whether Mark is willing to fight is not up to Mark. From the beginning, it was artificial knife, I made fish. Emin, the world destroyer, needs a little help. Chapter 7, Where Sugar Gourd. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 7 Wearing Sugar Gourd. What's going on outside? Ethan, I prefer this name, like Stark, I prefer Stark. I don't know, I'm sure there's nothing good. I heard the screams of the soldiers. Ethan, whose ears were close to the steel gate, listened carefully to what happened outside and answered. Scream. Tony was a little delighted when he heard this. He guessed whether someone had found him and came to rescue him. Hey, this is really not good news for us. Tony, you have to know that anything can happen here. It is probably another group of warlords. Not all warlords like Americans like you, and it's still an American arms dealer. Ethan looked away from that happy look, and probably guessed his idea. Hey, I am just guessing, don't be so excited, let's talk about how the gangsters with my weapons can't beat those. The steel gate was directly opened before the words of the detachment were finished. 2. Mark, dressed in a ghostly work uniform, appeared in front of the two. Mark can tell who is Tony from the mustache, he said to Tony. Tony Stark, follow me. Damn, who are you? CIA? USMC? Tony asked in surprise, letting go of the crude tool. But he looked at the person in front of him with vigilance. If I were you, there wouldn't be so much nonsense now. Mark's head wouldn't raise the C-20 in his hand, just a shot at the jumper rushing behind him. These little guys don't care whether Mark is a chosen person or not. The command they are now receiving is to kill all visible creatures. The ghost agent in front of them is also one of their goals. Damn, what the is this? Has the Earth been invaded? Tony, who has always had a large nerve and divergent thinking, saw in front of him. This puppy, who was still twitching even after being shot by a close-up shotgun, was somewhat unacceptable. If I were you, I wouldn't talk nonsense here, hurry and leave me. You may choose to be carried away by me after being stunned by me. The news that Mark brought through his multifunctional mask, more and more the Hopper was already waiting at the entrance of the cave. It is likely to be a fierce battle next. Okay, no matter who you are, I will give you a good reward for saving me. There was no way long ago. Tony, who continued to endure the environment here, didn't want to follow Mark to leave. Ethan, who also didn't want to stay here, said nothing, silently trying to fool around behind Mark. At this time, he is an open-minded person, saying nothing, that is the best result. Even if people will not take you to a safe area, at least it is good to take you out of this ghost place. And it is clear that Mark is not hostile to Ethan. Damn, what are these things? Ethan, who is a medical doctor, glanced at the tissues on them as he passed the worm. Mark Meng turned back, although the mask did not open, but the long green goggles were enough to deter everyone. The task of killing 20 reptiles begins. Amen announced the task in his mind. Hell! Mark shook his head, but still holding the C-20 in his hand tightly. Tony grabbed the firearms from the bodies of those mercenaries and carefully looked around, fearing that such a monster would jump out of any dark place at any time. Relax, there aren't any inside the cave yet. Mark reminded, who didn't want to be delayed by Tony. After hearing this news, Tony and Essen breathed a sigh of relief. If I were you, you should now check how many bullets are left in your firearms. It would be better to pick 2 more grenades, at least not too much pain when you die. Mark knows how terrifying a small and flexible unit is. The screened out by Emin is only the most basic springtail, and still has not been strengthened by any factor. There is no increase in movement speed and attack speed, it can be said to be the most basic puppy. Although these guys are called puppies, they are not ambiguous when tearing large buildings and heavy units. Both their sharp teeth and their hook claws can easily tear apart and enter the space-time alloy steel. What impressed Mark the most was that when he and Renault went to Agria to rescue Dr. Ariel Hansen, the puppies easily tore the outer metal of a Hercules transport plane. It is important to know that heavy transport aircraft such as the Hercules transport aircraft can even resist the attack of the strategic cruiser Yamato cannon, which shows how fierce the attack power of these little guys is. Of course, these little guys are not magical creatures. Ordinary burning flasks and basic gunpowder as kinetic energy firearms can deal with them. There are even rumors that old large-caliber Myelin guns can cause fatal injuries. Although I don't know if this news is true or not. However, Mark knows a very effective targeting method, and even in the later period, it has not been completely removed from the gene, that is lemon juice. Jumpers are quite allergic to lemon juice. As long as there is enough lemon juice, these large numbers of jumpers can be targeted. Sure enough, these IQs are not very high. The Triceratops still could not bear the commotion, especially without the control of the main brain and the king insect. They rushed into the cave. In such a narrow cave, their impact did not have much effect. The more they can make the C-20 experimental firearm in Mark's hands play its greatest role. Although this thing is nominally a shotgun, its penetrating power definitely exceeds that of the sniper rifle on Earth technology. Even if it is an anti-device sniper rifle, there is no way to compare with him in terms of penetration. Jumping in to jump the insect, as if wearing a sugar gourd, was killed with a shot. Seeing the death of their companions, the other jumpers dared not move on. Those jumpers that were not hit by the deadly parts were shot by Mark, and then there was no more. Next, do as I say, if you want to go out alive. Hold this, and those guys will throw at them if they rush. Mark took a grenade from his waist and threw it to Tony. Tony looked at the technology-filled thing in front of him, and he couldn't see who made it. He could swear that it was definitely not possible for Hanmer Industries to make such a thing. The deep curiosity made Tony never hear what Mark was saying. Chapter 8, Task Comes. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 8 Mission Arrival. Mark looked at Tony, who was not listening to himself at all, and he didn't hesitate to smash his shoulder with his butt. The severe pain caused Tony to be pulled back again. Can you listen to me now? If not, I will detonate this thing now, and then explode all of you into the sky. Facing these jumpers, even Mark himself would not dare to take it lightly. Not to mention the 2 tow oil bottles. Of course, as a ghost agent, the main responsibility is naturally not to fight directly. You can leave here immediately by going forward, and these jumpers without eyeworms have no way to find their position. After all, these 2 oil bottles dragged themselves down. This thing is completely comparable to an intercontinental cruise missile. I'm not kidding you, you can easily blow up a small building. If there are a lot of such monsters surrounded, you will throw them at them in the past, they would explode immediately upon landing. All you have to do is lie down. If you are very unfortunate, boom, will be taken away with it. But believe me, this is the best result of you being torn apart by these guys a little bit. It will be 10,000 times more uncomfortable to kill you. Tony, who was a family of arms since childhood, didn't care whether this thing was a powerful explosive in his hand, but the old was watching the appearance of this thing in his hand. Trying to see something from the appearance, of course, he already remembered the method of use. It's just that Ethan, who is a doctor next to him, is quite uncomfortable. The dude should enjoy everything in front of him. It's no big deal to die, but what about himself? Although he has long wanted to see his relatives who have already gone to heaven, he doesn't want to die like that. And still died in his own hands. Mark checked the progress of his mission. Mark can be sure that if he does not complete this task, the will continue to send more jumpers. God knows what ghosts to face at that time. 520. 5 were killed in the battle just now. I have to say that this is good news. At least, I will be less likely to face the attack of 5 reptiles. Changing the penetration mode to shotgun mode, this C-20 in Mark's hands became a veritable spray. Mark took a bottle of green potion from his chest and slammed it into his chest. Immediately afterwards a steady stream of power came out of the body. Both the speed of movement and strength have increased explosively. Doping. This kind of medicine has been used since the old federal period and can cause a heavy load on the body of the machine gunners. Even in the Empire period, it is still used on a large scale. No way, the cost-effectiveness of this thing is too high, and it is simply too profitable to fight for the high load on the body in a short time. Even though the empire has been banned by fame and fortune for a period of time, this kind of thing is not allowed, but there are still many soldiers who use it privately. Anyway, for them, the big deal is to go to the medical transport station after the battle. For them, it was already very nice to see the beautiful body of the nurse there. Of course, most of the time they are facing tougher doctors than them. For nurses, alas, the situation is almost the same. Of course, it is impossible for the empire to use it for their special forces, which is also the kind of inferior stimulant that has a lot of load on the body. Super Enhancer can not only heal the body, but also increase the attack speed and movement speed. The special pharmacy specially equipped by the Empire for special forces. Even ghost agents who want to use this special potion need to report to the Upper Empire. Of course, a large number of such potions owned by a ghost agent favored by the little prince are simply beasts. This made many ghost agents complain a lot about it. There is no way to do it. After all, people do things much better than they do. The most important thing is that Mark was a ghost agent belonging to the Rangers group at that time, so no one wanted to believe that this group of ghost agents could truly serve the Empire. Mark rushed out of the cave and immediately locked a jumper close to the cave. He pulled the C-20 trigger in his hand without hesitation. There was almost no sound and the bullet flew out of the muffler. Immediately after that, it penetrated the front bone plate of the jumper. Almost the entire front was smeared with bullets. The other jumpers watched the target rush out and did not hesitate to go forward to suppress this guy, but he did not expect that Mark was shot again. There is hardly any pause, it seems that one shot is actually 3 shots. The 3 shots were fired in 3 directions, and all of the leaping insects that rushed up were screened, and only 2 of the tasks given were left. Mark watched the surroundings cautiously, and found no hostile creatures in his goggles. But this vigilance successfully saved Mark's life. Anyway, he is also a ghost agent with hundreds of battles, a Protoss warrior who has received serious training. Mark felt the situation around him easily. There is some dirt on the ground that has just been picked up, so it is very likely that the sinister little guys are hiding underground. Mark jumped back without hesitation, and a region of Chinook energy broke out in his hand and fell into a mind storm. Tony and Ethan were also frightened by the scene in front of them. They were far from expecting Mark to be so powerful. Not only do they have equipment they have never seen before, but they can also use this special method. Obviously this method was certainly not caused by his strange armor, at least Tony they have not heard of any armor that can create such a lightning storm. Not scientific at all, they prefer to believe that this is some kind of variation. At least this way, it can slightly relieve the soul of science in their hearts. Sure enough, 2 groups of blood came out violently from under the ground, and indeed the last 2 puppies were hidden underground. You should know that the mind storm used by the earliest high-level Templars in that year could easily destroy an entire Marine Corps. Even medical transport aircraft could not save the vulnerable lives of those Marines. Mark, who has learned this ancient mind storm, is much more powerful than the average warrior. It's just that Mark never told anyone other than Adonis about it. After all, every man is innocent, and he is guilty. Chapter 9, Mark, I'm not a man anymore. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 9 Mark, I am not a man anymore. Afghan fox, a species living in Afghanistan, such as the Middle East. Originally they lived a comfortable life until the appearance of the 3 people, which became their easiest target for hunting. Although the foxes are cunning and treacherous, they are also quite powerless when faced with more cunning ghost agents, especially this ghost agent, who also has a future rifle with strong penetrating power and far range. Just one shot took their lives, and then became their lunch. Although the meat is really unpalatable, there is nothing picky about the environment right now. Damn, how long will it take us to get to our destination? It was the 324th complaint that I swallowed this terrible food to Tony. The voice also became unusually hoarse, completely unrelated to the playful look at first. Well, Tony has the strength or save it. In the beginning, Mark planned to take them away from the Wraith fighter. It's just that a certain evil disturbed his plan, and directly collected the fighter plane back, leaving him no fighter plane to use. But what makes Tony worry is that although the three have come to the present, Mark has not taken off his mask from beginning to end. And Mark didn't seem to need to eat. At least Tony has not seen Mark eaten or drank water. In fact, this ghost agent's combat uniform on Mark has been able to provide energy and water. Be aware that some environments simply do not allow ghost agents to take off their masks and replenish food and moisture, so this was considered at the beginning of the design. After all, it was an interstellar age, and the harsh environment was innumerable. A planet full of magma, that's good. If I were you, I would save effort now. After all, I can walk to his nearest airport in 12 kilometers, and then you can return to your home. Mark Shen said. Serious man, I am very grateful that you can rescue me. Can you tell me what your name is, so that I can thank you? Tony vowed to heaven that he was definitely not looking for opportunities to fight revenge after seeing his face. After all, how could Tony Stark do such a nasty thing? However, from the smirk's face, Mark did not see any kindness. Did you just want to see me as it really is? Crack, aren't you ugly to see people? There are not many people who believe I can get my friendship with Tony Stark. Tony still said in an arrogant manner. After all, it has something to do with his childhood education and living environment. After sneering, Mark took off his mask. Tony looked at the face under the mask, and the whole person was stunned. Madam. Mark, with a neutral face and long hair, did make Tony misunderstand a little. Mark almost said with a straight face, man. Okay, sorry. After all, you know. Hey man. Who asked you to save us? Won't you want to save us yourself? Tony shifted the topic awkwardly. Be aware that some time ago I bought all of my savings for your Stark stock. Do you know how much I lost money during your absence? Ah? It's a full $5,000 bastard. Do you know that you have disappeared yourself? Let me lose $5,000. Mark was angry at the thought. Although his predecessor did not leave any good things for himself, it is still a bit of a brain to say that his predecessor. Knowing that you will buy Stark's stock with all your remaining deposits, not with banks. Stark rolled his eyes. He realized that he shouldn't have asked this question from the beginning. It was too fucking. He dared to be the most handsome, talented, rich, and most handsome dude in the United States. Speak? Is the other party crazy? I said, buddy, I swear to God, I have never seen you in this line of business, but this line of business is more than $5,000. Are you too angry for me for $5,000? Is it too fake? Take it seriously. First of all, this set of business is not mine, and there is no need to spend money. Secondly, the stocks are almost all my savings. You let my savings shrink by a full $5,000. Do you know how long I want to work in the 711 convenience store? Mark remembered himself, and made his life as a salesperson hard. The dullness was really plain, but every day he had to bring a formal smile to those customers. And some drunkards and blacks are really hard to deal with. On several occasions Mark wanted to take his C-20 and shoot a shot at their heads. Let them know what is called physical excess. Guys, it's much more profitable to be a bodyguard with your skills than to be a 711 convenience worker. Well, if you are interested, you can come as my bodyguard. I am always welcome. How about US $200,000 in a month? If not enough, you can continue to talk. For Tony, This kind of money is used to spend, what is the point of not spending it? Besides, it cost me 200,000 a month to buy my life away from safety. I feel that I am really too smart. People who come to him are no longer short of money, the only thing they care about is their own lives. Now Tony is still that playboy, even after life and death, but did not watch Ethan die. Nor did he see the people who were poisoned in the war. He could not awaken the silent justice in his heart. Listen, to me, you are a complete scumbag. Whether you know where those weapons are or not, but all that were put in those camps are your Stark weapons. On this way I only listen when you complain, you don't feel any guilt. I am just because you made my savings shrink by $5,000. That's my money for living. In fact, Mark didn't say a word, there is still a in his body. To remind Mark, Tony finally remembered that the camp he was detained was filled with weapons made by Stark Industries, and that the fragments he had hit were made by Stark Industries. He thought that all this was an effort to make peace, but he did not expect that it all came into the hands of those criminals, and even ended up hurting his creator. Chapter 10, The Danger of the Airport. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site, www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 10, Airport Dangers. Scum. This is not the first time someone has used this word to describe Tony Stark. Those women who have been taken by him can form a strengthened company. Naturally, there is no need to think about how those girls who have been hurt by him call this playboy. Get together and get away? For the benefit? Not everyone is. Just like Pepper. Can you say that he is for Tony's property? Of course not. Pepper has never had any unconventional thoughts about Tony's property. The love for Tony has always been hidden in my heart. Even Tony took those women who went to bed together. But did Pepper say anything? It's ridiculous that this actually asked Pepper to help him throw the condom he and other women used. But even so, Pepper still loves Tony. If this is not love, then what is love? The final journey is not as far away as imagined. Although Tony and Ethan were a little weak, they were still able to act. Especially when Ethan saw the airport, there was still a little bit of light. Where did a weak doctor burst out with such a strong willpower? Could this doctor still play the game to clear the game with one life? I think I am a pediatrician. Mark had informed Pepper here long ago. The reason why Mark can easily reach little Pepper is also the blessing of this guy. The communicator given by Emin was easily connected to the Pepper's mobile phone. Mark didn't tell Pepper who he was, but Mark said he would take Tony in a towing bottle to the nearest airport. Pepper also thought about sending someone to pick Tony immediately, but under Mark's willfulness, he still didn't say where he was. Naturally, it was a wicked who wanted to see how this famous dude was suffering. I really don't know if Emin is really a bad idea. At least Mark can understand it. An anonymous civilian airport in Afghanistan, it can be said that no one even knew there would be an airport before this. But with the news from Tony, many people knew about this little unknown airport. The simple barbed wire is the guardrail here, and children can easily flip it over. And it was still rusty. But now there is a group of US Marines on alert here. These guys came here by helicopter. The purpose is to determine the safety of Tony Stark, a playboy. Of course, not only Tony's little Pepper came here, but also his uncle Obady Stan. This old guy was a good old man who gave his life for Tony before he was completely exposed. It's a pity that this guy has a bad stomach in his heart, and all he wants to do is steal Stark Industries. It is a pity that no suitable opportunity has been found. Not long ago he saw hope. But hope is shattered. The mercenary camp was almost attacked by alien creatures, and all the dead bodies on the ground were gone. That's right. It's as if it never appeared. At the same time his good nephew Tony disappeared. But God seemed to be helping him, and his favorite nephew appeared again. On the way to the old guy, he didn't converge on his smile. On the surface, it looks like an old man who has found the missing family member, and the oldest agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot see any problems. But in fact, this guy is completely thinking about Tony. Once Tony finds out what happened at that time, it is estimated that the old guy himself is a life sentence. Dead? The old guy definitely used a little relationship on his own, plus he had no problem pulling down his old face. Tony's heart is still very soft. At least without threatening Tony's love. Pepper is one of Tony's weaknesses. Outside the airport, a received NATO mercenary waited for a long time. Each of them carried the latest Stark Industries arms, and even the armored vehicles were specially made by Stark Industries. They were entirely gold-built mercenaries. It seemed to be completely private soldiers supported by Stark Industries, but even Tony and Pepper did not know about the existence of these soldiers. In fact, this team completely obeyed Abadistan, and nominally this team was just a security team. But their captain is a member of Hydra. Okay, guys are doing things. As long as we finish this task, everyone can fly, said the captain to the crowd. A dozen members cheered. However, Mark, a few kilometers away, has already begun to do intelligence work. After the reconnaissance radar scanned the airport, Mark knew everything. He was quite wary of that heavily armed mercenary squad. There are Marines here to protect what they want from these mercenaries, and the old guy from Obadi is there. Mark basically guessed something. Looking at the ecstatic Tony and Ethan, Mark still did not say this. Can you give me a small position generator? Mark asked Emin in his body. Reason? Mark Lee said bluntly, you want me to protect Tony Stark's safety, but the opponents waiting for it are the army of one of the world's best powers and a heavily armed mercenary. There is nothing I can't guarantee that this scene will look good and it's not good for you if I die. You can rest assured. You will not die, things can give you, but I will now add a new mission for you. That is to kill all mercenaries and not be wanted. Emin said that a position would happen. The device was sent to Mark, but he also proposed his own conditions. Mark took a breath and looked at the small position generator in his hand. This cold thing feels a little hot. Good. But I also asked, don't give me any tasks within a month. This moth task can obviously be solved in one day, and it dragged on for so long. Mark also spit out. Hee hee. Emin laughed and disappeared again, as if he had never appeared in Mark's world. Mark was like a dead child with a lack of attention, and he began to instigate the position generator in his hand after a curse in his heart. In fact, Mark didn't know that this was actually the beginning of his nightmare. There is absolutely no difficulty in the task. The next thing this Sarnaga does is really make Mark tricky. Chapter 11, Armed Raid. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 11 Armed Assault. When he took Tony into the airport, Mark did not have any psychological pressure. The guns in their hands did not cause much damage to them, especially if they had the Chinook shields that the Protoss warriors had. The reason why Mark asked for the position generator is to prevent someone from doing harm to Tony. The recent hard work finally rescued the two people. When the time came to the airport, there was another accident. In the end, all of this was in vain, and that was the real gift. Ethan looked at the battle in front of him, and was stunned. The black hole's muzzle pointed at them, and actually pointed to Mark behind Tony. But this guy, Tony, is still quite up to date. He immediately explained to the Marines, hey, he's the guy who rescued us. I advise you not to fire at him. He is very powerful. But the Marines did not immediately put down their guns, but continued to aim at Mark. Mark didn't care about them at all, but took Tony to move on. The position generator in hand is ready to start at any time to prevent accidents. But until I walked into the airport, it was a large warehouse that was remodeled, and no accident happened. The observation system in Mark's faceplate still didn't notice any enemies around him. Otherwise, your own observation system will alarm the first time. Hello, beautiful lady, you should be the Lady Pepper who never forgets this guy. When this guy came along the way, he kept talking about your name and saying what? I thought I would never see you again in the future. It's you who says that you can't rest assured. He owes you a promise. Mark's voice was hoarse because he was wearing a mask. Pepper was disgusted with this voice, but when he heard what he said, there was still a smile on his face, and his eyes turned to Tony beside him. Damn, I haven't said that. You believe me? I haven't said that. You come and prove, Ethan. In desperation, Tony turned his attention to the remaining one in the three-person line. Ethan looked at Tony's help-seeking eyes and said lightly, yes, he did not say so on the road. It's just that the lack of confidence makes people feel more like a threat. Pepper had known about this matter for a long time, but he didn't go further. He waved his hands and smiled and said to Ethan, it's all right, sir. As an interstellar player, how could it not be raging? The purpose of Gonghuo is naturally to watch the excitement. Obviously, this time Mark's fire has played a role. Regardless of whether other people believe it or not, at least Xiao Chili believes things, it is enough. My dear nephew, you are finally back. At this time, a baddie Stan with a little beard suddenly came from a distance, and a fit suit lined his figure. I imagine it is so fat. Tony, who didn't know the truth at this time, was completely unprepared for a baddie. He opened his arms with open arms and said, don't worry, I'm back. But before the words were finished, Tony hugged the little Pepper next to him and said to Obady, I still prefer beautiful women to a big guy. The expression on Obady's face was quite easygoing, and even shook his head with a bitter smile. Even if this old fox was Mark, he didn't see any flaws. If Mark didn't know the content of the story in advance, he would even be fooled by this old fox. Tony, introduce us to this hero. After all, he brought you back from such a dangerous place. Obady did not say exactly where it was. Obviously this old fox considered his own language. Gosh, you don't know where I was imprisoned? But this is not a place to talk, let's get on the plane first. Tony, who hasn't eaten or drank some clean water for several days, can't stand it anymore. 2. Of course, there will definitely be these prepared things on the plane, so he looked at the armed transporter waiting for a long time without hesitation. Sherlock Holmes, Iron Man starring Robert Downey Jr. once played Sherlock Holmes. I also have this intention. Forcibly killing a blood from the U.S. Marines crowd is obviously an irrational act, and it is impossible to stop the catch. Then you can only choose Tony, who has an intersection with the United States. It happened that Mark had just saved Tony's life. At this time, even if the military came over and wanted someone, Tony's guy would never hand Mark over. It seems that you have found the essence of completing this task. Eamon's voice suddenly sounded. Mark has already become accustomed to this guy who talks in his brain from time to time. He replied to it mentally, you only said that you were not wanted, and you didn't say that you couldn't kill them with fairness. Sure enough, just as Mark and Tony and others were preparing to board the transport plane, the mercenary squad drove the Stark Group's armed vehicles and rushed towards the transport plane. At a fixed position on the armed vehicle, a sniper carrying a heavy sniper rifle exploded an engine on the left wing of the armed transport aircraft. Bang was another shot, and the second engine on the left was also exploded. The two engines have been detonated, and normal takeoff can no longer be achieved. And now Tony, they have no way to leave the cabin, because this is the only place that can protect them. The soldiers of the Marine Corps were shooting wildly on the outside, but the new bulletproof frame worn by the sniper could not resist easily. Not to mention the special armed car under him. The steel storm on the armored car started to turn, and the one by one pierced the air, and the strong penetrating power made those simple defensive wind-type sandbags unable to play any role at all. Even the terminal of the airport, that is, the large warehouse, could not stop the storm fire of bullets. Without holding his head and hiding in the cabin, he immediately thought of Mark, who had rescued himself from the depths of the water. He just wanted to shout, but he found that Mark had disappeared. Admission to the Ghost Military College students. However, this time Mark did not want to simply kill them all through his own shooting. In that way, it is really boring, and the ordinary life needs a little seasoning to maintain the fun of life. Chapter 12, Interest Exchange. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 12 Interest Exchange. Each ghost agent is good at using a variety of weapons, and their training cycle far exceeds the training time of all agents on Earth at this stage. But don't compare their learning ability with ordinary people. Even at this stage, the best agent on Earth, Black Widow, there is no way to compare with the ghost agent. Because they are not ordinary people themselves, their brains have been developed. They have already surpassed ordinary humans, or it is not enough to describe them as superhuman. The speed of learning knowledge is much faster than that of ordinary people. The development of the body has already exceeded the limit because of its own genetic energy and the help of drugs. Of course, it is the limit of the study of the Talon Empire. Even if there is no Shinik blade concentrator like the fanatic, he can gather a light blade through his 12th level Shinik power. But compared to the white light blades of the ordinary fanatics and the green light blades gathered by the Dark Templars, the light blades condensed by Mark are red. At first, Mark's light blade was an ordinary blue-white light blade. But since crossing into this world, Mark's light blades are basically red. The vast majority of Protoss warriors controlled by this evil Sarnaga use Shinik blades to be basically red. The same is true of Mark, not to get rid of this doom. But it's just the difference in color, and it's no big deal. Leave the position generator next to Tonus Tucker and open immediately. This position generator, even in the face of continuous attacks by Marines, can persist for at least 5 minutes. Not to mention these ordinary firearms. Even the kinetic energy of anti-material sniper rifles is similar to electromagnetic rifles. This is not a thing at all. And Mark was in a position where Tony couldn't find at all. Unless they choose to come out of the dangerous cabin, it is simply impossible to see the position generator left behind. These mercenaries are not Mark's opponents at all. Let us not talk about the fighting skills. With the shield on Mark's body and the Shinik blade that can be cut off even the outer alloy deck of the spaceship, these ordinary mercenaries cannot blocked. The sniper on the armored vehicle shot Mark in the smoke several times. He can be sure that he definitely hit Mark, but the speed of the opponent's sprint has not slowed down at all, but instead began to become faster. What surprised him most was that in his sight glass he even saw the other party flashing. That's right, the literal flashes disappear from one place and then appear from another place. But the other party's flashing process is not to avoid their own bullets, but simply to close the distance with the armored vehicle. It's really hard to imagine the speed of the other party. It's almost catching up with the armored car underneath it. Is this the speed that normal humans can achieve? Or is this a war weapon made by Stark Industries? Standing in the distance to observe all this, Obadi, looking at what happened in the distance, the whole person was a little dumbfounded. He whispered to Tony and asked, "Tony, is this your masterpiece?" "It would be great if it was my masterpiece," Tony said half-jokingly. But judging from his helpless tone, this is obviously not Tony's masterpiece. If it were really him, now this must be arrogant to show off to everyone, his character Obadi is really too clear. Obadi also silently recorded this alien that suddenly appeared on the battlefield. However, What Mark did not know was that a small change had occurred when Obadi created the Iron Overlord because of his appearance. However, the armored vehicle on the front is just to attract firepower and attention. The Hydra captain has already found a suitable sniper position, and the sniper rifle is aimed at Tony Stark in the cabin. Although he saw that Tony Stark was distorted when he was aiming, she simply thought that it was because the surrounding environment was too hot, so the air caused by it was distorted, and she did not go to the position generator. Think about it. And the goal of this Hydra captain is not only Tony, but also including a baddie Stan. Do NT think that as a Hydra he really obeyed a baddie? If this time his operation can successfully kill Tony and Oba, then Stark Industries will almost be his final decision. Hydra has the ability to hand over this big toy without a master to a man he trusts. For Hydra, is Stark Industries really important? In fact, before Tony had not shown the ability to create steel armor, Tony was just a smarter genius for the Hydra. But is Hydra really lacking in genius? Just kidding, Hydra has never lacked any genius since its inception, otherwise, such a huge organization cannot survive to this day. They don't need genius, because they can create genius, so Tony is just a for them. As long as the is within their grasp, then there is no problem. It's just that the Playboy's performance in recent years has been so abnormal that Hydra has become vigilant about the Playboy. At the same time, he also gave the Hydra squad leader the task of killing Tony. As for the leader of such a large military enterprise, will it cause a rebound of the US military? Hydra said it was absolutely impossible. Not to mention the number of chess pieces left by the Hydra in the government. Just the Hydra agreed to take out Stark Industrial shares, which is enough to make those in the military tempted. With this alone, it is impossible for the military to tear the face completely with Hydra. Sometimes the simple exchange of interests is so simple but ruthless. But the Hydra's plan was really very good, but it was a pity that it would end in Mark's hands. The moment the anti-device sniper rifle fired a bullet, the sound was covered by the chaotic battlefield. No one noticed that such a bullet was fired in the dark. But as the bullet was about to approach Tony, a ripple swayed not far away from Tony. The energy rippled and the bullet hit the stand but did not penetrate. And the ripples of positive energy also made Tony notice. He widened his eyes and looked at the bullet stuck in the stand. Chapter 13, Honest Collison, this is Gagan. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 13 Honest Collison. New York, Stark Building. For the rest of his life, Tony stood at his party, holding the beauty in one hand and holding the glass in the other. He was talking to the beauty about their thrilling experiences in Afghanistan. Oh my God, you don't even know how I escaped the shot. The bullet seemed to have long eyes. I saw that I was Tony Stark and then turned to the side and ran aside. Tony is telling his story funny, but he hasn't noticed that an honest man is approaching him. Hello, Mr. Tony Stark. Tony interrupted his speech before the old man Curson had finished speaking. Hey, buddy, if you're an open-minded person, you wouldn't talk to me at this time. Didn't you see me telling a beautiful woman about my wonderful life story? Tony rolled his eyes and said to Collison. But I think it is necessary for us to talk about this person in the photo. Then Collison took a photo from the battlefield at that time from his inner lining pocket. Tony rolled his eyes when he saw the photo. The beauty around Tony saw the arrival of Collison and left very consciously. None of the women who appeared at this party was an idiot, they should know what to listen to and what should not be listened to, they knew very well, especially the highly man like Tony Stark. If you hear a little secret that you should listen to, it's likely to be dealt with. At least they are fantasizing. Military? CIA? FBI? Or a White House? Tony asked bluntly. Sorry, neither of us, we are affiliated with the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Collison was quite fluent when he spoke about his department, as if it had been said countless times. God, what the hell's name? Don't you think your name is too long? Tony spit out helplessly. To be honest, I don't like the name too much, it is too long. But there is no way to do it, it was decided above. Don't think that the good guy Coulson has no temper. Especially for those who basically hear the name. Tony is definitely not the first. Okay. First of all, you should know, he rescued me from the cave in Afghanistan, my life-saving benefactor, and secondly, nothing to say. Tony believes they have already obtained it from other places. Sufficient intelligence, at least the intelligence they have spoken, must have been obtained. Mr. Stark, I know he is important to you, but this involves another more important thing. Not long ago, he mentioned several agents in our department, one of them was even seriously injured. Yes, to say that this guy is a very dangerous existence. Coulson intends to move his reason and know his emotions. Wait, if you plan to tell me what you want to say to me, I would advise you to give up. Your speech skills are not as good as those of politicians. The voice is not as good as the beautiful woman just now. So you better not think of words. Impressed. Tony was obviously sitting on the floor. But just as Collison was going to say something, Collison's words suddenly stopped. I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Stark. Agent Collison left the party and drove away without looking back. On the S.H.I.E.L.D.S Air and Space Mothership, the conversation between Coulson and Tony just now was all seen by a black halogen egg. Black halogen eggs quickly closed the communication channel, and then put their eyes on the video that has been continuously looped. He has read this news that has been looping continuously for 30 times. Without watching this video again, he would feel a bit creepy. He could hardly imagine such a strong warrior. If he was really going to do something in the Sky store that day, it would be hard to imagine how much damage would be caused. Nick Fury is just bold, not that he is not afraid of anything. The current SHIELD is still under the umbrella of the Security Council, and it is basically funded by Shang Gang on the line every year. Sometimes, certain funds will be deducted through various names. This is not the first time Nick has felt sad, and the team is distracted. But there is no way, he has done this position, he must consider it for the entire team. In the video playback, Mark, with his plasma shield and the light blade in his hand, easily wiped out the entire mercenary team without spending any effort at all. Despite the smoke and the obstruction of sight, Nick, an old agent, clearly judged the opponent's strength and combat effectiveness from the action after the smoke. At the same time, the mysterious technological weapon on the other party is definitely not something that ordinary people can make, but no matter how many ways he asks, he still can't get any news. He even once doubted whether Tony Stark did it, but after another investigation, it was definitely not Tony Stark. Where are you, Holy? Mark rubbed his sour nose. I don't know who is nagging himself behind his back. Mark looked at the newly delivered goods in front of him and patted his hands to work. But at this moment Mark heard the voice of someone entering the store. Welcome, Mark said formally to the person who came in. But the person who walked in did make Mark feel uneasy. This person is not someone else but Collison, who came out of the party. There is no emotional change on Mark's face, but he is doing the work normally in his own hands. Mr. Mark, I think we need to talk about your affairs in Afghanistan. Can you? Sorry, it can't be my working time now. Even though Mark knew that he was a good old man, Mark still had no plans to talk to him. Then as a boss, what about conversations with employees? Mark heard this sentence and guessed what the opposite plan was. SHIELD is fully capable of acquiring a 711 convenience store. Although it does not look like a bought a building directly during a fight, such convenience stores are everywhere in the United States. Mark whispered in his heart that money is great. But then he followed Carlson to the employee lounge, and the sign outside was temporarily closed. Hello, I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 14, Abandon the Former Suspect? Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 14 Abandonment. Hello, goodbye. I chose to resign. If it were not for the Sarnaga, Mark would definitely not be involved in these things. Mark wanted to do nothing but want to live a quiet day. But these guys did not intend to let go of their own. The good guy Carlson's face is also a bit ugly. In less than 3 hours, it was uncomfortable to be rejected twice. I think we can have a good talk. Carlson tried to resolve the trouble now. Talk about it, put me in what you call S.H.I.E.L.D., and then torture me? Sorry. I don't have this interest. Mark naturally knows what kind of goods S.H.I.E.L.D. is now. Carlson was a little embarrassed, but in fact it was straightforward. My family knows their own affairs. Will these things, one of the top agents, Carlson, not know? Actually, you know that if we really want to use force, it's not me here. Carlson said. Mark also said indifferently, if I really use force, you will not talk to me properly here. Agent Coulson. The scene was very embarrassing. Please settle my wages for me. If you plan to lose the money, I will apply for labor arbitration. Mark got up and left the lounge. Carlson didn't look up, picked up the cup of coffee from the time he came in and said, your wanted order is still pressing in S.H.I.E.L.D. If you don't cooperate, we will issue the wanted order immediately. Mark looked at Carlson and asked, can I understand that this is your threat? Carlson didn't care calmly at all, you can understand this, but we are only for the safety of this world. The Hydra is ridiculous for the safety of this world. Mark said bluntly. Mark didn't care what he said would cause huge waves. For Mark, since your S.H.I.E.L.D. has affected his daily life, don't think about living a good life. The news of Hydra was enough for S.H.I.E.D. How could Carlson not know what a Hydra organization is, but the other party's tone seemed to regard S.H.I.E.L.D. as a Hydra. Are you misunderstanding? Our S.H.I.E.L.D. is not the kind of organization that endangers the world. We are a world security agency under the World Security Council. Carlson explained. S.H.I.E.L.D. has long been eroded by the remnants of the Hydra, and even your former director, Alexander Pierce, is a member of the Hydra. Well, Carlson, I understand you far beyond your imagination. Or take care of yourself. By the way, you can still trust the stewed egg director. Goodbye. Mark waved his hand and walked out of the convenience store carelessly. While walking, he took off his clothing from the convenience store and threw it into the waste recycling bin on the side. After ending the confrontation with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and good old man, Carlson, Mark also began to worry. Because those stocks cannot be taken out in a short time. I only have $50 left on my hands. Although $50 is still a lot, but the level of consumption in the big city of New York, this is only a matter of a few days. Mark estimates that he will spend some time with nutrient solution in the future. Although it's hard to drink and nobody likes it, the effect is really good. You can only do this by tightening your belt. As for other ways to get paid, Mark didn't think about it, but he really can't do as much as he thinks. What can you do even if you are good at shooting, even if you can knock down a dozen big men by yourself? This is not a war era, it is impossible to go to war areas to be mercenaries. That conflicted with the ordinary days that Mark pursued. When Mark walked through an alley, he heard the call for help, but Mark went into the alley without thinking. Just walking into the alley, Mark regretted it. It wasn't anyone else who called for help in the alley, it was Sharon Carter who was called Agent 13. Although I don't know what the purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D's death penalty is, It's definitely not a good idea to put this female agent beside me. The reason he recognized him at first glance was entirely because of the love relationship between this Sharon Carter and Captain America. Although the guy Steve did not directly declare the relationship between the two of them, but people with clear eyes can see it, or it is Steve who put his feelings for Peggy on his niece. As if she could always see Peggy Carter's shadow on her body. Mark didn't say a word and turned directly to leave. But a few people in the acting were forced on the spot, which is completely different from the good script. You have already entered, why turn around and leave? Do you want to be brave? The construction situation is still not good, and can no longer continue to follow the script. A few agents pretending to be gangsters, watching Mark leaving soon did not catch up, but arrogantly insulted Mark with words. Mark just walked to the side of the alley and looked at the square trash can beside him. Mark grabbed the cover of the trash can. With a sharp pull, the entire cover was pulled off directly. Throwing it behind him, I don't care if Sharon Carter is in his attack range. A few agents were afraid that the other party would not take action. Several agents wearing this reinforced protective clothing forcibly touched the impact of the cover with their bodies. And Sharon Carter took a step backwards, just avoiding the cover attack. Mark went away without looking back, and at this time, Sharon Carter hurried up and said anxiously, "Please wait, sir. Sorry, no appointment, no time, and face value is not enough." Mark feels that he has said enough to be euphemistic, and simply uses face value to simply describe. But Mark didn't seem to understand how persistent the woman was to her appearance. Sharon Carter clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth. If it wasn't to complete the task, she would have shot now. But as far as licking his face to continue to complete the task, that is impossible. Sharon Carter returned to the alley and inspected several agents who were knocked down. After confirming safety, she called. Chapter 15, Tony's Visit. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 15 Tony's Visit. Director, the plan has failed. Sharon reported. Nick at the other end of the communication looked at the report from Carlson and said, "I know, you are now monitoring." Now Nick is completely in a state of tension. He is watching for everyone around him, not trusting anyone around him. Even if anyone reports, he still believes in this attitude. The only one who can be trusted is probably the rest of Carlson. After all, even the former director of the SHIELD is a Hydra person. It is difficult to imagine how many people in the entire SHIELD have not been corrupted or that only he is not the Hydra. Maybe someone thinks that Nick is overkill. Just a person who didn't know where to come said such a sentence, so Nick was so wary. But in fact, you have already doubted several times already, but in the end, this doubt was completely dispelled. He still believed that it was just an accident again and again. But with this incident, everything seems to have found a reasonable explanation. Of course, you have not completely believed in Mark's so-called intelligence. He is still verifying it step by step through his own means. He is just in a skeptical stage. Otherwise, the bald man had already started directly. Mark returned to his temporary simple apartment, which is quite common in New York. People who have no money basically live here, similar to capsule hotels. It's just not as expensive as a capsule hotel. Except for a bedboard and a table, there are not even chairs. Everything else needs to be prepared by yourself. But even so, Mark can't do it anymore. Because there was not so much money, let him continue to live here. But Mark also noticed that someone was monitoring himself, at least in the process of his return. He intentionally or unintentionally tried to get rid of the behind him and then basically, but after a few streets, he still did not get rid of it. Mark took out the C20 placed in the closet. Because the room was narrow, Mark didn't worry about the miss. No matter what you are, Luo Jingxian, unless he is locked in blood, otherwise he is a younger brother under the close attack of C20. This is not very likely. If you really want to attack yourself, you can do it long ago, rather than waiting until now. What the other party wants to do is to monitor themselves, but to be hurt by others. Of course, there is no need to harm people, but to protect people, this is just some local work. Mark is also proud of his prudence. At least without his own mentality, he has already died on other planets. I don't know how many times. Mark was most impressed by the activity on an asteroid, but his own group was killed at night except for their own cautious survival. Silently killed in sleep. I spent the night in peace, with no accidents. However, the couple in the next room seemed to have moved away last night. The reason why Mark was so clear was that when he came back one night, the sound of the wall was not good, and the sound of the next door could be heard all night. Normally, the couple next door must quarrel at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and then return to good, and then put the sound of the TV play particularly loud to cover up some of the sound between them. But just last night not only did they not quarrel, but they didn't hear the messy sounds, nor did they hear the sound of the TV. This did not allow Mark to start wondering if he had changed people next door. When Mark went downstairs to go out to find a new job, he saw a lot of people in the apartment that he didn't know. Mark thinks he still has a strong memory. He has seen most of the people in the apartment and also knows their names. The reason why Mark knows this situation is because Mark had hacked the landlord's computer. But now there are many people in the apartment who I don't know, but the landlord's record has not changed. Obviously, these people did not know that Mark's preparations were so adequate. Even if Mark reveals some special abilities, he still regards Mark as a relatively strong and special ordinary person. As soon as Mark walked out of the apartment, a limousine stopped at Mark's side. Mark looked at in the cabriolet and said nothing but rolled his eyes. Mark didn't show much movement, but the people around him screamed. After all, this one is the most famous richest man in the world and the most handsome in the United States. The focus is the richest. Perhaps in the eyes of the girls, it should be the money property to make Tony Stark the most handsome playboy. According to Mark's aesthetic, Steve Rogers is also more than Tony Stark. It's much more beautiful. For some girls who are in the flower season and have a special kindness to the uncle, Tony Stark is definitely a deadly poison. Hi, man, there's no need to treat me like this. Tony stepped off his sports car and said to Mark. What the do you want? I repeat, I'm going to save you just by someone else's trust, it doesn't mean anything else. Mark knew that he should come or would come, and blind escape would certainly not solve the problem. Of course I know, it's entirely because of your special armor. I'm curious about him. How about a price, $1 billion? Tony directly quoted his price. Mark's actions suddenly stopped. Obviously, the price of $1 billion is undoubtedly an astronomical figure for Mark. If you ask Mark if he is heartbeat, it must be heartbeat. For Mark, this equipment did not help as much as he had imagined, and it was not a problem for Tony Stark, but Mark was worried. If this piece of equipment falls into the hands of Tony Stark, it will definitely fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. Mark Chiang really doesn't want to deal with a group of ghost agents, he is already very tired. Even this piece of equipment has some requirements for user Shinix, but for Tony Stark these things are not a thing at all. It is only a matter of time to find alternatives. It may be transformed into a combat uniform that can be used by ordinary people. Chapter 16, Tony's Gift. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 16 Tony's Gift. Mark finally endured. Although it may be said that this period of time may be quite stifling, or even a little sad, but after all his stocks can be taken out. It is no problem that Mark can definitely earn a living sum of at least half a year. And maybe you can find a job to eat and pack before that. To find such a job in a place like New York is actually not as difficult as imagined, as long as you can do anything, such as Hell's Kitchen. Faced with Mark, almost ignoring his attitude, Tony also got a little up. He walked in front of Mark, took off his sunglasses, and said to Mark seriously, "Man, I understand what you mean, but you saved my life anyway. Give a chance, I don't like it, I owe it to others. I've said it all, I'm just trusted by someone." Mark replied. "Then tell me, who do you trust?" Mark didn't know what to say for a while. Was it in a universe next door? Looking at how Mark didn't speak, Tony knew that it was purely an excuse. Perhaps someone was specifically protecting himself in secret, and this one in front of him was one of those specializing in protecting himself. Tony is still very clear. Although his dad usually doesn't care much about himself, everything left is very useful, even helping him in his confused period. Although he often scolds this dad in his mouth, he still loves his parents. "Okay. If you really want to pay back the favor, find me a job, preferably the kind that the Military and Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau can't trouble me. Can you do it?" Mark thinks that what he has given is already a difficult problem, but he really has no idea how much energy Tony has. Simple. Tony snapped his fingers, then picked up the phone and said to the other end, "Set up a private security department to do security work specifically for me. Name Mark Communing. It seems that you are very clear about my investigation." Mark knew that his information could not be stopped, such as the manager of a big chaebol like Tony. It was like Coulson who came to investigate himself a few days ago. "I just want to know what kind of person is the one who saved me, but you hide much deeper than me," Tony said bluntly. He put everything on the bright side, unabashedly. In this way, Mark became Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, but he actually didn't need to do anything. The so-called private sector is nothing more than a special position for money. Of course, if Mark is really the kind of shameless person, he can really do nothing, just take money and be unclear, but Mark is not that kind of person after all. On the first day of Tony Stark's seaside villa, Mark showed his true strength. Even with Jarvis's assistance, Mark only took less than 5 minutes to sneak into Tony's bedroom. Silent, no alarm is triggered. This made Tony take a big jump for himself. He knew exactly how many alarm systems and defensive counter-artillery he had installed in his villa. According to the provisions of the castle law, plus Tony Stark's special identity, he can completely arm his entire seaside villa into an armed fortress. But he did not. "Your security system is terrible, but your AI is still very good. But you don't have to worry, like me, a powerful infiltrator, there are only a handful of people in this world." Mark took off his mask and watched, said Tony. "Damn it! How did you avoid my detection instruments? Whether it's a heat source, radiation, or energy, my system can detect any anomalies." Mark did not directly mock Tony. After all, unless Tony directly installs a high-power radar array or a Chinook lattice at home, then do NT want to find Mark's action. However, this does not mean that Mark is moving forward, that is, the invincible large-scale bombing and attack can still force Mark to be forced out, which may also lead to damage to Mark's uniform. However, the difference between Mark and other ghost agents is that Mark himself has an independent Chinook shield. In any case, it is a 12th level Chinook agent, not even this special ability, so it is too embarrassing to the 12th level unit. You may be able to upgrade your detection system, as well as setting up some old-fashioned mechanisms. For example, some simple push-type mechanisms, when they are not detected in your camera or detection system, these agencies it becomes triggered. Once someone passes by, it can be attacked or suppressed immediately. Mark also used to come to conquer their ghost agents at the Ghost Academy. Although the method is a bit old, it works. After most of the ghost agents got his head, he began to be unscrupulous. A high-tech equipment and superior ability make them unfavorable, but in the end there are still many such guys who fall into the trap set by Mark. The days of being hunted down by ghost agents were really not much better. After solving the safety problem of Tony's seaside villa, he also resigned and left. Tony advanced the salary of 3 months in advance to Mark. Just let Mark find a good house for himself, rent it out temporarily and live for a period of time, at least life will not be so miserable now. Mark also readily accepted it. And the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were originally responsible for monitoring Mark are now dumbfounded. What a poor boy, why did he leave with the first richest man in America? Mark's actions put all the eavesdropping and surveillance equipment that S.H.I.E.L.D. made in the apartment into vain. I worked hard to prepare for the day's work, so I was not happy with anyone. However, the dialogue between the two was still successfully monitored by the Executive Bureau. After hearing Tony's pledge, the fire in Nick Fury's heart went straight. How can a guy with an unidentified identity and special abilities get close to Tony Stark without worrying about them? Hydra is also worried about whether his next backup plan will succeed. Support Obadistan to take control of Stark Industries. Chapter 17, Hero? Not. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 17 Heroes? Not. On the street shrouded in the dusk, countless pedestrians walked in a hurry, they had a broken and wanted to take a good rest at home, and some caught up with the supermarket at night, wanted to see if they could catch up with the last batch of goods with reduced prices. The toil of life is the main theme that can never be changed. Even if you are reluctant, you have to work hard with a tired body. In addition, they all know that if they stop, their life will be dim. Although Mark has received a new job, Mark still follows the American ants to the supermarket every day, looking for those specials. Although he has lived in the interstellar world for a long time, in the interstellar world, Mark hasn't been there for a day, and feels that he lives like an individual. The danger is around Zerg, Protoss, human rebels, etc., and there are some other things that don't know where they come from, threatening Mark's life. Mark almost died a few times, just like in the laboratory, with his super will to barely survive. Mark watched the sunset covered by the building, and put his hand in his throat subconsciously. In the laboratory, he saw countless sunsets in the universe outside through the glass window. It was hard for him to forget that time. Looking at the noisy streets around, remembering Mark, who used to be often a thing, shrugged uncontrollably, then everything is over. Just as Mark walked through a bank, there was a bang shot. The original noisy street fell into a strange quietness, but this strange quietness did not last long, followed by screams and calls for help. Mar stopped at the door of the bank and looked at the situation inside. Several arrogant criminals in the bank were aiming at the glass counter with a shotgun. He said to the staff at the bank counter in a fierce tone, "Now fill me with this money bag immediately, otherwise I will kill these guys every 5 minutes." There were a few courageous young people, looking at the fierce gangsters, preparing to find a suitable time to launch a sudden attack on them, but only by the observation of Mark can see that the position between the two is really the difference is too large. Unless these young people have physiques beyond ordinary people, as long as the gangster marksmanship will not cause too many problems, basically it is to send. Of course, Mark only observed from a distance. He didn't mean to intervene in this matter at all. After all, there are people who should do these things. The policemen of the New York Police Department don't eat rice, even if there are superheroes in this world, but he is not. He marks the poor man who has gone through 2 worlds but is homeless. When Mark was about to walk away, the children's cry made the 2 robbers start to feel agitated. Obviously these 2 robbers were not veterans, they were the first to commit crimes, especially when they heard the children. The noise made them more nervous. Mark watched the two murderous guys actually point a gun at the child's head, and threatened the child, "Shut up for me, kid, if I don't shut up, I will kill you." Mark believes that these fierce gangsters can definitely do such things. Mark, who didn't want to intervene, walked into the bank with the shopping bag in his hand. Maybe Mark can watch those adults die in front of him, but Mark really has no way to watch these little lives disappear in front of his own eyes. Because of the cruelty of the interstellar world, Mark became more and more aware of the value of life. In the interstellar world, all kinds of harsh environments may lead to unsustainable life. Newborn babies face countless difficulties and dangers than those on the Earth. Viruses, organisms, climate, and even aliens must be careful to prevent them, otherwise they cannot survive. I said it is necessary for you two adults to breathe their children. Mark's voice was not loud, but it was very clear. The two robbers immediately turned their attention from the child to Mark, who suddenly came in. "Shit, now hold my head in both hands and kneel down for me. Otherwise I'll shoot," the gunman said arrogantly to Mark. Another robber with a pistol continued to watch the people at the counter loading money. "Kneel? I don't seem to hear it, can I say it again?" Mark Lang asked with a face. "I said, you dog." When the robber holding the shotgun wanted to repeat it again, he found that Mark had already disappeared. When it appeared again, Mark had appeared behind the gangster. The flashing at a short distance was not a problem at all. When the knife went down, the gangster was stunned. Seeing that his companion was suddenly knocked down by the guy in front of him, another gangster, completely disregarding the safety of his companion, immediately pulled the trigger. Bang bang, several consecutive gunshots, all blocked by Mark's body with the gangster holding a shotgun. After all, it was the gangster with a pistol that killed his companion, not Mark. Mark used the gangster's body as a meat shield to move forward quickly. The gangster holding a pistol had no consciousness at all, and he shot all the bullets in his magazine without hesitation. When he was about to change the bomb, he was delayed because of the panic mood. Mark was also taking advantage of this opportunity to rush up, punching him in the jaw. It took less than 3 minutes from the appearance of Mark to the battle. The two gangsters were killed and injured, and they are now lying on the ground. The bank employees hiding inside the bank counter did not open the door, but looked at what was happening outside through bulletproof glass. Mark didn't care about the eyes of these people, and slowly walked to his shopping bag, picked up his shopping bag and walked out of the bank. But at the moment when Mark walked out of the bank, a group of police cars surrounded Mark. A dozen Glock 19 pistols aimed at Mark. Mark even saw a policeman with a sniper rifle in the building in the distance. "Hold your head in both hands. Squat down," a police officer shouted at Mark aloud. Mark followed the police officer's order and slowly placed the bag in his hand on the ground, and then squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. Watching Mark squat on the ground with his head in his hands, a dozen police officers rushed up and tried to suppress Mark. Chapter 18, Reporter Interview. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 18 Reporter Interview. When the police and police officers rushed into the bank, they looked at the two gangsters who fell to the ground, and they realized that the man in casual clothes with shopping bags was not a robber at all. Under the proof of the passerby trapped before, Mark finally got rid of the suspicion. At the same time, the passers-by also began to tell the police what had happened. Several police officers who had just suppressed Mark also began to apologize to Mark. He was just too heavy to start with. He also appreciated that Mark was a hero and a man. Mark smiled slightly and didn't care about them, just doing what he should do. After all, whoever is on who is like this, a guy who suddenly came out of the robbery scene carrying a shopping bag. It will definitely be skeptical. First know what is inside the shopping bag. As the saying goes, Hong Kong reporters run fast and often make big news. As the predecessors of Hong Kong reporters, American reporters run faster, and their ability to produce news is greater. Before the police car left, and the crowd did not disperse, American reporters had already arrived at the scene. A female reporter in uniform held the microphone, barely squeezed it in front of Mark, handed it over, and asked Mark, as a hero in this robbery, "Do you have anything to say?" The female reporter thinks that everyone is doing good things and being a hero is to be famous, but it is a pity that she is interviewing Mark. Mark looked at the female reporter creatively and asked, "If you see a child pointed at his head with a gun, won't you stand up?" It was almost a question on the soul, which made the female reporter's originally prepared lines instantly swallow back. The female reporter didn't know what to ask for a while, and the people around him heard Mark's answer and cheered instantly. A wave of heroes overcame a wave. Mark used to be a ghost agent and enjoyed the name of the unsung hero. It was too much, but there were very few who really knew what they did. For the first time, they were called heroes in the sun. Mark is also quite enjoyable, and no one will refuse this feeling. Some people will say that if you really want to live a peaceful life, you should not participate in all this, or enjoy the title of this hero. But do you really understand Mark's peace? Isn't the top of the road to the stars not the peaceful life of the stars? Everyone has a different understanding of life, just like Mark. He didn't dislike that he was exposed to the spotlight, he didn't dislike that he appeared in the news the next day, and he didn't dislike that others called him a hero. After going to the police station and simply making a note, Mark left the NYPD headquarters. As one of the oldest administrative agencies in the United States, the NYPD responsible for managing the order in New York City and its surrounding areas and protecting the safety of New York City has always been quite respectful of heroes, and even sent a police officer to follow Mark with a gun. It is to prevent the gangster's partner from observing all this in secret and trying to retaliate against the hero. But if you think about it, no one will be so courageous to attack a hero who has just rescued citizens at the door of the New York City Police Department. If those guys dare to do that, whether they succeed or not, it is a provocation to the New York Police Department. Just when Mark thought the matter was over, a figure suddenly jumped in front of Mark, and the police officer standing beside Mark immediately reached out to grab the matching gun in his waist. But Mark reached out at a faster rate to stop him from grabbing the matching gun, and said calmly to the police officer, "The guy is just a girl, there is no need to be so excited, you see he has nothing." Mark's calm look made more little stars appear in the girl's eyes. "Is there anything?" Mark asked. "Is that the hero who rescued 132 trapped people at Citibank today?" The girl asked excitedly. "Yes, I am." "Are you?" Mark asked. "Hello, I'm Ural, a reporter for the Clarion Daily," Ural said, holding up the sign he hung on his chest. "It's just that she is indeed a reporter of the Clarion Daily, but she needs to add the word trainee." "Nice to meet you, Miss Ural. Can I help you? Can you talk about how you were facing two gangsters armed with firearms when you were at the crime scene?" Ural asked directly, without any politeness. "To be honest, I didn't want to intervene in this matter originally, but until the gangster with the shotgun in hand, that is, the gangster who is now dead. When he pointed his muzzle at the child, I think this matter you have to intervene. His life has just begun, he should have a lot of good time to see what this event looks like, rather than die in the hands of a group of desperate lunatics. So I will stand up at that time come out. Do you think my answer is okay?" Mark said outspokenly. He didn't care what the intern reporter would change to what he said. Now Mark has turned on the recording function built into his phone. As long as they dare to write casually, Mark will dare to take this recording and go directly to court with them. "Then I want to ask, how did you subdue the two armed robbers at that time? It wouldn't matter if it was not convenient to disclose. Obviously, the intern reporter was not as sophisticated as he had imagined. Mark couldn't help but chuckled, and said to Ural, "Your question is very interesting. But the situation at that time, the surveillance cameras were all photographed. You may be able to find the bank's manager at that time and investigate their surveillance cameras. I believe they should not refuse, a beautiful girl like you." Mark's words were quite euphemistic, and Ural could hear them. However, listening to what the other party said about himself and some pride in his appearance, Ural felt he could still use this to learn some exclusive news. "Can I have an interview with you? It won't take about half an hour for too long." The police officer next to Mark smiled slightly at Mark. As an old police officer, he had seen too many such things. He patted Mark's shoulder gently and gave Mark a comprehensible look. How could Mark not understand the old police officer's eyes on himself, but shook his head with a helpless smile. Chapter 19, Exclusive Interview. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site, www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 19, Exclusive Interview. The exclusive interview with this kind of thing, although it sounds like a cock, is actually the same thing. For those who are desperate for read, the exclusive interview may not achieve the effect of instant read. Of course, if you are interviewed by some large media, it is not impossible to become popular overnight. But for Mark never thought of such a thing as a big hit overnight. After all, it's not a star route, this kind of thing is not a big deal for Mark. When Ural followed Mark to rent the villa, Ural was stunned. On the way to come, when he came to this area, Ural felt that the man who was a chivalrous person in front of him was not ordinary, but when he saw the villa that Mark rented, the whole person was completely dumbfounded. The rich man who is absolutely invisible in front of him, even if it is an unspoken rule, himself is also profitable. Of course, this does not mean that Ural really wants to be unspoken by the other party. Mark went to the refrigerator and asked Ural, who came in, asked, "Is there anything you want to drink?" Ural looked at Mark's movements and immediately thought of some bad things. He actively offered drinks and was the easiest to do something wrong at this stage. Ural also refused to say, "Coke." Unexpectedly, Mark actually took a Coke from the refrigerator. This tin can of cola cans shake a little, and the liquid inside will burst out from the small holes. If you want to order something inside, it is quite difficult, unless it is already put in before the Coke is installed. But looking at Mark's villa, doing this kind of thing shouldn't be a big deal. Ural opened the Coke with an uneasy feeling, and took a sip immediately, without any feeling, just like the taste of ordinary Coke. Mark looked at Ural's cautious look and shook his head slightly. Mark came to the opposite side of Ural with a cup of herbal tea and said, "Can the interview begin now?" "Well, that's fine." Ural hurriedly took out his pen and notebook, as well as a recording pen. Mark didn't have much resistance. He crossed his fingers and said, "Excuse me. Are you a native of New York?" "Yes." "What kind of work do you do?" "Stark's Industrial Security Department, the specific position is not very good, tell you in detail." "Wow. It turned out to be Stark Industries, no wonder so rich. It's mainly the boss who eats the meal. If the boss doesn't eat the meal, we can only sleep on the street." Mark said half-jokingly. "What do you think of the law and order in New York now?" "The problem at the beginning was okay. Until this problem, things started to become a little bit sharper. As a hero in this incident. If Mark really has some words, it is likely to change the direction of the newspaper and put the New York Police Department into a state of injustice." Mark calmly said, "I'm quite appreciative of New York's law and order. This is entirely thanks to the credit of the New York Police Department. If it was not for them to patrol in New York every day to ensure the safety of the citizens, I don't think New York can be as safe as it is now, just like what happened today." Just when something happened, they rushed to the scene as soon as possible. I think as a taxpayer, I feel that I get the rights I deserve. Ural listened to Mark's rigorous answer, and was immediately disappointed. I was still preparing for a little bit of breaking news, but I didn't expect the other party to be so cautious. Is it necessary to force yourself to use beauty to do nothing? Ural knew he was too anxious, so the topic instantly turned to ordinary questions. Why did you pass the bank today? Of course it's everyday shopping. After all, we have to eat every day. After I went to the supermarket to buy specials, I wanted to take a shortcut, and this happened when I came back by car. It seems that you are also a thrifty husband. Diligent and frugal housekeeping is not a big deal. It's mainly a person's life. There are too many unnecessary things. It's a waste. After all, money is not a wind, isn't it? Mark laughed. And Ural found some important information in this sentence. A person's life means that the person in front of him is a single person. The other party not only has money, but also has such a chivalrous spirit of justice. From the other party's speech, it seems to be a person with higher education. If this news is sent out, it will definitely become the new pursuit of New York girls. And the appearance of the other party is also very handsome. Although it is a bit neutral with a feminine beauty, it definitely does not affect the girls' scores on him. Proper is the low version of Tony. After all, people like Stark are not everyone who can see them, let alone Stark's reputation for being famous. No one has really been able to walk with Stark until now. The vast majority of people are just overnight. Can you defeat 2 gunmen with guns alone? Have you ever been trained in this area? Or in which army in the United States have you served? It does not matter if it is inconvenient to disclose. Oh, I haven't served in the military, nor have I been trained in this area, or training. I just usually like to exercise. I occasionally read some health books in Eastern countries. Others are nothing. Is it from the mysterious power of the East? Ural secretly wrote it down in his heart. Even in the time and space where information is developed, there are still many people who regard some traditional Chinese medicine theories and some Eastern traditions as a special technique. After all, it was a long-lasting influence, which led to misunderstandings. After many years of information development, this misunderstanding has not been resolved. The most common exception is like the general belief that a certain country in the East will be capable of martial arts. So what are your requirements for your partner? Ural has actually been a little emotional. This is just a question for himself. Of course, it can be said with arrogance that this is part of the interview. It doesn't matter, it won't be too embarrassing. But Mark answered truthfully. Seeking recommendation tickets, please. 25 votes are added at a time, and 10 chapters a day are capped. Chapter 20, Get Promoted. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 20 Promotion and Salary. Partner? I haven't thought about this for the time being. In fact, my requirements for the partner are really very low. No matter what the other party's identity is, as long as they can spend a lifetime with me. Even better, of course, this is not a hard condition. After all, I still prefer interesting souls to beautiful appearances. Time will eventually wash away the beautiful appearance, and the interesting soul will always exist. In simple terms, it's enough to take pictures with yourself, but this so-called CO production is all about looking at Mark himself. Mark can learn Tony as a playboy, and then say he is looking for a co-op partner. The little reporter was a little surprised at what Mark said. In fact, this kind of answer will make everything more ambiguous. After all, there are too many people who want to go to the sky. Most people think that men want to find a rich woman, and then do not have to work hard, but why not women? Not only do they want to find a rich man to go to the sky in one step, preferably the man is also very handsome. The pursuit of enjoyment is everyone's most basic need. The time passed quickly, and the time for exclusive interviews soon passed. Mark didn't immediately issue a guest order, but talked to Ural like some ordinary friends here. Of course, the two did not develop any super friendship in the end. Do I need to take you back? Although it's still safe in this neighborhood, it's not too early. Mark is still a gentleman asking if Ural needs it. Ural looked at the light rain outside and said half-jokingly, "Shouldn't I be invited to stay?" Mark understood the meaning and said, "I can do it if I don't mind. There are too many rooms." How could Mark not understand the meaning of this? But Mark has not yet planned to have any super friendship with this little reporter. Now the main focus is still on his own life, and to ensure that his owner Mr. Tony Stark will not die immediately. The next day, Mark walked downstairs and saw a little reporter using his apron. "Sorry, I think you took the food in the refrigerator before you got up. I think you may need a breakfast," the reporter said awkwardly. Mark looked at the prepared breakfast on the table and said, "It's okay, I'll be happy to have a beautiful lady cooking for me. But you should still look at the pot, the bacon is about to be cooked." With Mark's reminder, the little reporter quickly raised the pot. When breakfast was over, Mark drove the little reporter to the newspaper office of Clarion Daily. In this land, the driver's license is basically equal to the identity card. Even if you do NT drive a lot, you will always have a driver's license. Watching the emergence of the hero that was only reported in the media yesterday, the colleagues of the Clarion Daily watched the small reporter get down from the car without thinking maliciously. Sure enough, it was a voluptuous and cheap thing, and he had already hooked up with others in one night. But these are the thoughts in their hearts. They will never put them on the bright side. Everyone has their own masks, and these masks will protect them well, so that they can live better in this world. Boss Watson asked you to visit her office. "Congratulations," said a middle-aged black fat woman who came to Ural. Watson is the last name. Ural Watson. The boss mentioned by the fat woman is the master of this daily newspaper, Jonah Jameson. The Jameson boss is famously stingy, but he is definitely a good and responsible boss. At least not to betray their men when their subordinates are in danger of life. "Oh. Ural, I don't remember you telling me that you are so talented." Jameson looked excitedly as he walked in. Ural looked at the black-hearted boss in front of him because he had not been paid for several times because of his status as an intern reporter. "I think we can talk about things about my salary a few months ago." Ural found a place to sit down and said calmly. Faced with the issue of Ural's salary, Jameson's face was a bit ugly. "I think. If you still want information about the rich hero yesterday, I think you should pay me the salary of the previous few months and settle it for me." "You are a smart little guy," Jameson said, picked up the phone on the desk and said, "Please settle the salary of Miss Ural over the past few months." "Okay, can we talk now?" Jameson asked Ural looking at him. Ural pointed at the sign on his chest and said, "I don't think this is a good fit." Jameson picked up the phone again and looked at Ural with a bad look. The expression was like saying you didn't win everything. From now on Ural becomes the official reporter of Clarion Daily. "Okay, I meet all your requirements, is it okay now?" Jameson asked eagerly. "Of course, this is an exclusive interview with his private interview yesterday. Of course I hope you can release all the words without a word. Of course, the other party has also left a copy, if there is any discrepancy between ours and the other party. It is very likely that the other party will be brought to court. So I hope that the boss will still choose carefully. Friendly reminder that the other party is Stark Industries." Ural said that the recording pen last night. Stark Industries, because of the disappearance of that playboy, and then came back and closed the weapons department, causing my stock to not know how much it fell. "Okay, I know." Jameson scolded excitedly. After all, before that, everyone was very optimistic about Stark Industries. This is the first Patriot enterprise. Ural, who was promoted and raised successfully, and received the previous salary and salary increase, is obviously not in the same state as before. Of course, the gossip around her also began to become more. After all, this is an era where people are not popular. When the Horn Daily reported this exclusive news, the whole society had a big shock. The first to be directly affected is the stock of Stark Industries. There are still some signs of recovery in the stock of Stark Industries, which makes everyone feel incredible. Tony Stark, the industrial boss, is also quite happy about this matter. Mark was praised at the company's internal conference. Of course, this internal conference is not just for praising Mark. It is also a game between Stark and the company's board of directors. Unfortunately, Stark lost. Chapter 21, Steel Battlegear. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 21 Steel Warframe. Now Tony Stark can be said to be controlled by Obadi Stan, there is no way at all, especially on the board of directors. In fact, the entire board of directors has now been strictly controlled by Obadi Stan. It can be said that the entire board of directors is now Obadi Stan's words. It's almost impossible for Tony to make a comeback on this. After all, in terms of influenceability, this has no way to defeat Obadi. Especially Tony's decision to close Stark's arms manufacturing department. It can be said that this is Tony's self-excavating grave, and the announcement made the stock drop by 56.4 points. It can be imagined to what extent will Stark's industry be reduced after the establishment of the actual closure of the arms manufacturing department? Mark is not a financial manager, but considering his current job and future benefits, and the Stark stocks he bought, Mark doesn't actually want to close Stark's arms manufacturing department. There is nothing wrong with the Stark industry, which manufactures arms itself. What is really wrong is to sell those arms to the awful terrorist Obadi. To solve the problem from the root cause, it is to eliminate the scourge such as Obadi, not to close down the wrong choice of arms manufacturing department. But Tony, who has seen the cruelty of war, no longer wants to go through so many things. He believes that those who sell such weapons should deal with it and close the arms manufacturing department. Back at his office, Tony smashed everything he could smash. Mark relied on Tony's tyrannical look by the side of the wall. He didn't say anything at all, just watched. With the passage of time, Tony finally calmed down. He looked at the messy ground and thought of what had happened before. An anger in his heart could not be suppressed. Everyone saw his successful side, but no one saw his other side. When they were oppressed, when there was no help, no one spoke. Mark, what did the person who designed the armor for you think? Tony asked, looking at Mark. This little problem is also overwhelming to Mark himself. Kill. That's all. Mark said bluntly, the tool itself is not wrong. What is really wrong is that the person who uses the tool is like we saw someone holding a firearm and killing a person with a gun. Instead of looking for companies that make firearms, but for criminals who use firearms. The real mistake is not the Stark Arms manufacturing department, but the guys who use these. Mark should have said this long ago, but before that Torin had been in a state of extreme emotional instability, even if he said it himself. Tony's character is definitely not so easy to accept others' advice. So Mark didn't even say anything, it just didn't happen. In the basement of the seaside villa, a blueprint that has been designed has not been activated. After returning, Tony tried to create his own armor. The core of the research revolved around the dangerous reactor in his chest. He can use this miniature reactor as a power source to create a set of steel armor. But at least the steel armor was also accompanied by the closure of the arms department, and was also put into his favorites by Tony Stark. To be honest, Tony does not intend to continue to manufacture such weapons, but as Mark said, there is nothing wrong with the weapons themselves, the people who use them are really wrong. It was those people who gave these weapons meaning. Now Tony Stark will give this set of steel armor a unique meaning. Countless manipulators are carefully elaborating this assembly. Jarvis. Test thrust. Jarvis, only 1% thrust was used this time. The energy is concentrated in the hand jet. Boom. As the mask fell, Tony Stark's Iron Man life began. But Tony had nothing to hide from the current Obadi. So much so that Obadi could enter the basement and see the steel armor being tested. Obadi looked at this armor as if he saw the future. Just simply glanced at some structural issues on the design drawing. Obadi knows that the core of energy is the tiny arc reactor in Tony's chest. Obadi alone knows exactly how much effort it takes to create this steel armor. He even had to break away from himself, making the armor complete or making the shell himself, and then taking away the reactor from Tony's chest. Oh, what is this? A brand new weapon? You told me that the weapon manufacturing department was originally doing this. I didn't expect you to come up with a better product. Sure enough, those outdated things really don't need to be manufactured anymore. Obadi smiled at Tony's steel armor. This is not a weapon, but an exoskeleton or a piece of clothing. It is just a flying prop that helps me fly. Tony denies the fact that this is a weapon. After all, this steel armor is indeed not equipped with any weapons, but in fact, those few energy jets can be used as weapons. Okay, maybe we can switch to military use for civilian use. This may be a powerful product launched by the company in the future, which can solve many problems. Have you considered making a machine similar to disaster relief, which may be able to solve many questions? Maybe this thing will also have an unexpected effect in the construction industry. Obadi said it seemed a compromise when he said this. In fact, he wanted Tony to make a similar steel armor, and then Obadi modified himself. Tony heard his uncle's words as well. Although it is not necessary to equip the arc reactor, it can be equipped with a simpler battery module. Whether it is charging or using, it is enough. A large exoskeleton armor is definitely a weapon for disaster relief. You're right, maybe we can try it. Tony said to do it and began to design it. Obadi, who stood aside, showed a simple smile. No one knew what he was thinking now. I am afraid that only he himself could understand his thoughts. And our genius Tony Stark, and a humanoid self-propelled artillery, did not realize that he had fallen into the trap of an old hunter. Chapter 22, Explosion Case, recommended 2 combos. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 22 Explosion. Since the last exclusive interview, Mark and the little reporter have become friends with each other. The little reporter was also very willing to interview young talents like Mark. After all, not everyone can enter the Stark industry. There are countless people who want to enter the Stark industry, but only a few can finally enter. Even if Stark's overseas branch has the harsh environment of the Afghanistan branch, the talents who can enter there are quite top talents placed in other companies, which can definitely be called senior executive level. But even so, they are willing to work hard in that harsh environment, because they are holding Stark above their heads. This is Howard Stark, the father of Stark, a typical patriotic company, and was once a participant in the Manhattan Project in the United States. Therefore, the background of Stark industry itself is quite profound. It's just a little reporter now. Although he didn't come to Mark's villa as rigorously as he used to, as if he had come to his own house, Mark didn't feel too disgusted with this familiar young reporter. The little reporter also intentionally or unintentionally hinted that Mark could come to a scientific super electromagnetic gun. If Mark did not accept this kind of thing, he did not say that Mark was a good man or that Mark did not have this need. This is that Mark did not want it. It's just that Mark feels that the relationship between the two hasn't reached that point. If he did that, what's the difference with Tony's playboy? Mark has always hated being such a because it makes him feel disgusted or even disgusted. Playing with emotions, even if the other party is the special purpose of the skeptics, this is also wrong in itself, and you cannot play a relationship because the other party has a special purpose. People who play with emotions will eventually be played with by emotions. God is fair, just as the relationship between Tony and Pepper later fell into extreme embarrassment, and even almost broke up. Don't you have to go to work every day? Squatting me here every day. Mark said, picking up a mansion water. My current task is to look at a certain hero now. See if you can get some exclusive information from Stark Industries from a certain hero, or to record the daily life of this hero. Not quite. It would be sad for me to want to stay here, the reporter said to Mark with a distressed look. God, if I were your boss, I would definitely expel you. A reporter like you is definitely a cancer in the company. Mark said to the little reporter half-jokingly. But my boss just didn't fire me. How can I not be angry? The little reporter said proudly to Mark and raised his neck. I'm so angry that I get paid, but I'm not your boss. Mark was amused by the look of the reporter. Mark was really laughing for the first time in this world. It comes from your own heart. Mark realized that he really lived in this world, as if he were a person. Not that fingerprint, identity, ghost agent with nothing. It is a pity that happy time is always short. A sudden call made the little reporter stand up immediately. What's wrong? Mark asked. There was an explosion in the city. The reporter said by hanging up the phone. I'll send you. Mark said. The two drove to the vicinity of the bombing in the urban area. The blazing fire was constantly burning. It took less than 10 minutes from the beginning of the explosion to the present. The main reason is that the traffic around here has been blocked, otherwise Mark will be able to reach the scene faster. The area where the explosion occurred was not too bustling, but the explosion affected more than a dozen shops around. All the glass on the facade was shattered, and many people fell to the ground, seemingly injured. The shop where the explosion occurred was a cake shop. Firefighters had arrived at the scene and quickly extinguished the fire. After some investigation, it was confirmed that the cause of the explosion was due to improper use of the microwave oven. It is absolutely impossible to cause such an explosive effect simply by using the microwave oven improperly. This is nothing more than interaction with the outside world. Neither Mark nor a small reporter, nor other onlookers would believe such a nonsense, but they were not able to go in for confirmation, and no one dared to speculate. But before the crowd dissipated, the fire truck left the scene, everyone's phone suddenly rang, and everyone took out their phones to connect. Good afternoon, everyone, I am the initiator of the explosion in front of you. I don't know what the big guys above concealed from you, saying what exactly caused the explosion, but what I want to tell you is, the next bombing is about to begin. You still have half an hour, of course, this time the guarantee will not just cause some injuries. Now I will give you a clue that the road of decay of thousands of steels, the endless stream of breath, the view of the miracle of human power, is even gorgeous on the East River. The phone has been hung up here, and there is no more sound. Everyone tried to solve the riddle with lip shaking. In fact, the riddle is not as difficult as imagined, only people who have lived in New York all the year round can basically think of it. Especially when the last sentence comes out, it means the Brooklyn Bridge above the East River. The Brooklyn Bridge, with a total length of nearly 2,000 meters, is really not a simple matter to check, and if the Brooklyn Bridge has a bomb, it will easily cause riots once it is passed. Blocking is not a simple matter. And the other party is likely to detonate the bomb directly before the police blockade. Although the other party did not say so, the intention was quite clear. It can be said that this is a contest between the gangster and the police. Interesting. Mark looked at the combined phone and smiled. Are you interested in going with me to crack this riddle? Of course. The two quickly drove away from the scene and drove toward the Brooklyn Bridge, which connects Brooklyn and Manhattan Island. It can be said to be a historic building in the United States. And it was the longest suspension bridge in the world that year. It is also the first bridge in the world built out of steel. When it was completed, it was regarded as the 8th miracle after the 7th miracle in the world. It was hailed as one of the 7 epoch-making architectural miracles in the world during the Industrial Revolution. And now the guy on the phone who knows nothing about life and death, actually tried to use this bridge as his stage, but it was really a crazy guy. Chapter 23, Calm and Calm New York City, 3 combos recommended. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 23 Calm and Calm New York City. Mark parked his car near the Brooklyn Bridge, and the two hiked to the Brooklyn Bridge. Mark is confident that the crisis can be lifted, but he did not plan to take the car he rented to take risks. At that time, if any part of the car is damaged by a crash, you will have to pay a large amount of compensation. Looking at the vehicles coming in and going out in front of him, the little reporter said with some worry, "Is that guy really going to destroy here? Did you also receive the call?" The other party obviously had a premeditated plan, and hacked into the nearby signal base station, otherwise it would not call all the people nearby. Until now, the police have not found the other party. It can be said that the other party is quite strong, Mark said as he walked toward the Brooklyn Bridge. What's the purpose of the other party? Even that one thing has a purpose. Don't he all say that? The people above have concealed from us, so simple, it must be that he has a contradiction with the people above. Even if you can find the truth about this matter, your newspaper office is basically dare to report it. What is certain is that this is definitely the mess left by those guys above. Paper can't cover the fire, and the news eventually spread out. Especially when so many people received the call at the scene, this kind of thing could not be concealed at all. Some people dared to do anything in order to be famous and to gain benefits. They didn't care. And the Brooklyn Bridge does not make any sense to them. They are just people living at the bottom of their lives. The helicopter of the TV station circled wildly around the Brooklyn Bridge. With the news from the car radio, people heading to the Brooklyn Bridge deterred. At the same time, a large car accident occurred at both ends of the Brooklyn Bridge, and 2 large trucks turned over to block the intersection. If these 2 large trucks are just ordinary trains, it is okay to say, but these 2 trucks are tank trucks. Mark looked at the overturned tank truck in the distance and the flames burning nearby. The tank truck was about to explode. Even if a firefighter arrives on the scene, there is no way to rescue. And with amazing visuals, Mark can determine that the driver of the tanker is now dead. 2 fresh lives go at this time. It's just that Mark didn't know if they were martyrs who were martyred for faith, or innocent people who were implicated. Sure enough, I'm the kind of thing that is about to happen, the kind of person who can't sit back and ignore it. Mark said mockingly. Did you finally admit it? The little reporter standing on the side teased. There is nothing to admit or not to admit. These guys have driven me to a dead end. How can I continue to ignore them? It seems that you took the initiative to find them in trouble. The little reporter hasn't forgotten to dismantle Mark's stage until now. Okay, you are ready for your interview lines. With the explosion of the first oil tanker, dense gunfire came from the center of the bridge in the distance. Obviously, the other party has already made plans and preparations. Not only did they send people into the Brooklyn Bridge in advance, but these guys also carried a lot of ordnance. Dense gunshots are certainly not something ordinary pistols can cause. Some of the attacked citizens immediately went into hiding, and some of the more courageous tried to counterattack with the pistols in their hands, but these ordinary civilian pistols were not opponents of military weapons. Ordinary pistols are strenuous to penetrate the above car doors, but military weapons are different. The folk customs are simple Gotham City, talents come from Arkham. The calm New York City, foolproof Stark. Mark said that he only slowly walked towards the place where the gunshots were dense. Although the reporter did not understand why the person in front of him was so bold, there was always an inexplicable sense of security with him. As a bullet crossed the young reporter saw the distortion in the air vaguely. He thought he was under too much pressure, so he looked at it, but in fact it was not the result of looking at it. It was Mark's shield that worked. Several thugs suddenly rushed out of the crack of the car, and the rifle in his hand shot at Mark without hesitation. It's just that the bullet hitting Mark's Chinook shield had no effect. "Who is this shit? Listen to me," Mark said, and then easily broke the guardrail next to it. Suddenly, it was like plasticine in Mark's hands, and was easily broken into the shape that Mark wanted. The little reporter still knew what to take and what not to take, just like at this time, she honestly pointed her camera at the ground. With Mark's short stick, 2 thugs flew out and were directly nailed to the car. Pulling the trigger subconsciously, the rifle in his hand fired aimlessly. Mark rushed forward and stunned them directly, then snatched the rifle in their hands, checked the bullets left in the magazine, listened to the sound of the gun from a distance, and said to the little reporter next to him, "Stay close behind me and do not leave behind, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety." Well. The little reporter didn't talk much, just nodded and agreed. Even if he didn't use his own good firearms, Mark's marksmanship is still quite superb, and all the thugs who tried to attack were killed by Mark. It didn't take long for another explosion to sound, and the tank truck at the other end of the bridge also exploded. At the same time, the internet has also exploded. The gang of lunatics actually hijacked the TV channel and started the live broadcast directly. An image of an Asian wearing a ring on 10 fingers appeared on the TV screen. He claimed to be an adult and wanted to make the world feel pain. "A bag of rice was carried on the 18th floor and helped me get home directly." This ruddy man, full of confidence, was there to declare that he would make the world feel pain. On the other side, the SHIELD military and the US intelligence system have exploded. In the Marvel world, there was no such thing as a plane hitting a building. It can be said that this was the first public provocation. All the institutions were directly up and running, and wanted to find this adult Manchu, but the communication was quickly cancelled, and even the SHIELD, which had always been supernatural, did not track the signal. This made the current director of SHIELD Black Marinated Egg anger. Chapter 24, Iron Man. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 24 Iron Man. Mark has actually passed the age that made the world feel pain. The previous Mark may hate the world's vulgarity, maybe he hates some unfair rules in the world, but now Mark knows. Those unfair rules also have its meaning. If those unfair rules disappear from this world, those who suffer and suffer will make them those who enjoy the rules. Mark on the bridge is naturally inaudible. Adult Manchu is a technical declaration, but Tony Stark at home is not deaf. Tony Stark, who has just completed the assembly of the steel armor, is full of confidence in this new set of armor. As the parts began to work, the steel armor fits perfectly on Tony Stark. Tony Stark rushed toward the Brooklyn Bridge upon receiving the news. There is no way for the satellite to observe the current Tony. On the one hand, Tony is too small. It's just that a person is a little bit bigger, on the other hand, it is free from the special preparation for this suit. Although it is impossible to disguise optical camouflage like Mark, Tony has an inexplicable fondness for stealth. In preparation for the manufacture of this Mark I, invisible paint was specially prepared. Radar-absorbing material. For a millionaire military industrialist like Tony, it is not a problem at all. Although it was not designed specifically for combat like a war machine, and to prevent someone from saying that it was a weapon, Tony minimized the modernization of this armor. The main battle still relies on the palm cannon in both hands and the reactor energy in the chest. When this golden red figure appeared on the Brooklyn Bridge, it also caused everyone to scream. There were wolves before tigers, and now a steel man wearing golden armor suddenly appeared. God knows whether this man is good or bad. Now put down your weapons. At this point, Mark was standing straight away. Tony locked through his cheek, and soon locked to Mark with the small reporter. The playful Tony flew in front of Mark, his hands facing Mark threatened and said, "Put down the weapon in your hand, and honestly send the girl behind you." Mark looked at Tony, who was playing tricks in front of him, rolled his eyes, and then used the grenade mounted under the gun without hesitation, aiming at Tony's breastplate. Tony, who was sturdy on the front and was hit by a grenade, was driven back a distance in the air, and everyone else exclaimed. Tony growled and said, "Mark, are you crazy? If you don't point that thing at me, I guess I'm not crazy. Don't you pretend to know me here." Mark said. Looking at Mark, who suddenly attacked Tony Stark, the little reporter standing next to him was also very worried, afraid that Mark would be injured or something unexpected might happen. However, it seems that the relationship between the two is unusual. Otherwise, the attack on Tony Stark is not the only thing. Tony Stark is definitely not just angry and roaring. I don't feel like a relationship between ordinary employers. The little reporter asked Mark after watching Tony Stark fly away. I haven't told you that there is a simple employment relationship between me and him. That guy still owes me a life. With the appearance of Tony, the crisis of the Brooklyn Bridge was quickly lifted. However, the appearance of Tony also exposed Tony's steel armor to everyone. On the screen, Tony used his palm cannon to smash the scrap tanker into pieces with one shot. Although the fire inevitably led to the expansion of the fire, the tanker that blocked the main road was finally forcibly broken. Some citizens successfully escaped the Brooklyn Bridge along this gap. In another picture, Tony used palm guards and armor protection to knock down one mob after another, and then successfully solved all the people on a bus. Iron Man's name also began to spread. However, no one knows whether this humanoid creature wrapped in steel is a drone or some kind of exoskeleton armor. Everyone has never stopped speculating about this. The only two people who knew the real situation did not directly broadcast the news like this. It was very important news for Mark and the little reporter. They can all see how much impact and influence this steel armor will have on the current era. Obadi Stan, who was sitting at home at this time, watched Tony Stark's teeth grind more and more on the TV. But waiting for this hen that only lays golden eggs, after the last golden egg is laid, it has no value in existence. Even if it can provide more and greater benefits in the future, but Obadi feels that such an unstable existence can't continue to stay. A few days later, the firefighters' family fund dinner. Tony Stark, who was about to receive the invitation letter, appeared at the dinner, but in fact this dinner was organized by Tony Stark. That's right, someone hosted this charity dinner in the name of Tony Stark. Mark, one of the heads of the security department, also attended the dinner. Although Mark's main task is to ensure the personal safety of Tony Stark, but this is such a charity dinner, he also has the responsibility and obligation to participate and ensure the safety of the dinner. Looking at the high-level people coming and going, Mark felt uncomfortable in his heart. Especially some people recognize themselves and talk to themselves. I hope there is any intersection with Tony Stark through this line. Of course, on the other hand, Mark felt that he was not, a young man in a beauties, actually talking there with a few young girls. Continue to wipe oil there, taking advantage of it. The girls also accompanied the old man with a giggling smile, completely indifferent. The decay of the upper class. This is the most straightforward feeling in Mark's heart. Tony Stark was the brightest star in the audience as soon as he entered the venue. Countless camera spotlights are directed towards Tony Stark. Mark was finally able to relax for a while. Stark, who walked into the banquet hall, soon noticed that Mark, who was responsible for safety in the corner, was not like other security personnel, mixed into the crowd and became part of the crowd, thereby reducing its existence. Mark seemed to be alien, leaning on the wall. Chapter 25, Peaked. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 25. What are you doing hiding here? Tony asked when he approached Mark. Mark looked at Tony and said, "It's different from your big boss. I'm a small town. I and those big people are not people of the world. I'm afraid I will be cheated by others and give them countdown." Tony was embarrassed and smiled. "Isn't it the last time that scared you? Is this necessary? How about you call me? I was almost scared to death by you." "Okay, that thing can directly blow up a tank truck, what do you say?" Mark said naturally. Tony's palm. Mark is actually pretended, and the power mark of the palm cannon is quite clear. "Aren't you dead yet? Don't worry about it." Tony took Mark's glass of wine from the waiter's plate. Mark waved his hand and said, "Drinks are okay. Drinks are interviewed. Then your life is really bleak." Tony said that he took a sip of his own tea, watching the little Pepper who was not far away wearing a halter dress, and Tony instantly froze. Those eyes are about to fly and stick. Go. What are you waiting for? Are you ready to cherish after the last parting of life and death? Mark said to Tony. Tony also made up his mind to walk over. Tony had just left his forefoot, and Carlson came over on his hind foot. "Who is Kong this? My former boss? If you are looking for my current boss, you can go by now." Mark said to Coulson that a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. "I'm here for you," Coulson said solemnly. Mark looked at the old man in front of him, and he should be able to run away. "Come on. Someone here will take over my job? I don't want me to be deducted from salary. In a cafe, it has already been cleared in advance." Nick Fury, the black-brown egg, was looking at the scenery outside the window with a cup of coffee, pretending to be a very deep look. But in front of Mark, these are completely useless. Nick Fury, the last successful super soldier project. The current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I thought we would be able to meet the last time we were on the mothership. Mark just broke down and said. This made the widow and old man on the side stunned for a moment. After all, everyone thinks that the only super soldier is Captain America Steve Rogers. Nick Fury is also an old fritter anyway. He still supported Mark's dismissal. You said that S.H.I.E.L.D. is now corrupted, including the former director Alexander Pierce is also a Hydra? This is it true? Don't you already have an answer when you ask this question again? If you really don't believe it, why would you ask it again? Your subconscious has already believed it. Mark sneered. Nick put down his coffee cup and said, It's different. It was just a matter of probability before, but I want to get an affirmative answer from you. It's a kind of self-consolation in psychology. Sure enough, it's dirty to play with you old foxes. You should be thankful that the people around you are loyal, at least they are loyal to you. I can only tell who is not a Hydra, because Hydra there are too many, and you have no way to uproot them at all. So give up. Nick Fury, you can't do it. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not S.H.I.E.L.D. What kind of urine theory is S.H.I.E.L.D.? Then tell me who is not. Good old man. Widow. The one who plays with arrows. And that is the great niece. Your beautiful adjutant, and what? I don't know. Mark Pin said with a sip of coffee. Without hearing a nickname, Nick Fury felt a sensation in his heart. The last time he felt this feeling he had forgotten. So say it. Don't think about so many things. The shield is not so much shield as the Hydra. Wish you have a good dream, Mr. Nick Fury. Mark will take his last sip of coffee after drinking. He was ready to get up and leave. Mark, I can call you that. Nick said hurriedly. Operation Mark paused and turned to look at Nick and said, Is there anything else? I am willing to cooperate with the good people. Does everyone have the value of salvation? Something like human beings will be used by all kinds of things. They are pursuing interests, and they also have their own needs in the noble people. Whether they are nicknames or honors to comfort themselves, these things are theirs. Desire and interests. So what S.H.I.E.L.D. needs is its own interests. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., you should know better than me. This has not been a fight for you, but a battle for you. Alive you become my tug of war. Mark didn't deny or confirm. Since it's for the benefit, would Mr. Mark want to be an agent of our S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick asked. Mark said indifferently, I'm just as comfortable as I am. If I'm bound, I won't be able to do it. I can do it anytime. I still want to be a free and casual person. Maybe one day, I have enough money to travel the world, so I quit my job at Stark Industries and go to the world. Walked out of the cafe and watched the cars passing by constantly in front of me. Mark brought up his hat. Stop on Zingai Road, open the memories of the youth and wandering, and start thinking about your previous one. A bullet interrupted Mark's peak. Mark looked at the bullet that stopped in front of his eyes, and there was still a little bit of happiness that disappeared instantly. But before Mark could find the other party's position, another bullet shot towards Mark. The second bullet just hit the first bullet and forced the first bullet into the shield. It's a pity that the killer doesn't know that it's not just Chinook shields around Mark's body. In the face of danger, the first defense system that is triggered is the Chinook shield, and the second is the high temperature that can melt the standard spikes used by the Star World Marine Corps. When the second bullet entered the high temperature zone, it was melted by the high temperature and turned into a molten iron. The next moment, Mark disappeared from the killer's vision. Someone will cry when the peak starts. But I don't really want to cry today. P.S. The next chapter is after Chapter 66 because of operational errors. I am really sorry. Chapter 26, In the Shadow. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 27 In the Shadow. It is simply Chinook suppression. The composition of the swarm is quite special. If there is no superior unit to control it, they are aimless beasts that act purely by instinct. For humans and the Protoss, it simply cannot pose any threat. The same is true of the most basic grasshoppers. Mark's Chinook power suppressed these jumpers from dare to act rashly, and even started to flinch. With their instincts, they can feel that the creature in front of them is beyond their control. Even if the control system was installed by Hydra scientists, it still cannot drive these interstellar jumpers. Hydra scientists know very little about these hydrangeas. Looking at these peculiar creatures, they were glared by a look. The surrounding Winter soldiers also felt quite surprised. The guy in front of him solved these creatures so easily. You know that when they came to catch these creatures, they spent a lot of energy, and even a Winter soldier was still besieged and died. Bucky almost didn't even hesitate, he hesitantly raised his rifle and shot at Mark. Mark's shield once again blocked the bullet's attack. Although I didn't expect it, just when other Winter soldiers were about to attack Bucky, Mark suddenly disappeared in front of everyone as if he had never appeared. Then the neck of a Winter soldier standing at the exit of the alley was twisted. Other Winter soldiers, watching this teammate fall to the ground, began to be alert to the threats that might come around. The sharp blade in the shadows must be silent, and the impetuous heart is our biggest enemy. Be careful is our best friend. Come on, my friend. In the Battle of Al's Recovery, Archbishop Adonis led a large force to attack from the front, while Zeratul and Mark and a group of Dark Templars investigated El's situation elsewhere. However, before the early arrival, Mark had communicated with the Archbishop, and all the Protoss warriors who were connected to Kara were all ready for backup. If there is no way, cut the nerve bundle yourself. Then the cutters placed on their nerve bundles are hands-on. And this cutter only needs the Archbishop to easily press the button. Although he lost Kara's connection and lost spiritual communication with his countrymen, the eldest son of God no longer needs to become a slave. It's just a pity that Mark, who has undergone transformation, can't cut off the connection directly like they did. For a while, Mark stayed in a static warehouse. Because it is human and then reformed, it is difficult for Mark, who has no such thing as nerve bundles, to guard against attacks from Emin. So many battles took place later, unless Mark performed special tasks at critical moments, he would basically not reach the front line. More often than not, it is like the elder of the War Council in the static warehouse. Zeratul's education taught Mark how to fight in the way of the Dark Templar. Most of Mark's outstanding performance in Ghosts is derived from the combat skills of the Dark Temple taught by Zeratul. Even though other Winter soldiers have taken precautions, the silent blade still penetrates their bodies. One after another Winter soldiers fell to the ground, but they couldn't find their opponents anywhere. Soon the Winter soldier was left with Bucky alone. But it seems to have the aura protection. Every time Mark is about to approach him, he can always find the approximate position and direction of Mark. Once a grenade passed, Mark could only dodge in order not to expose himself. Even a few times when Mark was about to make a successful attack, Bucky did not hesitate to design for his companion, trying to penetrate Mark with his companion. With the last grenade fired from the barrel, Bucky knew he had failed this time. He faced an opponent who was hidden in the dark and could not detect it. Looking at the sewer in the distance, he jumped without hesitation. There will be Hydra people to handle it personally, of course. Their apparent identity is still a special agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mark looked at Bucky who had jumped off the sewer, and he finally had no choice to follow. God knows how much preparation there is in the sewer. And in the narrow environment of downloading, if the other party is fully prepared and completely covered with fire, Mark is simply a tiger into the den. Although he will not die, he will also be injured. These flinching jumpers, after losing control of the machine, began to flee. Mark also has no mood to chase these jumpers. The previous gunshots and explosions have probably attracted a group of people. The other party has not come in for a long time, and it is estimated that it was also stopped. The surrounding area should have been isolated. These jumping insects are basically recovered by the Hydra people. Mark almost didn't even think about it, and immediately prepared to escape from here. Air and Space Mothership of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick was sitting at his desk at this time, watching the messages from the people under his hand. It's already black already, and the face like a coal ball has become darker. Sudden fighting and casualties made Nick, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, feel that something was not normal. He did not receive any report at all beforehand. And the location was so close to the restaurant that he and Mark met, even within the range of the sniper rifle. And according to the investigation report, there are even traces of bullets penetrating the nearby ground. This is obviously a remote sniper attack. Since the opponent can snipe Mark remotely, why is it impossible to snipe himself remotely? And who knew who he was meeting with Mark there? A series of questions, etc. are constantly entangled in Nick's heart. Everything has a lot to do with other things. It is not a problem that can be solved by taking it out alone. However, these things point the direction to a possibility, that is, a problem within S.H.I.E.L.D. The corpses of the Winter Soldier were all quietly taken away by the Hydra men. For the heavy loss of this operation, the Hydra also secretly wrote down. The only remaining Winter Soldier, although said to be a disabled person, is probably the strongest among the entire Winter Soldier squad in terms of combat effectiveness. It's just a little troublesome to control. Until now, hypnosis treatment is needed from time to time. P.S. I'll give you more in the early morning of Jiazhan. You can still get another one after a few votes. You do nt think about it. Currently add a chapter. Chapter 27, Yangmu. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 28 Yangmu. In front of the TV station, Mark parked his car and looked at the towering TV tower in front of him. I really didn't expect that I would embark on the road of a popular star. Seriously, Mark never thought about hyping himself, but because the last time he took the little reporter to the Brooklyn Bridge was photographed by some good people, plus the little reporter's report. Mark's reputation is now even greater. More people think that Mark's dangerous zone is completely hype, but by virtue of Mark's identity and net worth, he does not need to do so at all. After all, work is there, and taking money is not a problem. There is no need to risk such a big life to hype. If you simply want to serve the people, there is no need to run up here. This aroused the curiosity of many people, and the talk show is also a good answering platform, so some production teams are staring at Mark. It's just that the others haven't acted yet, and some have been directly connected with Mark. Hello, this is Mark communing. Mark said with his initiative. Basic courtesy, no matter who the other party is. There must still be people who do not have the qualities will be looked down on everywhere. Dogs can bark at people, but people must never be at par with dogs. Fortunately, the reception staff on the opposite side was also very polite, reaching out and responding, "Hello, thank you very much for coming, please come and sit here." Because the show hasn't started yet, and needs makeup, Mark is in the reception room for a while, drinking free coffee while talking to the reception staff. Some things that might happen tonight and some ways. I understand, as long as it's not too sharp, I can accept it. Mark still stated a little in advance, so that he would not embarrass himself if he made a joke on the opposite side. This is, of course, we are mainly in life, and your views on current affairs. I still have some things over there. I will take a step first. You can continue to rest here. If you need anything, just service staff outside. Mark waited for half an hour, and still did not wait for someone to communicate with him, let alone the so-called makeup, carefully looked at the time on the watch, and after 10 minutes, the program will start soon. But why no one has come yet? This made Mark start to worry. When Mark was about to get up and go outside to ask the staff, the room door was suddenly opened. It was received by 2 policemen with Glock pistols. The 2 policemen said nothing, and took the handcuffs directly to prepare to handcuff Mark. Mark looked at the 2 policemen who came in suddenly, a little ignorant for a while. The landscape in handcuffs slowly approached Mark, and the smile on his face was gradually dire. Mark looked at this unscrupulous man, and it made a very strong possibility. Agent Hydra. The previous conspiracy Hydra was unsuccessful, so now come to the majestic Yangmu. If Mark dares to resist here, it is against the entire judicial system. Even if he had the protection of Stark Industry in his body at that time, it was estimated that it was difficult to defend, but once the Mark was controlled by the opposite party, it was the fish that was allowed to be slaughtered by the other party. Mark looked at the floor-to-ceiling window not far from himself, and moved. Although this is already the 5th floor, with the prompt of Mark, jumping from here will not cause too much injury. Looking at another Hydra agent who was aiming his gun at him, Mark slowly backed away. Seeing that Mark could not catch his hand, the Hydra agent with a gun warned, "Squat down with my hands holding my head." But Mark still didn't care. Agent Hydra, who had already participated in this mission, had pressed his nerves to the limit, and finally could not bear his pressure. With only one shot, Mark's glass shattered in response. This was not a warning shot, and that shot was actually aimed at Mark. But with his own observation ability, Mark successfully evaded and avoided the shot before the Hydra agent fired. Mark, who escaped a shot, walked to the broken glass, and the passers-by were already attracted by the broken glass and the sound of the gun. Mark intentionally stood at the window and shouted loudly, "Man, I know your work is under pressure, but please stop shooting. I am willing to cooperate with you in your investigation." The onlookers downstairs can clearly hear Mark's voice, but they don't understand what is happening inside. It wasn't long before another shot was fired, and Mark was shot in the shoulder. The shot was originally aimed at Mark's head, but because Mark's dodge only hit the shoulder, Mark was shot backwards, and the timid women and children closed their eyes directly. However, Mark has already calculated it, and there is a soft grass underneath. The direct impact did not cause much damage to Mark. Although it hurts, it does not affect Mark's activities. But the injury on Mark's shoulder was real. Immediately after watching the passers-by, they saw two Hydra agents standing by the window, preparing to make up for Mark. No one can believe the two policemen in uniforms of the New York Police Department. Actually, he shot a suspect who was ready to catch his hand. Some passers-by took out their mobile phones for video recording, and some people started to make calls directly. Those passers-by appeared to the two police officers armed with Glock pistols, who were shooting at the poor white guy who fell to the ground without any resistance. Isn't it time to come down and check the situation of the fading people at this time? Mark in the distance seemed lucky to avoid every shot, but in fact Mark just reversed the trajectory of those bullets with his shield. It seems that the two police officers were not able to shoot at home. Mark, who had only one shot, turned on the passers-by for help. "Save me! Please help me!" It seemed that someone at the scene recognized Mark and immediately exclaimed, "Isn't this Mr. Communing from the previous bank robbery?" One stone caused thousands of waves, and some people took the lead, and soon more people discovered this amazing fact. As the clips of the two police officers were empty, they also realized that it was almost impossible to kill Mark's life with a bullet. The two hurried down the stairs and asked Mark to kill before things got worse. Chapter 28, Sudden Rush to Kill, Repay Debt Number 1. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 29. Goodbye. Mark only said lightly with a bang, and the explosion covered up most of the noise. Mini bomb. In order to ensure seamless, only dead people will not reveal secrets. The current public opinion is almost one-sidedly inclined to Mark. Mark must not let the two Hydra agents survive. So the micro-bombs placed on them in advance also played a role. Such micro-bombs may not pose a great threat to the vehicle. But for two Hydra agents who were wearing ordinary uniforms without any precautions, they were completely fatal. Especially where Mark placed the two microbombs was placed behind the hearts of two Hydra agents. The shockwave and fragments of the explosion will directly penetrate the hearts of the two Hydra. They didn't even have time to call out the classic last words of "cut off one head and grow two heads." "I have come to say goodbye to this world for the last time." Someone around called the emergency number. After all, it fell from the 5th floor, and the other party seemed to have been shot. Regardless of whether the other party is a suspect or a criminal, they should live and be tried by the law. This is the idea of most people, not to mention the other party is a hero who has just saved the Bank of New York. Of course, ambulances in the United States are not free, and each time they are dispatched, they will be charged about $1,000. Yes, it is in such a free country. So in most cases, try not to call something like an ambulance. After all, the charges are too expensive. With the arrival of the ambulance, Mark was also sent to the ambulance. Then came the police car. The police who hurried from the New York General Administration saw only the two colleagues who had fallen to the ground. However, things are far from over. Although Mark was already in the ambulance, the Hydra people had successfully boarded the car. The two Hydra agents quickly ran to the elevator after firing the empty magazine. At the same time, they also started to contact their headquarters to report what happened at that time. When someone called an ambulance for rescue and determined that it was time to go to the location of the incident, Hydra's agents immediately changed their outfits, boarded the ambulance and prepared to kill Mark directly on the ambulance. The first time Mark was sent to the ambulance, Mark felt something was not right. According to the truth, when the first shot sounds, more people will not choose to call the ambulance, but will call the police. I have received news for a long time. Why did the New York Police Department not send a police car to the scene, and the first ambulance arrived at the scene was actually a problem? Be aware that there is at least 5 or 6 minutes before and after. Mark looked at the medical staff in white coats and masks around him cautiously. A medical worker next to him took out a syringe that was already full of liquid. Mark looked at the medical staff cautiously and asked, "What is this?" "Relax, it's just a little analgesic," the medical staff said to Mark as gently as possible. "I think I don't need this thing very much." Mark's voice just fell, and the two medical staff next to him reached forward and held down the medical staff holding the syringe, ready to give Mark an injection. But at this time, 3 bangs shot through the heads of the 3 medical staff. There was an intensive series of gunshots outside, and Mark didn't know what happened, but the 3 medical staff who had pressed their heads here were killed. As the door was opened, several agents with the SHIELD logo appeared in front of Mark. Immediately after that was the expressionless black halogen egg Nick Fury in a black trench coat. "Perhaps we should talk," Nick said. In one of Nick's secret strongholds, Mark looked at the secret firearms hanging on the surrounding walls, without a little dust falling. Although it is a secret stronghold, from the surrounding environment, there are definitely people living here. "Can you explain to me what these mean?" Mark said with a hint of anger in his voice. "Whoever puts these things on them, no one feels better." Mark tried his best to suppress his anger, it was already the limit. In the past, Mark had already sent his C-10 opposite party and the behind-the-scenes planner to send him to see Sarnaga. Allowing them to live 1 second longer in this world is regarded as Mark's forgiveness to them. "I'm sorry, I don't know about these things, but the only thing I can give you is that someone inside is secretly planning something, and the other party's power is still quite large." "I don't even know." "Then you mean, you guys can't find these guys, right?" "Okay, then I will use my method to solve the problem." Mark is also annoyed. "I originally thought that the other party could give me a reasonable explanation or solution, but I didn't expect to push myself completely and pretended to be a worthless one. If Nick really didn't know anything, how could it suddenly appear in that parking lot? In fact, I only know that they are Hydra hidden inside SHIELD, but I have no idea who they belong to and who planned this attack," Nick explained. Maria Hill, who was on the side, stood up and said, "Then we have some clues, but the evidence is unclear." Nick glared at him, but Hill did not see it at all. Mark was totally uninterested in singing red faces and white faces to the two of them. Although the other party's acting skills are really good, Mark doesn't believe that he is in this position, and he is also the two people who are the agents. Only a little EQ. "Since you can't give me the answer I want, I'll go find the answer myself. I don't think there is any conflict with us at all. I am very grateful for your help today, but it will not pose any threat to me." Speaking of Mark, he couldn't take the bullet off his shoulder. The medical staff who hurried over, a little overwhelmed with the medicine chest, watched as the wound on Mark's shoulder healed quickly. This extraordinary healing ability is outrageous, just like a monster. Not even a monster, there is no such strong healing ability. Nick felt more and more mysterious about the people in front of him, and it was even more difficult to guess his identity. Can't imagine what kind of person he is, even the record is seamless. P.S. I am the same as the eldest brother, so do NT worry about typos. Anyway, I would NT have to do it. Chapter 29, 4300W Tragedy. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 30 The 4300W Massacre. If there is no demand, then why not ask for it? New York City in the moonlight is still brightly lit. Only under the bright lights, I could suddenly see the darkness above the tall building. In this darkness, no one knows how many night walkers are walking through it. The bullet flew out and passed through the numerous streets, and no one could hear the screams of the dead. Aegis Bureau. This was already the sixth incident in this week. The killings were not only agents of SHIELD or key figures in the World Security Council. Although Nick knew that these things might have been done by one person, no one had found this haunted consultant since the difference a week ago. Only one copy of the death report and one photo of the deceased were received. The ending of a deceased person is different. But without exception, it was a fatal blow, leaving no traces or clues. With the assassination of the members of the First World Security Council, the other members of the Security Council were panicked and irreversible between China and Japan. Because they also fear that they will become the next target. They ordered S.H.I.E.L.D. to immediately identify the murderer and bring the murderer to justice. But SHIELD hasn't found any clues yet. Let me talk about it first. As a violent law enforcement agency, SHIELD can completely arrest people without proof, but they have no chance of arresting them. In a luxurious villa, silent intruders came into the villa's master room. The light blade hidden in the dark penetrated the target on the bed. The blood stained the sheets. The beautiful lady lying aside didn't notice what happened. Marco calculated his next goal, and when he was about to leave, the alarm sounded suddenly in the villa. Boom! A huge iron plate fell directly to the ground, completely sealing all entrances and exits. The person lying on the bed is indeed the target, but that is nothing more than a chess piece of the Hydra. In order to be able to catch Mark this guy, Hydra can be said to put long lines to catch big fish. Now they have finally captured Mark, but they do not intend to transform this fierce guy, they intend to kill Mark completely. A large amount of seawater was extracted from the ocean not far from this luxurious villa, and poured into the room continuously. With the gradual rise of the horizontal line, Mark also understood their thoughts. It is almost impossible to drown Mark through water. The combat uniform on Mark's body was able to live underwater, with no impact at all. In some planets with developed water resources, or in some planets completely covered by oceans, underwater combat is almost inevitable. The other party's abacus played well and drowned through water. Mark keeps it well, and the corpse will not cause much impact on the body. Even if he was not able to drown successfully, Mark would still be able to shock Mark by energizing in the water. It can be said to be a very good solution. It is a pity that the penetration of C-20 does not allow Mark to be low-key. Mark is now showdown, and he doesn't care about revealing anything. With the shot of the shotgun bullet, a whole special alloy steel plate was directly shot through. A lot of seawater rushed out along the gap, and Mark also rushed out along the gap. At the moment of landing, Mark rolled forward, and at the same time, a flash bomb followed Mark to do rolling motion on the ground. The dazzling white light took photos in an instant, and the eyes of all Hydra agents. Even those electronic devices have entered a state of temporary paralysis. Looking at the Hydra agents who were rolling on the ground with their eyes covered, Mark did not hesitate to shoot. These guys here are completely dead, and it's not worth Mark's distress at all. With the death of the last Hydra agent covering his eyes, Mark was finally relieved. But I did not expect a tank armor-piercing shell to explode directly beside Mark. Hydra not only prepared these agents, but it was already surrounded by various heavy weapons. Tank main gun, steel storm, flamethrower, stun gun. It can be said that for this action, the Hydra has made great efforts. It seems that during the days when I was away, you had a pretty exciting time. Emin's long-lost voice sounded again. Mark is now in no mood to take care of him, raising his hand is a shot through the tank just fired. With this suit of armor on your body now, you will definitely not be able to withstand external attacks. Unless you directly use the 12th level spiritual power. However, the powerful force that you explode, but it is likely to let other people in this world someone noticed. Emin said that Mark is the only possibility to break through the encirclement, but also why Mark is not used. That's right, the eruption of the 12th level Shinik power can indeed solve the immediate trouble, but it can also make some people in this world notice themselves, such as a bald mage or a one-eyed violent old man. After all, it seems like such a powerful force. Once they break out, these guys who claim to be the guardians of the earth are likely to use Mark as a threat to directly expel Mark from the earth. What are your great ideas? It takes energy, a huge amount of energy. Although the reincarnation of my world has changed, there are still many guys in my world who are resisting. Not long ago, Kailas and Abathur were in Kyadur. The channel attacked my troops. I lost 43 million of my most loyal subordinates. This hatred cannot be ignored. But to open a new space-time channel requires a lot of energy, and now the energy in my hand is also a bit stretched. So if you can get the energy source of this world, lend me 2 days. Shut up for Lao Tzu. Asking for people will have to show the attitude of asking for people. If you want to use the universe Rubik's Cube, you will finally show your current position. It turned out that the thing is called the universe cube. I don't know what that thing is called. It seems that there is a clear goal now. You guys. Mark is also very angry about Emin's own words, but there is no way. In that case, let my subordinates help you. Accompanied by a burst of light artifacts in the room. 2 Templars suspended in the air, wrapped in red lightning, appeared. Unstoppable. P.S. The 2 owed to you before coming here today, I will supply you tomorrow, so do nt worry. 4300W is really miserable. Chapter 30, Young People. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 31 Young People. Unstoppable. Accompanied by a cry from the bright console. A powerful plasma lightning shock wave rushed outside. Normal vehicles and walls have no way to resist this powerful energy impact. This is not a normal attack, it is the power gained by sacrificing 2 Templars of Light. Every Protoss warrior is Protoss' most precious resource, they are more important than anything. Even those enthusiasts who rush to the front of the battlefield have instant teleportation devices. Because of racial fertility and other reasons, the population of Protoss has never been as large as expected. In more cases, Protoss relied on high-tech equipment such as drones to fight. For example, Sentinel robots are also drone groups of aircraft carriers. It's just that the light from the bright console in front of him is not the kind of blue and white light. It was red. Like a bright console coming out of the sea of corpses. This is not the first time Mark has met the bright console. He had encountered these powerful fighters before fighting Emin. But in front of him, the console gave Mark a strange feeling. This is the union of my 2 most loyal subordinates. Now he has a new name. Nadu. Emin's voice sounded again. Mark did not respond to Emin's words, but followed Nadu and rushed out. Mark wants to escape from here in the fastest time. As for the bright console, if the 2 guys shot this world, they might be able to suppress it. Even if others can hurt, it is definitely not fatal. Like all the reptiles before, Mark clearly can be cleaned up, but Mark doesn't have the skill and is not his own. Archbishop Mark, we are about to send, please stay by my side and I will protect you. What? Mark's black face questioned. What is the Archbishop? Other title marks are acceptable, but this title mark is not acceptable. But now is not the time to talk about these things. With a flicker of white light, Mark and Nadu were transmitted to places tens of kilometers away. Originally still shining, Nadu became languishing, as if it was lack of electricity. Archbishop, I need to return to rest, please pay attention to your safety. Enter Amen. Another teleport, Nadu disappeared. If it were the last sentence, Mark thought he had seen the soldiers he once knew. What a pity. Among the Mark villas in New York. During this time Mark is away, and Mark's phone is turned off. The young reporter was very worried about Mark. The previous events have been hyped to the extreme. After all, paper cannot cover the fire, and there are too many witnesses, even if the Hydra wants to suppress it is unlikely. So at this time, Hydra began to guide the direction of public opinion. Push everything to the two police officers and the New York State administration. The situation of the New York Police Department, which had been so famous, is even worse. Mark's phone has never been able to get through, and the New York Police Department is going crazy, and the parties will come out without conspiracy theories. Expect the rumors to stop at the wise, but still hope that the real money is lost. In this world of entertainment to death and the internet, everyone is hiding behind the keyboard and doing what they think they are superheroes. Especially in this world, the superheroes in this world are constantly demanding. I completely forgot who risked his life to protect the city. Sheng Mi-en, Do Mi-chiu. This sentence is probably the best interpretation. The sky that looked up is the sky of Tyrone. This famous satellite lighting in the interstellar world was also brought into Marvel's world by Mark's cover, and now has become Mark's mobile ringtone. Which one? Where did you go, Mark? Why didn't you get a call during this time? Are you imprisoned? A few consecutive questions made Mark a little bit overwhelmed. What is this and what? But Mark, the caller, was heard by the young reporter Yerl. I said, my big reporter, I'm fine, don't you be so anxious. How about finding a place to have a meal, and talk slowly? Mark said, touching his a little hungry stomach. Chinatown, Orange Cat Cousin Hot Pot. The reporter hung up after reporting an address. When Mark smiled, he took the little reporter to go once, and the little reporter remembered the name of the hot pot restaurant. It was really. Sure enough, no one can refuse the power of hot pot. Orange Cat Cousin Hot Pot Shop. The boss of someone who becomes a little cousin is a fat man like an orange cat. In his 20s, he followed his parents to open this hot pot restaurant in this Chinatown. Because the taste has always been great, it has been taken care of by many regular customers. Carrying guests off is like snowballing. The business has grown, but the boss still runs errands himself. Have a drink with a familiar old customer from time to time. It can be said to be a very friendly boss. Cousin, spicy pot, don't make that drooling. I want Sichuan to drip. I want BACD. Mark sitting on this shouted to the boss. The boss smiled when he heard the dialect in this hometown. Although he lived in the United States in his 10th year, his parents still like to speak in dialect. Nothing makes people feel at ease. Foreign country, a sentence from home, I am afraid it is the best comfort. Waiting for the pot, Mark looked at the little reporter looking like a monster in front of him and said, what's the matter? Don't you like to adjust the sauce? And don't you buy some milk tea or something? Don't blame me when it's spicy. Ha ha ha. Remembering how the young reporter was spiced last time, Mark just wanted to laugh. I'm not what I was. I went to a Sichuan restaurant before and ate the authentic Zhou Zongtang chicken there. I will never be the same again. Yerl said confidently. Mark didn't hit her, something like zozongtang chicken. Chinese food? Do not make jokes. Come on. Eat well. The boss came to the two with hot pot. Water. Give me water. No. I want milk. Haha. The reporter said, looking at Mark with red tongue and red eyes. Mark didn't move and smiled aside, looking at her embarrassment. Young man, you are still too young. Mark said as he pulled a piece of fur belly out of the pot. But just put it in my mouth. So the two foreigners were drinking milk with red eyes. The boss at the counter, looking at the situation there, smiled and said, Young man. There were 2 last week and 1 this week. Chapter 31, Transform. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 32 Transformation. Here Mark and the reporter are really happy to eat. A call made Mark's good mood all disappear. Mark, if I have something unexpected, you must protect the little pepper. A weak voice rang from the phone. This is Tony Stark's voice. Mark immediately realized that something was wrong. Where are you? Don't talk about some of them, tell me where you are now. I don't have the habit of helping others adopt a wife and daughter. Mark said with a gesture, thinking of the little reporter. The little reporter is also enlightened. Tony's seaside villa. Tony has just suffered the biggest betrayal in his life. People who are regarded as relatives have always wanted to die. Betray. This feeling makes the arrogant Tony reflect on whether he has failed too much. But I don't have so many opportunities. Tony, who had fallen in front of the workbench, looked at the old reactor close by, but there was no way to reach out. I'm really embarrassed. Tony looked at himself in the glass not far away. Tony, who is known as a genius, now falls to the ground like a dead dog. Watching his life continually passing by. The eyes gradually closed. But in his ear he heard something that was not familiar. Aren't you a genius? Don't you want world peace? Don't die for me now. Mark's electric shock worked. Tony, who had fallen into a coma, finally recovered. Tony, who regained the reactor, finally recovered from the edge of life and death. You are about to go to the equipment platform. Mark stepped forward to stop Tony and said, Can your current strength support you to complete a battle? Along the way, Mark has known everything, and also knows that the current battle armor of Obadistan is not the original junk. It was the ultimate weapon built entirely by Tony Stark. Tony was stunned himself, and he knew that if this was his own fight, it was likely to be fierce. Take a break. I'll go ahead and prepare more weapons and energy. I'll fight for you enough time. Anyway, am I also a safety consultant for Stark Industries? Mark smiled. Tony finally made the most correct decision of his life. Make sure to protect Pepper's safety, Mark. I owe you a favor. Tony said solemnly. Come on. Save you from the cave and you owe me more than a favor. You still owe me a life. Mark said wearing a ghost helmet. If you want to blame you, you know too much. You can obviously not intervene in these things, but you are confused by Tony's guy. So you can't keep you now. Abad-Stein raised himself arrogantly said his iron fist at Pepper. The fist fell at an extremely fast speed, and Pepper felt that his life had come to an end. But at this moment a red light flashed and Abad's mecha arm was cut off. Looking at this armor made by Tony, it was actually damaged in this way, and Obade couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Who is this guy? Are you Tony? No. That guy doesn't have this equipment. Abadi said excitedly. It's a pity that Mark didn't reply to Obade's question. A vigorous step went up, rushed through the arm of the Iron Overlord, and then the inertia of the charge, Mark turned over, and the smooth blade in his hand completely cut off the Iron Overlord's arm. A lot of electric sparks splashed out of the gap. What? Obedi completely cannot understand why there is such a strong presence in this world. Isn't the other person human? The machine gun mounted on his shoulder began to rotate and fired at Mark. Mark uses his speed of action plus a shield. Barely escaped the first round of shooting. Mark, who was hiding behind the cement column, looked at the clamoring Obedi over there, looked at the inhibitor in his hand, and chose whether to use it. In order to let himself be discovered by the guardians of this world, Mark has been using inhibitors, and now it is just time to use them. If Mark does not use inhibitors, Mark can explode all the energy. 12th level Chinook unit with a maximum human detection level. Mark is not the Queen of Blades. The original enhanced Queen of Blades has already exceeded the intensity of the 12 level. It is a pity that human detection level is only 12, which is the upper limit of human detection. Are you a coward? Hiding? Do you think it's enough for you to hide? Obedi yelled. Mark finally did not use the inhibitor in his hand, walked out of the cement column and looked at Obedi. Obedi saw Mark's appearance and thought that Mark was ready to take a break. Unfortunately, Mark is not. I originally thought that I could not use it when I came to this world. I didn't expect that the first time I used it was your kind. I am very afraid of trouble, so I can't crush things that I can crush. The helmet was removed, and Mark looked at Obedi and said. Obedi finally recognized the identity of the other party, the security consultant who rescued Tony before. Although I don't know what happened in the middle, I can be sure that the other party is very strong and mysterious. Now it seems that the guy on the opposite side has the unknown ability. Who I thought it was the consultant that Tony had hired. Did you think you succeeded in cutting off one of my Iron Overlord's arms? Obedi's arrogant voice came from the loudspeaker. Mark did not reply to him. As the clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, a lightning flashed from Mark's body to the sky. No, it was rushing into the sky from Mark's body. Thunder rolled. Numerous Chinook tentacles appeared from behind Mark, and Mark's eyes were also full of red light. The fingers have become sharp claws, and the body is still growing. The face was gradually wrapped in thick bone plates, leaving only a pair of eyes. Hell, Mark's combat uniform was missing and intact, as if it was specifically prepared to be used at this time. You really used it. Emin directed his subordinates to occupy the skylock and felt Mark use this power to laugh. Now, Mark said with a snarling voice like a suppressed beast. Seeing that even the Iron Overlord had to bow down a huge creature with more than one head, Obedi was born with fear in his heart. In the remote Asgard, God Odin felt this evil power. And on the top of the snow, the same is true of a bald mage. P.S. I do not know if Mark is fighting better than a puppy, and who said that adding an Emin is the ultimate wage earner. I should not be able to appear in the Marvel world with the Golden Fleet. Then I might as well write the last battle directly. Is Emin a tool man? Chapter 32, Tony spoils. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 33 Tony's Disruption. The steel storm and micro-missiles formed by the bullets were launched towards Mark, but these were not the biggest threats. The biggest threat still stems from this new version of the Stark Disaster Relief Chest Energy Cannon made entirely by the genius Tony Stark. Central energy has also been transformed to fully carry the operation and work of this giant armor. The closest thing to the appearance is that Igor, the 38th in the Mark series, is the most similar. The armor that was originally used to lift and carry heavy objects has now become the war weapon of Obedi Stan. With the impact of energy, the entire body is beginning to be fixed to prevent it from being hit by the impact force. Mark looked at the main gun that was about to fire and reached out to grab the energy core in his chest. Hey! As a mortal can force me to use this power, you are already very good, but then you are invited to die. Mark motivated to suppress his negative emotions. Something left in the laboratory caused a reaction. Even though he has been reborn in this world, Mark's own energy and transformation have not disappeared. The 12th level Shinik unit, this power is not a gift at all, it is simply a curse. Once Adonis took the entire Protoss to try to help Mark come into contact with this horrible uncontrollable state, but in the end it failed. But the only thing that is still good is that Mark had no way to close it on his own, but now it can be forced to end. I threw the C-20 that had no way to penetrate the armor of the Iron Overlord in front of me. That's why Mark transformed. Conventional weapons and attacks have no way to harm the Iron Turtle in front of them. Even Shinik blades can only affect joints. It is also very difficult to penetrate thoroughly in other places with a lot of armor protection. For example, the cockpit of Obadi. As long as it is not a close-range nuclear explosion, there is basically no harm. I have to say that Tony's genius was really cocooning himself. Only in this state can Mark now defeat Obadi. If you fire directly at this distance, the final result is that Obadi will blow himself to death. Obadi, who wants to survive, is naturally impossible to attack at this time. So Mark was given a chance. Lightning prepared by Mark's other hand pierced the missile compartment of Obadi's back. However, because of the special treatment, even if it was attacked in this way, the micro-missiles stored in it were not killed. Obadi tried to use only one arm left. Do you know? I have been in this world for such a long time, many things are bothering me. Tony's things, your things, Shield's things, or those hidden in the Dark Hydra. One by one did not intend to let me go. I thought I found Tony. I will have less things in the future, but I was wrong. Even Tony Stark has a lot of trouble, I can't help myself. Do you know why I told you so much? Mr. Obadi Stan. Obadi seems to have seen Mark's purpose, the boss with staring eyes, but unfortunately Mark can't see his face wrapped in steel. Only dead people will say nothing, of course, like this invisible secret, it's much better to say it. Thank you for your contribution to me. Now you can die with peace of mind. As Mark prepares to use his strongest Shinik storm to end Obadi completely, Tony appeared in new armor. This new set of armor is specially prepared for the set of steel overlords in Obadi. Each weapon is used for forced landing, especially the armor-piercing armor-wrapped rounds that can easily open a gap on the surface of the Iron Overlord. It's just how much damage can really cause to Iron Overlord, then it will only be known through actual combat. Looking at the monster and the Iron Overlord not far away, Tony felt a little surprised. Tony has a hard time understanding the current situation. Mark watched Tony's arrival and released his transformation. With the coming of separation, there is no need to continue to maintain this state. And Mark can also be sure that Tony will eventually be forced to kill Obadi. The reason why Mark is so confident is that the old man in front of him is already crazy. How about Pepper? Tony worried about his lover for the first time. Mark pointed to Pepper, who was not far away, to protect her position and said, "Relax, that she is good, there is no problem. One hair does not fall, you can rest assured." Looking at Pepper, who was still safe, Tony's heart hanging in the air was finally put down. If you ask anyone in this world who can worry Playboy, then it must be Pepper. Thank you, I owe you a favor. You got it? Is it still the case? Remember to increase my salary. Mark said to pick up the C-20 on the ground again. As for his combat uniform, it is no longer usable. Mark doesn't want to evaluate other people's feelings, nor do he want to evaluate other people's feelings. Only two people have been so hypocritical, I am afraid they will lose a lot. Especially after the world I've intervened in, I can see a lot of things from the change of the Iron Overlord. The original Tony also took great risks to finally defeat the Iron Overlord, but now Tony needs to pay a greater price and face greater danger. The strongest Shinik storm did not come out, which also made Obadi Stan lucky to leave alive. Tony stood in front of the Iron Overlord who had lost one arm at this time and said, "Obadi will just catch him. You have no chance of winning." "Tony, do you know? How much did you pay for this company? Neither your father nor you. It's just that this company is used as a toy, and everything is thrown to me to wipe my butt. Obviously I paid everything for this company, but why are you profiting more than two of you? Obviously, I put all my efforts into the company. If you do not choose to close the arms department, then we still have everything we need. But you have to insist on closing, you have to bring the whole company into the abyss. Once the industrial empire that I built up is destroyed, I will never allow you to do so. No way." It was full of crazy sounds and passed through the megaphone. Obadi is now completely mad and has lost his original reason. He no longer cares about anything else, all he cares about now is to kill Tony Stark and completely control the entire Stark industry. Of course, by the way, we must also solve this Mark Communing and Pepper Potts hiding there. P.S. So it's really jumpy reading. I wrote some questions and reasons in the comment area, so I won't talk about them here. Chapter 33, Betrayal is Always Sad. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 34, Betrayal is Always Sad. Looking at Tony Stark and Obadi Stan fighting in the distance. Mark himself is also reflecting on what he has done during this time. Is it too impulsive? He turned into a disagreement and almost fell into a violent state, and the negative emotions were also a little overwhelming. At first, the Archbishop combined with more than a dozen Templars of Light to help Mark to guide his mind, and finally let Mark master this negative emotional state. But now there are some signs of collapse in this state. It's as if the jointly established defense line is about to be broken by this evil. Perhaps this is the last time Mark uses this power in this world. Before he is sure, Mark is likely to completely dust off this force. But it is a pity that the guy hidden in Mark's body does not seem to want Mark to seal this force. In the battle between Tony and Obadi clearly took the advantage. Even if Tony had already prepared the armor-piercing bullet before he came, but in the face of a crazy and lifeless attack, Tony was still caught off guard. After all, he is a playboy. Even after learning some melee combat skills, I have long forgotten it. What's more, this is a battle between mechs, and some promotion fighting skills simply do not work. For example, the use of some joint techniques at this time does not have any effect at all. With the help of brute force, Obadi can easily complete Tony's abuse. I have to say, Tony, you are really a genius, creating such a perfect weapon. It is simply the pinnacle of human weapons, and even a nuclear bomb cannot be compared with it. From this point of view, you are better than your father. Better, but you are an idiot in emotional intelligence like your father. Obadi punched Tony on the cheek, sneeringly said. If someone compares him with his father, he will be very happy, especially when he is more accomplished than his father. He doesn't want to surpass his father all the time. This kind of child's rebellious thought is quite normal and understandable. Especially Tony, did not receive much attention from his father. You are not worthy of talking about my father. You are not worthy of wearing this armor, you are a shameful and mean liar and thief. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. I never imagined that the closest person would betray one day. This feeling is unbearable for most people. I don't deserve it. Why do I deserve it? Who is obsessed with wine all day? Don't manage the company? Who shuts himself in the house and starts his own research as a shopkeeper? Who ignores the market and forces the arms department to close? It's you, Tony Stark, not me, Obadi Stan. The whole company is maintained by me, why do I deserve it? You are the one who really does not deserve it. Obadi screamed at Tony Starr. Cried. So you are going to kill me? Betray me, in Afghanistan? At my house? I still trust you so much, I also prepared this armor for you. Tony said that his emotions are already somewhat abnormal, right? An armor-piercing bullet came directly from Obadi Stan's cheek. Launching such an armor-piercing projectile at this close range may also cause damage and impact on Tony itself. But even Tony didn't think that the defense strength of the armor he made was too high. The armor-piercing projectile did penetrate the shell armor smoothly. After the explosion, it did bring a lot of damage. Did not penetrate completely. The shock caused by the explosion made Obadi a little bit slow. Anyway, this is after all controlled by people. Obadi gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and the steel storm fell on Tony. Tony, struck by countless bullets, can only raise his arm in front of the face shield. Even if the body has been fixed by external auxiliary equipment, it is constantly repelled by the impact of the steel storm. The asphalt road was easily plowed with 2 cracks. Mark, I'm okay here. Will you help Tony? Pepper looked at Tony, who was suppressed by Obadi, quite worried. Mark also recovered from his own thinking, looking at the picture of fighting in the distance. In this kind of melee combat without too many skills, the thicker the armor, the better the advantage. Caliber? Hurt? Choke? At first, no one thought that those thunder beasts that could only be melee close to each other were considered deadly danger. After all, in the eyes of the human empire, these behemoths are completely living targets of siege tanks and heavy mechas. During the Battle of Positions, they could not even approach the positions. Through its diamond-shaped chitinous worm shells, the Thunder Beast resisted the damage of the Thor's hammer-type heavy artillery of the siege tank-piercing shock mortar and the heavy armor Thor. Even position artillery of some large positions. Of course, it does not mean that these giant monsters are not doing enough damage. With these technical forms, my single molecule can easily cut new steel alloy plates or more rare alien matter into fragments. The Obadi in front of him is just like Thunder Beast. Not only does it have an excellent defensive shell, but it can also suppress Tony's small body with the modern weapon pair on his body. Tony can't even use his palm gun and chest cluster gun now. It's not that I do nt want to, but I do nt have a chance. Okay, but before that, I have to send you to a safe place first. Mark is looking for Coulson, who survived not far from the safe place. Running hurriedly, he had a deep wound on his shoulder, which appeared to be the injury he had just suffered while facing the Iron Overlord. Before waiting for Mark to speak, Pepper, who has always cared about others, took the initiative to ask, "Are you all right?" "It's okay, just a little injury." Coulson's eyes could not help paying attention to the position generator that was generating shields on the ground. Mark knew that if he wanted to safely transport Pepper away from here, he must take this thing away, so he said to Coulson, "This is a position generator, you can open a shield to protect you. Hold this takes Miss Pepper to leave. Let me and Tony take the next battle." Not long ago, he suffered a loss in Mark's hands. Shield naturally knew Mark's combat effectiveness. So without a word, Coulson left with little Pepper. Although C-20 has no way to penetrate Obadi's external armor completely, it is enough to attract his attention and destroy some weapons and equipment. Just listening to the bang, the steel storm equipped in the hands of the Iron Overlord has been destroyed. Chapter 34, The Death of Obadi, Last Week's Debt. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 35 The Death of Obadi, Last Week's Debt. The battlefield quickly moved from Stark's industrial area to the viaduct not far away. Obadi is also very clear that in this small area, there is no other cover. With the now damaged Iron Overlord and Tony and Mark, it is quite irrational for the two to fight. He must have enough chips to successfully escape when he falls. The viaduct not far away and the ordinary citizens above are his best bargaining chips. I have to say that it is very mean to do so, but for a baddie, meanness is a pass for the mean. As the giant iron overlord appeared on the viaduct, the traffic on the viaduct was instantly disrupted. A middle-aged woman was carrying her 3 children on an elevated road, looking at the huge mech that suddenly appeared in front of her. The middle-aged woman was also shocked. Immediately after this, huge mech grabbed his car and threw it at another Iron Man. Although the women recognized it, it was not long ago that they saved New York, the Iron Man of the Brooklyn Bridge, but the middle-aged woman who had been on the throttle and finally ran over from Tony. Even though the woman regretted it very much, there was nothing to do with such a small person and Tony. Jarvis, start Plan B. Yes, Master, but I want to remind you. You have only 30% of energy left. If you continue that high-intensity battle, you have to replace your reactor after 15 minutes. Jarvis cared to remind. I know, you just need to display these things directly in the panel, don't remind me. Tony's mood is also very bad now. Tony flew towards the sky with great speed. In the back, Obadi was not far behind, driving his iron overlord to catch up with Tony. Tony, you can't run away, said the energy-enriched Obadi, hugging Tony who was still flying upward. As Obadi prepared to kill Tony, Tony's words reversed the whole situation. Then do you know the problem of freezing at high altitudes? Tony said proudly. What? Haven't waited for Obadi to speak. Tony's chest energy gun is ready. The white energy ray hit the iron overlord of Obadi, and the impact of the huge armor falling to the ground at this height can absolutely make the people inside be shocked alive. What's more, Tony uses the cluster gun to accelerate. Mark on the ground naturally cannot do nothing. The C-20 in hand is already aimed at the 4 thrust engines of Opadri. 4 shots in a row, 1 shot did not fall. Even without a propeller, Obadi recovered from the frozen state, there is no way to offset this impact. A heavy impact sounded, and the ambition of Obadistan died under the viaduct outside the Stark Industrial Zone. Wrapped in a huge iron coffin, farewell to the world he longed for. The rain fell as if to see off this ambition. Tony came to the Iron Overlord and forcibly opened the Iron Overlord's face shield. Tony already knew the result long ago, but he was always a little unwilling to look at it himself. Looking at Obadi, who was bleeding from Kikiao, Tony's heart was a little lost. This feeling is very strange, very strange. Mark walked to Tony's side to confirm the death of Obadi. Before Tony responded, Mark just shot Obadi's head. Tony looked at the dead body who couldn't recognize it, and said angrily, "What are you doing? Do what I should do. You can let the people know that you are Iron Man, but you can't let the people know that you are a murderer. And it is you who always care about your uncle who killed you. You know what I mean. Tony, this thing has not been under our control since the beginning." Mark put away the C-20 and said. Tony knows that Mark is right. Maybe there is money in this country that can really do whatever he wants, but some things can't be skipped after all. The matter is over, but the aftermath caused by the matter is not over. The battle that took place on the viaduct was seen by many people. More people sent this battle to the internet, so that more and more people saw this battle of robots. There are hardly any pictures of Mark except S.H.I.E.L.D. Carlson opened the video at the first time of the battle between Mark and Obadi. The huge body between Mark and Obadi was recorded, but the picture was extremely blurred. From the powerful psionic power contained in Mark's body, the surrounding electronic products have a more or less impact. Press conference of Stark Industry News. Tony is accepting the little pepper to help him organize his hair and clothes, and Agent Carlson is not far away, holding a prepared statement. Today's protagonist is still Tony Stark, but Carlson still gave Mark another speech. Mark, as one of the parties and one of the participants today, naturally knows the specific content of the essay entrusted to you. A mysterious bodyguard? I think this identity is very suitable for you, Mark. Tony said to Mark with his hand in his hand. Are you planning to let me carry this pot? Mark asked, looking at Carlson in surprise. Theoretically yes, but this is very good for you, such as what you planned to do recently. Before Carlson finished, Tony interrupted him. I don't think it's necessary. I was on the yacht at that time, and many people proved it to me. It was too fake. And why is there no Stan in it? Tony still cherishes Obadiah's death, and has never let go of it. This kind of thing is really hard to forget. He was on a small plane at that time. You know that such small planes are often prone to accidents. Damn, you're sure you aren't kidding me, it's like those TV dramas that are indiscriminate. Tony said, looking at Carlson angrily. Believe it or not, it's their business. Carlson left the room. I have to say that Carlson's position is today, it is still a bit capable. Pepper Tony whispered in his ear and left the room, leaving only Mark and Tony in the room. And just a few minutes later, the two are about to take the stage. What are you going to do? Tony said to Mark. Mark did not hesitate to tear the words in his hand into pieces, and then threw them into the trash can. P.S. 25 tickets can be added at a time. 2 copies of this week will be given to you tomorrow. Slipped away. There are also some comment zone authors, do NT read it if you feel bad. No one forced you to watch. If you are so powerful, please write. My protagonist must be better than the bully, must ignore the infinite gems, and must be able to crush OAA. You can find other authors for that kind of cool article. I'm so emaciated, thank you. Chapter 35, Public Identity. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 36 Public Identity. With fierce applause, Tony Stark walked to the stage under Mark's escort. Mark stood under the stage as if he were a full-time bodyguard. The people present didn't cast the realization on Mark long before they turned their attention to Tony. In any case, it's the existence of a star and a billionaire. The most important thing is also the parties today. I know that all of you present here want to know about the explosion that happened yesterday in the Stark Industrial Energy Department and the battle between the robots seen by a large number of witnesses. Tony's words were not finished yet. The reporter who was entangled with Tony said, Mr. Stark, you shouldn't say, all this is just the result of some human error. There is also the so-called mystery bodyguard. Of course not. Tony looked at the words in his hand and froze for a long time. He didn't say a word. Everyone present was looking forward to a message from Tony Stark. Regardless of whether the news is informative or not, it is enough to make tomorrow's headlines. At least their rice bowls don't have to worry. The reality is. Tony put down his words. Am Iron Man. Tony Stark confessed his identity. The whole audience was sensational, want to get all the news of Tony in the first time. The female reporter looked at Tony in front of everyone and said, Mr. Stark, can you explain to us, another mysterious warrior fighting with you? The entire conference hall fell into silence once again, and these greedy reporters would not let go of this important information. Any little bit of information can give them countless inspirations and opportunities to mix water. It is better to expect these reporters and the media to report conscious and truthful reports than to expect to drop gold coins tomorrow. In the age of entertainment to death, everyone is the one who is entertained. Tony looked at the female reporter in front of him. He was so regretful now. Why did he go to bed with such a difficult woman? Chrissy. It's Kristen, but for Mr. Stark, there is nothing worth remembering about us as an unknown soldier. Kristen said to Stark without fear. It seems that what stands before Stark is not a reporter named Christine, but an agent named Natalie. Tony is not without facing such a sharp scene. It's just that Tony doesn't know how to deal with the situation. With a hot head, he announced that he was an Iron Man, but he didn't expect these greedy reporters not only want to know the identity of Iron Man, but also want to know the identity of Mark. Tony can declare to everyone that he is Iron Man, but he must not declare to others that Mark is the mysterious person of the day. Invade the privacy of others. It's a very troublesome thing in this country. Even Stark Industries, which has the strongest legal regiment at the landing site, is the same. Now Stark's industrial stocks have been in a process of decline. The announcement of Iron Man's identity today may be able to make Stark Industrial's stocks slightly warmer, but if this scandal occurs, Stark's stocks will be a plunge. Tony can see the future appear, and this is for sure. Tony looked unconsciously at Mark, not far away. But Mark had disappeared long ago, as if it didn't exist there at all. Christine subconsciously followed Tony's eyes and looked in the direction of Mark's strategy before, but saw nothing. Then a ghost agent appeared in front of everyone. The scene boiled again. Rod, standing beside Tony, said to Tony's ear, "This is what you prepared." The military naturally knew about the battle that night and some situations that night, but everyone chose it and closed their mouths, and no one said it. It's as if Tony is Iron Man. This identity has already been collected by the military, but the military cannot collect the identity of the mysterious person. Tony hasn't said it from beginning to end. No surveillance video captured Mark's true face. Tony shrugged, saying that this has nothing to do with himself, this is not his plan. Mark took off his mask slowly, and the flash flashed quickly. The brief few seconds made the whole venue bright for a few minutes. "There should be no problem, boss." Mark smiled at Tony. Tony is now very angry and funny, and finally said, "Since the person has also stood up, let me introduce you, Mark Communing, which is what I call the mysterious bodyguard." Under the astonishment of Colonel Rod and the reporters, Tony Stark introduced Mark to the crowd. There was a proud look on his face, as if Mark had done everything he did. The reporters didn't stop the camera in their hands, the flashlight turned on again and again, and this picture was recorded. Every picture is likely to be on the front page of the previous day. After the press conference, Colonel Rod was very angry about Tony and Mark's disregard for the situation and directly exposed his identity. Whether it's Tony or Mark, neither. None of them are members of the military system, and the military has no compulsory means to interfere with their freedom of movement and speech. Even the two controversial suits are not qualified for military intervention. Tony's explanation of the Mark series armor on him is exactly a set of aircraft. And Mark's harsh environment survival suit. Coupled with the strength of Stark Industries, it is almost impossible to take away from two people by force. Of course, it is impossible for the military to stop there. They are also looking for the right opportunity and the right time. It is also possible to the two sets of armor from the hands of two people, or to take one of them. However, there is something they did not know. During this time, the Hydra quietly obtained all the data of Obadiah Stan's set of Iron Overlord. Compared to Tony Stark's Jarvis system, it helps Obadiah Stan without the help of artificial intelligence. It's a scum in cyber defense. Mark naturally did not know about this matter, which was completely an accident derived from it. Chapter 36, Bullet Piercing the Heart. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 37 The Bullet Pierced. The Sonqui Building, SHIELD, or Hydra headquarters. The Hydra, who has obtained Tony's armor, is developing his own armor. With complete drawings, the speed of development is not as slow as expected, but rather quickly. It's just that even with the complete armor drawings, there is still no way to make this armor equipped on a large scale. On the surface, it is still the Hydra organization of SHIELD. On the surface, it has not yet mastered the use of the universe cube. Even it is possible to use a large amount of intelligence obtained during the Second World War as a reason. It is still untenable. Various countries and organizations will not let go of these tight production lines. When Steve Rogers attacked the Hydra base, he destroyed most of the bases, of course, including these production lines, and finally grabbed the universe cube. The countries involved in this war are absorbing the technology in this base, but those technologies are nothing more than fur. The real core was still obtained by the Scientific and Strategic Legion at that time, which is now S.H.I.E.L.D., but after these waves of hands were transferred back to Hydra. You gang of waste! Tony Stark can make a miniature reactor with a pile of scrap copper and rotten iron in that broken cave. With so much resources, you can't make anything. I want you. What's the use? Alexander Pierce scolded the researchers. These scientific researchers from the Hydra can only bow their heads and dare not refute. The Hydra's strict internal ranks made them never rise to the idea of resistance. They seem to be high above the ground, they are researchers and wisdom owners. Have the best benefits in almost the entire organization, of course, except those leaders and cadres. But apart from their wisdom, their remaining value is worthless. As for picking a pick? Non-existent, Hydra's external brutality can be said to be well known. I have never been soft-hearted towards the inside. It can be said that it is even more cruel than outsiders. Especially during the reign of the Red Skull. But sir, we are only ordinary people after all, we are not Tony Stark. The scientific researcher wanted to make some rebuttals, but he was quickly hit by a shot. White lab coats on several scientific researchers around the blood-red brain plasma were everywhere, greatly deterring them, and letting them swallow all the things they wanted to say next. I gave you the drawings, gave you the plan, and gave you enough energy. All I asked was for you to make an armor similar to Tony Stark. I don't think the conditions I gave you were harsh. If you can't take out a decent product before me tomorrow, then you can go down and meet the Red Skull. Not all of the Hydra like the leader of the Red Skull very much. There are many people who are quite disdainful of the Red Skull, but the power of the Red Skull at that time can only be subject to the power of the Skull. The so-called dare to speak out is probably the situation now. Even if they have many complaints, they can only obediently close their mouths and continue to work here. Nick can be said to be quite concerned about what happened recently within S.H.I.E.L.D. The point is that a newly formed research organization suddenly appeared, led by Alexander Pierce. Mark broke some special things before. Immediately after, Mark was attacked suddenly. This proves that what Mark said is likely to be true, plus Nick is full of skepticism inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Moreover, there are many things in S.H.I.E.L.D. itself that are too weird, and the truth of the matter has not been found until now. Even after investing a lot of energy and effort to check, it did not find any results. In the beginning, when there were few such things, Nick's promotion to an old agent was not too doubtful, but as more and more things became more and more clues and chains of evidence disappeared. And when these clues and evidence chains point to the same organization, it makes people feel that something is not normal. Most of the disconnections were reported by agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to see the target person in person, or the clues were cleared in advance. Secretary, we found an unprecedented bullet in the previous Stark industrial battle. So far we have not analyzed what firearm this bullet was shot from, but what is certain is that the technological level of making this bullet is quite high. Coulson reported to Nick Fury what he had investigated before. Nick looked at Coulson and didn't show too much surprise, but the moment he received the bullet, Nick's expression changed a little bit. On the other hand, was surprised by the particularity of the bullet, while on the other hand the bullet symbolized someone. A black bullet that can penetrate his own heart. Really? The technical level at this stage can't be manufactured. Let it be studied by the scientific research department. Remember to help me take out the 82-year-old bottle of red wine. I'm going to visit the fellow communing. Yes, remember to follow the previous plan, let Natasha lurking into Stark Industries. Nick got up and dropped the bullet to Coulson. Coulson also understood the task entrusted to himself. Nick does have a small wine cellar, but there is not much wine in it, and he doesn't drink much. Even drinking alcohol will keep your brain awake. In the cafe under the Stark building, Natasha, who was preparing to apply for a job at Stark Industries, was sitting in the cafe. Coulson deliberately dropped the two tails that followed his back and came to the cafe. Natasha, Nick has begun to suspect the bullet. If nothing goes wrong, the bullet will soon be sent to the institute. Natasha nodded and said, I didn't expect that from Stark's side. You continue to stare at this, but I don't want to focus on the Stark guy now. Mark is our goal now. Coulson finished sorting his suit and left quickly. Cafe. Only Natasha was left, and there was a pile of papers where Coulson was sitting. Chapter 37, Man-Made Knife. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 38. Stark Building. Tony was lying on the sofa, holding a glass of champagne in his hands and watching the overwhelming reports on TV. He didn't seem to pay attention, but silently wrote down the number of news for himself and Mark. Peppa, with a pile of papers beside him, looked at Tony's dangling look, completely unaware of the distress, so he didn't get angry. Let's just count on Tony to be a warm man or something. Tony, can't you learn from other people's Mark? If you don't want to do something, then give me a little less trouble. Pepper pointed to Mark, who was participating in the show on TV. TV. Mark didn't know Tony's situation at this time. He still talked with the host about his achievements. You don't seem to have undergone any rigorous training before. Why can you be so calm when facing two bank robbers again? The host deliberately brought the topic to some of the hottest topics. Mark didn't mean to hide, this has nothing to do with my own daily life. I usually know to constrain myself. In fact, each of us is a hero, but we are bound by life, we just the person who protects changes from everyone to the person around him. Thank you for your answer, and thank you very much for being able to participate in today's interview. The host said that the screen has also been cut into the advertisement. The first ad that appeared was Hanmer Industries, a rival of Stark Industries. Looking at the com mark on TV, Tony felt a little uncomfortable. If he really wants to appear, it is easier than drinking water, but his worth does not allow him to appear casually. Tony is not an artist, but he is more important than anyone for his reputation or face. But even Tony didn't understand why he was uncomfortable. Say jealousy, what is jealousy? What do you admire? When nothing is true, Tony himself is a little confused. Even now Tony has begun to restrain Stark Industries, but the weapons that had flowed out of a baddie's hands were the pain of Tony's life. Tony has something called responsibility in his own heart. Because he believed too much in others, he caused Obadi to deceive himself and buy the arms on both sides. Or because of his belief, Obadi obtained the Iron Overlord he made. Tony didn't listen to Little Pepper's complaints, and didn't care about the media reports outside. Instead, he closed himself in the laboratory and made his own new armor. In the underground garage of the TV building, Mark just prepared to drive away. A series of sparks suddenly appeared, and the observant Mark saw the problem reflected from the reflective surface of his car. A back elbow hit the person behind. It's a pity that Mark's force is completely useless, and the whole person fell into a snow with inertia. And standing in front of Mark is a bald woman. This woman is named Guyi. Looking at Mark's watchful eyes, Guyi probably knew something. You shouldn't be a person in this world. Where are you from? Guyi, who had the eye of Agamo, saw through Mark's identity for the first time, but asked in a plain tone. Guyi did not find any elements belonging to this world on Mark. Even when time passed by Mark, he still didn't see Mark's past. This is like a person who has no past. Mark doesn't know how he came to this world, but Mark knows that his crossing has an inseparable relationship with the explosion of Diazine. I don't know if there is a timeline that doesn't exist. Mark is also very direct. Things like parallel timelines are not unacceptable for Guyi, who has been in contact with the multiverse and dark universe. And this just explains why he didn't see Mark in the past in this world. The earliest time is just a rental house a few months ago. There is our existence on your timeline? Guyi continued to ask. Yes. Mark didn't lie, because there really was Guyi on their own timeline. Whether they are the characters they represent or their actors. It's just that this is not just Guyi alone. Eight-legged Pegasus, coming through the sky. God Odin came to this world. Odin holding Gungnir appeared in front of Guyi and Mark. Mark knew that neither of them was an opponent. When these two appeared at the same time, their defeat was determined. I thought I just drew the Supreme Master's intentional attention. I didn't expect that even the Odin also noticed me. Although Mark knew that he had a certain defeat, he did not intend to admit defeat completely. At least I still have hope. Within the 9 realms under my control, nothing can escape my eyes. Odin said confidently. As Odin said, all of the 9 realms are under his control. Although the earth is an independent piece of land, there is temporarily an ancient master mage alone, but if the ancient master mage warrior, then the earth will also be taken over by the King Odin. You are worried that I will take the universe cube away. Rest assured, I have no interest in that thing. Mark himself does not have any interest in a certain Rubik's cube, but it does not mean that the Sarnagar behind this Mark also has no interest of. The 2 strongest heavenly fathers appeared directly on the earth, and brought Mark here, in order to prevent Mark from directly fighting with them, thereby causing unrest in the world. This powerful force erupted just against a mortal, and it really can't reassure me. Guyi hadn't spoken yet, and Odin said, I think it's better to put it in other worlds. Odin opened his mouth to put others into other worlds. He firmly believed that Mark was a threat. In the past, Odin was still in its heyday, and he will definitely kill Mark directly, not exile. Since the results can be reached directly, why waste so much effort? Just the power I exploded, let you feel that I am a threat that exists on this planet, and you are ready to banish me. Are you a bit bully? People are too terrible? Mark said with a sigh of relief, while preparing. Even if they may die in the hands of these 2 people, they still have to fight hard. He wants to let these 2 people know that he is not a fish on the board. P.S. I know I still owe the 4 chapters inside to add more. Don't worry, my liver comes out tonight. I am busy this week. Chapter 38, Imprisoned Seal. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 39 Imprisoned Seal. When facing the desperate situation, many people have thought of bowing and retreating to make a concession. It is already good to be able to survive. Dangerous things never want to be done, because there are higher people, capable people to do it. When the danger really came to me, I found myself helpless. This feeling is the most painful. The kind of sin that is carried by the weak. Mark is dismissive of those who think that the strong can override the weak. Mark knew that he would always be in a weak position before he became the strongest person. It is ridiculous to gain a little confidence from those weak. Like those ghost agents, most ghost agents will be bullied by old agents when they enter and leave the college, but some of these old agents have not even graduated from school. Some did not even have the qualifications to graduate, but they stayed in a dead skin and became a sparring partner for other students who could graduate and be trained. They constantly repeat the transformation of the identity of the perpetrators and abusers. At first, those recruits who do not yet know how to use their power will become the target of their explosion, but when some people master the power, they will become the target of being beaten. Even by virtue of superior experience, you can gain a little advantage, not to lose too ugly, but the loser is still theirs. But even so, these guys are still repeating this process. Why? The answer is self-evident. Mark has energy in his body. As long as Mark wants to use it, it can burst out at any time. Both Odin and Master Guyi standing in front of Mark can also see that Mark is like a fried cat. Tusks and claws may be exposed to them at any time. The two haven't seen anything, and you can probably guess in the face of Mark's attitude. Odin did not speak, but snorted coldly, and put the spear in his hand on the ground, while Guyi stood up to ease the present embarrassment. If we really want to target you, it's already done. You can't support it until now, just like before, you can't even predict that I will send you here. With this alone you don't have the ability to solve it, do you? Guyi Master, did NT use the spells like the ones used for Strange and Hulk? Although that spell can directly detach the target soul from the flesh. However, Master Guyi can see that Mark's soul is a more powerful aspect. In fact, Xingling has already given up the flesh in many cases, and simply retained it in the form of soul. For example, the Templar gave up his life, and the consul was a similar shape. Mark heard what Master Guyi said, and did not let go of his guard. Man's existence does cause some unnecessary troubles, especially in the 9 realms. I don't know what your parallel universe has, but there are many things in this world that you don't understand. The arrival of the two of us today is also to give you a warning. I advise you not to abuse your power. Odin unleashes his power as a strong heavenly father. Although it is late, Odin is still able to fight. Even if Thanos comes, there is still no way to get cheap from the old king of gods. It is my own power, how to use it is my own will, you have no power to restrict me. Mark himself paid a clear price in order to obtain this power. This kind of feeling is like working hard. When you move the bricks and the whole version is finally full of magic, someone suddenly tells you that these forces are too dangerous for you to use. This feeling is naturally quite bad, and no one is willing to accept such orders or threats. The next sentence of Master Guyi dispelled Mark's confidence a lot. Can you really control this energy from your body? Guyi's eyes, which seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, made Mark feel that he was uncovered. This is not a shame on the body, but merely a feeling of nausea from the soul. Seems to see you through everything. I can. Mark hesitated briefly. No, your answer is not firm. I can tell from your eyes that you know that you can't control this power. You haven't even mastered this power completely. You are simply suppressing, and you are capable of in the way of repression, it is suppressing the influence of this force on you. Or that this unfavorable should not belong to you, but it is forcibly handed over to you by some existence. The words destroyed Mark, which was originally a solid psychological defense. Facing the two old men, even though Mark has 3 memories of his life, he still can't compete with them. Some people may say that Mark's memories of all 3 lives have survived to the dog, but in fact, when carefully calculated, the total number of years Mark has lived for 3 lifetimes is 50 or 60 years old. Most of the people who lived on the dogs at the age of 50 or 60 were, not to mention Mark's second memory, most of them were performing secret tasks. The goal is nothing more than death or arrest, there is no communication at all. And this life is more ordinary people who can no longer be ordinary, but also because of the rescue of Tony Stark. If you can make good use of it and master this power thoroughly, then we will not interfere with anything about you, but if you abuse this power to destroy the earth, then we can't just sit back and ignore it. What has happened? Let us see the unrest factors in you, but what you do does not violate the morals and laws in human society. Guyi is not a person who is not reasonable at all, he still gives a more pertinent evaluation was made. So, Guyi and Odin said at the same time, master this power, then use it later. Two energies suddenly restrained Mark. Mark could still sense the Shanic energy flowing in the body, but after this energy entered his own body, he lost contact with the spiritual energy that seemed to be one. Chapter 39, Ace. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 40 Ace. In the underground parking garage, Mark was limited to most of the power. He was able to sense that the energy remaining in his body was not much, probably reaching the level of some ordinary ghost agents. Although this system still surpasses the vast majority of people, it is no longer a superhuman body. Mark even tried to explode his power directly in the basement, but in the end there was no result. Mark had also contacted Emin, but received no answer. Think about it carefully. The connection between Mark and Emin is in a situation where Emin takes the initiative to contact Mark. Damn! A punch hit the next pillar fiercely. The cement pillar cracked a crack, and some rubble fell down the crack. Mark's hand also suffered a lot of injuries. Even the severe pain still couldn't stop the indignation in Mark's heart. But criminal records can only be accepted in this way. Drive all the way back to your villa. Mark tried to adjust his mentality along the way, but when he looked back carefully, he always felt a little unwilling. The more he adjusted his mind, the more he exploded. In fact, it is difficult for normal people to adjust their mentality. In addition to cold treatment, basically it is to divert attention. Afterwards, I still think about it, but as a ghost agent, Mark still did some training in these areas. Fortunately, Mark did not choose to use wine to paralyze his nerves. And in the distant Russia of Moscow, Ivan Vank also lost his last relative. This is a super genius who combines coldness, blood, and perseverance. He can easily overturn two armed guards with his strong body. Not to mention that he is no less than Tony Stark's smart brain. If he had the help of an industrial group like Tony Stark, what he could do would definitely surpass Tony Stark. Holding the body of his loved one, Ivan decided to take revenge on the mustache in the suit who was talking on TV. It was precisely because Howard Stark kicked his father away, and at the same time framed his father with espionage, it was reduced to the present level. Watching his father die tragically in this hut, Ivan couldn't help it anyway. If not Howard Stark. If not, they kicked their father away. Then things will never look like this now. But what old Vank didn't tell him was that it was old Vank's mischief that caused Howard Stark to kick him away. Ivan Vank, who had made up his mind for revenge, opened the knowledge that his father left behind. This includes some of the research on new energy. Even if he was kicked away, all the knowledge was still in the mind of old Vank. He left these things and gave them to his genius son. And now Ivan Vank has also started his plan. Each drawing was opened in a narrow and dark room, and the incandescent lamp shone on the drawing. In the days of revenge, it kept collecting news about Tony Stark. He knew that to defeat his opponent, he must first understand his opponent. At the same time he also made his first armor in this dark room. He knew very well that by virtue of his physical body, there was definitely no way to defeat Tony Stark and the armor he had made. So he had to create a brand new armor that surpassed the Stark family's weapon, and then unloaded Tony Stark under the eyes of all. Welding electric sparks constantly flashed in the room, and the hot steel was continuously forged with a crisp knocking sound. In this closed room, there was only one parrot accompanying Ivan Vank, but this bitterness was nothing, and soon his revenge was about to be reported. It won't take long. With the last line connected, the entire reactor also started to operate. Mark, who was about to take a break, suddenly received a call. The number was unknown, but Mark answered it. After all, there are too many of these unknown phone numbers during this time. My identity information seems to have been quietly announced. Before answering the phone, Mark, who hadn't had time to speak, arrived at the phone first, the deep voice from the other side. "Hello, Mark communing. You think you are a superhero, then let's play a game. Let me hear you first." The voice of the phone was silent for a while. Then I heard a squeak. The core stuffed in the little reporter's mouth was taken down. Finally, the little reporter who had been able to speak and had never experienced such a thing immediately appealed to Mark. The mood was pretty bad, and Mark's mood was even worse at the moment. "There are still people coming here at this time to stab the child, it is simply looking for death." Mark tries to maintain his emotions as much as possible, and don't give the other party any chance. "How are you going to play?" "Happy. Introduce yourself, my name is Ace." Remember, this is the name that will allow you to remember your whole life. The content of the game is very simple. Is it a hero or a hero? 6 bombs were placed in Times Square, and any one bomb would make the entire Times Square, boom, completely explode into the sky. And your friend is now on the Brooklyn Bridge in Lower Manhattan, and I specially prepared a delayed gift for him here. If you do not save him within the prescribed time, he will plunge into the water and drown completely. Of course, don't think of saving your friends through the Brooklyn Bridge, and then rushing to Times Square. Because the bombs in Times Square are running out of time. I know where you are now, from where you are now. Whether it's to Brooklyn Bridge or Times Square, the fastest time is 13 minutes. So you have 2 more minutes to think about, whether it's your friends or the innocent people in Times Square. Come on, superhero. He finished the call and was hung up. The arc flashed across Mark's body. Mark immediately hurried to the lower garage, and at the same time, he called Tony directly. "Mark, what's the matter?" Tony said, assembling his armor with the parts in his hands. "Some people put 6 bombs in Times Square. At the same time there was a friend I knew who was tied to the Brooklyn Bridge by that guy. I know Mark, and Times Square will leave it to me." Chapter 40, Surrender? Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 41 Surrender? On the Brooklyn Bridge, this bridge is too long, finding a person is too difficult, and the time remaining is less than 5 minutes. It was Mark who ran the lights all the way, only to get this time. Just as Mark was looking for the young reporter, the call came back. "It seems that you gave up the poor people in Times Square. Unexpectedly, our superhero is just an ordinary person. At least when making a choice, I will still choose to save the people I know. It seems that I guess that's right. Look up and look at it. Your friend is there, and you can go to save him now." The other hair of the phone smirked with laughter, and obviously Mark was a loser no matter where he went. But this guy seems to have forgotten the Iron Man Tony Stark. Tony's voice came from the tiny earphones put in his ears. "All Mark's bombs have been eliminated. How are you doing? I have to say that with the help of artificial intelligence Jarvis and high-tech equipment, Tony's work efficiency is obviously much higher than that of Mark. This is probably the legendary rich man relying on technology. My side is over soon." Mark raised his head and carefully observed the situation above, finally found the little reporter hidden in the corner. Mark climbed up the top of one of the 2 bridge piers along the iron rope. The little reporter is on the verge at this time, and a micro-robot is constantly pushing the little reporter down. Before long, the little reporter will be pushed into the water. The moment Mark ascended the high platform, he kicked the little robot off and kicked it into the water. Looking at the little reporter with a horrified expression, Mark immediately took off the rag that was stuffed in her mouth and untied her. "That robot is a bomb. The real purpose of that guy is to blow up the bridge," the little reporter said anxiously. Mark stared at the bomb robot that had been kicked into the water by himself. The phone was not the right time at this time, and it rang again. "Oh, how about the gifts for you? Do you really think I don't know your relationship with Tony Stark? Whether you or Tony Stark come, today you are destined to be a loser. A man holding a remote control stood at the head of the bridge, looked at Mark standing on the bridge, and pressed down the remote control in his hand. The bang exploded and the pier supporting the Brooklyn Bridge was destroyed. Although the destruction did not cause the Brooklyn Bridge to collapse immediately, it also caused the Brooklyn Bridge to begin to tilt. The vehicles that heard the explosion in the back will no longer move forward, and those cars that are just on the Brooklyn Bridge also quickly stepped on the accelerator and are ready to leave here. But the tilting speed is too fast. Several cars have already sat down directly, and the passengers riding on it have no chance of escaping. We are in trouble, Tony. The New York Police Department just received a call to surrender. The surrender claimed to have blown up the Brooklyn Bridge, but the Brooklyn Bridge was still good. But not long before the news of the Brooklyn Bridge had reached the New York Police Department, the surrender said he would stand on the south bank of the Brooklyn Bridge, waiting for the arrival of the New York police and arresting himself. On the other side, Tony rushed towards the Brooklyn Bridge at a high speed, and he also ordered Jarvis to notify the rescue organizations in all aspects. Tony is the same when manpower is exhausted, and so is Mark. Mark didn't want to save those people, but with his own power now, there was no way to support the weight of a bridge pier. I am not a myself, let alone sealed myself. Mark hugged the reporter and rushed towards the safe area on the shore at a rapid speed. What Mark can guarantee is that he can save one or the other. With the experience of Obadiah Stan's previous Iron Overlord, Tony still produced similar heavy armor. Along with Jarvis control, this steel armor rushed towards the Brooklyn Bridge. Tony supported the tilted bridge with his hands, pouring all the power sources into the jets under his feet, trying to stop the tilted bridge. The heavy armor that came rushed to the gap of the pier of the Brooklyn Bridge and used a jack-like device to hold the gap, temporarily reducing Tony's pressure. When Mark sent the young reporter to the south bank, a guy in a dress came to Mark. "Mr. Mark, the first official meeting. My name is Ace, and the next nightmare of your life." Ace was proud, and walked arrogantly in front of Mark, with a nearly twisted smile on his face. Mark naturally will not be merciful to this kind of guy. He is not like the rich man of a DC family next door, who implements the principle of not killing. In Mark's view, some scumbags leaving the world are the best results. But when Mark was about to shoot this guy with a gun, he suddenly rushed to the police car at the scene and stopped Mark's actions. "Ha ha ha! If you do it, are superheroes. See you are nothing in front of power. You are just an ordinary person, an ordinary person. Do you dare to do it? The power you have is only others pity what you give." Ace constantly stimulated Mark, as if it would make Mark work. But Mark finally endured, and did not do it. Even if he was killed, he couldn't be seen in front of the law enforcement officers. Seeing this guy handcuffed and tucked into the police car, Mark still gritted his teeth. The Brooklyn Bridge and the innocent people who fell into the water were destroyed behind them, all from the guys. Even if Mark did not rush to the scene, the explosive robot would destroy the steel cable connection position on the pier, and the damage caused by that time would be greater than it is now. The opponent Mark has always dealt with is only a superpower who is more powerful than himself. Either humans, Zerg, or Protoss. But there is no such big heal in the hands of ordinary people. With Tony's efforts to work on the bridge, he finally managed to maintain his balance. The vehicles on the bridge quickly left the bridge and quickly evacuated the entire bridge. After seeing that the crowd on the bridge had left, Tony also plunged into the water to rescue those innocent people who had fallen into the water. However, several innocent people were still killed, and they had no way to escape from the closed car. This is far from over, all this is just the beginning. P.S. Yesterday evening, I wrote, I fell asleep, I will go to get the rabies vaccine, and come back to continue after finishing. Ask for a recommendation ticket, please beg. Those who owe will definitely make up for it, guaranteeing no pigeons. Chapter 41, Evil Cooperation? Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 42 Evil Cooperation? Ace, nowhere did he find this guy's identity information. It can be said that it is completely a black household. Even if Tony and Mark searched day and night, they still couldn't find the guy who appeared suddenly. The reason why Mark and Tony are so in love is still because of the previous bombing of the bridge. The Big Bang can be said to have caused thousands of waves. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is that some people are behind to help. And these people are not ordinary people, they are the military. The military hopes that this incident will allow Tony to hand over his steel armor directly. But this is impossible. Driven by all unscrupulous media, public opinion began to appear as a result of being a hero, which led to the current results. Tony was almost angry and was about to announce his retirement. It is not for these to gossip in the back by killing themselves. As the so-called blessings do not come together, misfortunes do not go alone. Ace successfully escaped from the New York Police Department, and in the process of escape, shot and killed 2 police officers in charge of detention. Mark doesn't worry about the purposeful guys, but when he meets the entire Ace, Mark doesn't know the purpose of the other party. Mark once thought that this guy might be a military person, but he was quickly denied by Mark himself. It is too big for the military to play like this. It was not a trivial matter to accidentally leak the news. Assuming that the military is really moving hands, the military will never say that Ace stays. The military will definitely kill people directly the first time. After the extermination, make sure this guy will not leak any useful information. An enemy on the bright side is always better than an enemy hidden in the dark. Ace is definitely the kind hidden in the dark. He protected his information quite perfectly, and he did not find any loopholes, nor could he carry out some strategies against him. Tony and Mark can only do it by holding his nose. This is what happened this time. Regardless of the damage and casualties caused by this destruction, the reputation of the two was hit as never before. Originally 2 superheroes who were being hailed, their reputation is not very good now. There are even some anti-hero calls. Those people think that the existence of heroes will create greater disaster. It is with the existence of these superheroes that their lives are in danger all the time. Such remarks are quite stupid, but some people are willing to pay for private individuals. There are even some familiar figures in it, such as the woman in the car that was rescued during the first battle between Tony and Obadi Stan. Even if her children love superheroes like Iron Man very much, this does not prevent her from being disgusted by these superheroes. Perhaps there is no need for superheroes in their world. A few days later, in the Russian airport, Ace, wearing a purple suit, was quite bright throughout the airport. That purple suit is too conspicuous. The reason why Ace is here is waiting for his partner here. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Ivan Vank. I believe that if we both work together, we can definitely kill Tony Stark. Revenge for your poor old father. Ace said bluntly. Ivan looked at the in front of him. If it was not for this guy to have enough funds and materials, he would not choose to cooperate with this guy in front of him. This guy's speech is too unpleasant, and it feels a little neurotic. I don't know what kind of grievances you have with Tony Stark, but the last person to do it must be me. If you want to stop me, don't blame me for doing it with you too. Ivan can say yes, put the ugly words ahead. Ace waved his hands and smiled. Relax, rest assured, I don't have any idea about Tony Stark, my real goal is Mark communing. That guy is my real goal. Compared to Playboy, I prefer to hunt those mortals that happen overnight. When the guys who think they can stand high, fall back into the quagmire again. Let them understand their weakness again. Ha ha ha. The 2 tickets obtained by Ace through special channels allowed the 2 of them to board the plane to New York City after the conversation. No one welcomed the 2 uninvited guests who came to New York, and the camera at the airport seemed to be useless. It seems that 2 people were ignored. The 2 passed the customs security check unimpeded. Originally, this guy Ivan did not plan to come to the United States at all. Because it is too difficult to come to the United States, especially his father, who was deported for espionage. As his son, it was quite difficult to come here, but he never expected to get an unexpected ticket. Looking at the city where his father had stayed, Grease handled the Stark building, and Ivan clenched his fists tightly. Looking at Ivan with a look of revenge, Ace stood aside without a word. This is just the beginning. Ace smiled in his heart. Stark Industry Fair. In order to solve the problem of prestige, Tony landed on the main stage of the fair wearing steel armor. The moment the battle armor was taken off, the whole scene was completely cheered. Most of the people who come here have a good opinion or goodwill towards Stark Industries. Because they want to cooperate with Stark Industries and take advantage of this opportunity to showcase their products. So the cheers for Stark are unusually loud. Tony, a lot of Hwaichun girls off stage, shouted that I love you, but Tony also smiled. Like the flower season girl of Tony Stark, he can be discharged from the east coast of the United States to the west coast. With the end of Tony's video playback, the scene boiled again. The first Stark Industry Fair was hosted by Howard Stark. Tony was pretty happy on the surface, but everyone wore a mask alive. The moment he walked off the stage, the smile on Tony's face disappeared. Tony has just left the scene, preparing to drive away with one of his bodyguards, Happy. Unexpectedly, Mark is arguing with a beautiful woman at this time. Tony is curious why Mark has such a gentlemanly quarrel with a beautiful woman. But when he heard the summons, Tony's face instantly became ugly. P.S. Let me make a statement first. The arm was so painful yesterday. After finishing the rabies vaccine, the whole arm felt immobile. Oh, I counted, and even taking it into today is 5 chapters. How much can I make up? How much arm I am still hurts. If you like Marvel's Eldest Son, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. Marvel's Eldest Son has the fastest literature update. Chapter 42, Just Chemical Protective Clothing. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 43 is just chemical protective clothing. But this subpoena was not given to Tony Stark, but to Mark Communing. Obviously the military didn't want to tear the skin directly with Tony Stark, and depending on the situation, Mark was more like the soft persimmon that was easy to pinch. The subpoena of the military commission asked Mark to go to Washington to participate in the interrogation of the military commission within 10 hours. Compared to the euphemistic attitude toward Tony Stark, and dealing with a guy like Mark who has no roots at all, it is clear that the gangsters of the military committee can be said to be quite arrogant. Of course, if Tony Stark followed Mark, the gangsters of the military committee would not recommend killing chickens and monkeys. Washington, D.C. 10 hours have passed. This time Tony followed Mark to Washington. Don't worry about letting Mark face the of the military committee alone. From Tony's point of view, the guys on the military committee would seize any holes in the text and then give Mark a fatal blow. Because of his friend, and Tony, who still owes Mark a lot of affection, he cannot watch his friend pushed down the fire pit. So he offered to follow Mark to participate in the hearing. Mark Communing, do you have a lethal weapon? Senator Stern said with a small wooden hammer. The scene calmed down for a while, and at the same time attracted Mark's attention to him. No weapons. I have never had any weapons. What I have is nothing more than a survival suit in a harsh environment. You can understand it as a chemical-resistant suit. It's just a waste of time. Mark wants to make a quick decision to solve the current problem. But apparently the people present didn't agree with what Mark said, and could not help but laugh. Only Tony beside him didn't laugh at all. Now Mark is actually at a disadvantage. If Mark has no means of counterattack, he is likely to be taken into the ditch. I hope you will give priority to the well-being of the American people to contribute to this suit. You need to know that many environments now need very good suits. Obviously Senator Stern caught Mark speaking of loopholes. I want to suppress Mark through to ye. Mark applauded and opened his hands to Tony Stark to introduce to everyone. Not long ago, Mr. Tony Stark and I reached a cooperation. This Stark industry will manufacture a large number of chemical protective clothing to ensure that the safety of people working in dangerous environments. Mark didn't say anything to death completely, but also blocked the excuse that other people wanted to continue to make that kind of thing. Mass production is directly sold, completely commercial. After all, Senator Stern is not an expert in this area, so he invited his spare killer. Although I am not an expert in weapons, but I have a weapon expert from Hanmer Industries, maybe he can give us a reasonable explanation and answer. Almost all the shots on the scene at the same time turned to in front of Justin Hammer, an expert in hammer industrial weapons. But as far as we know, the chemical protective suit you set in your mouth not only has the function of survival in harsh environments. At the same time, it also refracts light to achieve the effect of stealth. Please ask if you can explain where you are? Since you don't believe it, no problem. Mark's body gradually disappeared. The scene quickly rioted. Everyone had to look for the missing Mark. It didn't take long for Mark to reappear on the spot. I don't know where Senator Stern got your information, but this is just my own special ability. It's my ability. Do you want to find me for slice research? Or are you ready let me enslave me? I don't mind that any state in the United States has laws that can blatantly enslave. It can be said that from the beginning, the military commission has made the wrong point. They thought that as long as they could win a Mark here, then they could pose a substantial threat to Stark, but in fact, no matter whether Mark failed or not, he would not have any impact on Tony. However, with the emergence of Colonel Rod, everything reversed. All of this came so suddenly that even Tony was a bit unpredictable. But these are in Mark's plan. The Ghost does not belong to any government unit, and it poses a huge threat to national security and interests. Especially what happened at the Brooklyn Bridge in recent stages. Although we have found the mastermind of the explosion, there is no guarantee that the mastermind of the explosion and the Ghost have any relationship. From the joint and several responsibilities, Senator Stern did not intend to let Rod finish all reports. Because if all the reports are really finished, the direction of public opinion will turn to Tony Stark. But Mark directly followed Rod's words. First of all, the bombing itself had nothing to do with me. It was also a friend of mine who went to rescue after being kidnapped. Me and then there is no intersection between criminals, and I don't even know what contradicts him. Secondly, not long ago, the New York Police Department had let him escape successfully as a fugitive and paid the lives of 2 police officers. I really want to know what do you mean by not looking for the criminal who broke the Brooklyn Bridge at this time? Could it be said that the government has now abandoned those criminals who have destroyed public facilities and harmed their citizens? The last point I need to make is that if you really need that chemical protective suit, you can always buy it from Stark Industries or carry out commercial cooperation. Moreover, as the largest arms cooperation military industry group in the entire United States, it has the ability to complete cooperation if it is to be completed. Why don't Mr. Mark consider our Hanmer Industries? Choose Stark, who has a close relationship with you. Or you can provide us with drawings. Of course, we will pay you a certain patent fee. The chemical protective clothing is also quite eager. Mark sneered before saying, because Stark is more handsome than you. Everyone on the scene was a master who was not afraid of things, and all laughed. Justin, who couldn't hold his face, bit his lip and couldn't say a word. Chapter 43, Not Over Yet. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 44 is not over yet. The development of the military committee was not as dangerous as imagined, and Mark took the initiative to hand over the technology. Although it was handed over to Stark Industries, it also handed over its own technology in disguise. A group of gangsters on the military committee temporarily let go of Mark. But this did not completely contain their greedy desires. Especially the Hydra guys. Perhaps a civilian like Senator Stern cannot see the problem with Mark's suit, but there is no shortage of smart people among the Hydra. They are well aware that disguise is definitely not Mark's own ability, but is definitely derived from the effect of that combat uniform. In fact, in the earliest times, Mark also stimulated external combat uniforms through the spiritual energy in his body, so as to achieve the effect of refracting light into a camouflage state. But after Mark followed the Templars to learn the Templars' way, disguise does not rely on that combat uniform as before. More often, Mark can use his own ability to directly enter the forward state. If you use the energy of the void, when you enter the shadow, it can be said that the spiritual influence on Mark is quite huge. The mental state of Mark itself is in an extremely unstable state. Stark's private plane. Tony quipped at Mark with a glass of wine, "You are a little too excited today. I remember you were very expensive for your combat uniform. Sometimes you have to bow your head and make compromises to some realities. I'm not like you. You have a huge Stark industry with such a large industry as the Foundation. Any handshake can make this country shake. But I do NT, and I am just an ordinary person, and ordinary people have to make compromises," Mark said faintly as he looked at the sea of clouds outside the window. "Actually, if you don't want to, I can help you solve this problem." Tony understood the helplessness in Mark's words. Mark shook his head and said, "Now they are looking for me, and you are next. Their thirst for steel armor far exceeds my armor, and my armor can only carry out covert operations. When fighting, your steel armor is even more advantageous." Tony understands that Mark is his lesson. With Mark as a shield, he may have a better solution in his childhood to deal with the difficulties caused by the military committee. But the military committee is not a good one. Today, the first appearance of Colonel Rhodes shows that there will be a second appearance. This made Tony start to worry, especially in some special things. He has little to hide about this good friend Rod. He even told Rod that he would give him a suit in the future. But now it seems that this matter has to be put on hold for a while. In fact, giving Rhodes a set of experts is responsible for the safety of his friends. On the other hand, he is actually giving the military a peace of mind, but what he did not expect was that the military committee was so impatient. Can't take away the steel armor from his own hands, let's take the combat suit from Mark first, not to mention that the military committee's abacus is really sounding. If you really go down the pace of the military committee, Mark and Tony will end up not getting better. Mark is not only worried about the issue of the military committee, but also worried about the ace. This character like a clown makes Mark very worried. Mark keeps recalling whether there is a clown-like existence in this world. After careful thinking, no clown-like existence was found. The words of the madman are indeed a form of existence in this world, and the more radical style also exists, but there is no second example of a guy like a clown in the entire world. This also formed its uniqueness. Mark doesn't want his opponent to be like a clown. Of course, he doesn't look like Bruce Wayne. Implement the principle of not killing, leaving the deepest fear in the other party's heart. Treating a lunatic is certainly impossible using normal means. Fear is nothing more than a stimulant in the mind of a lunatic. Had it not been for the implementation of this principle of non-killing, there would have been so many tragedies. Mark has never been a hero, he is not, he was not before, he is not the future, and he will not be. He just wanted to maintain his life. I am a person now, and maybe a family in the future. If this ace really becomes an obstacle in life, Mark will kill it without hesitation. Judge this kind of thing or let God do it. Human beings simply cannot achieve true justice. Because things like justice are conceived by human beings. Mark got up and went to the kitchen. While preparing to open the refrigerator door, he found a transparent and hard-to-see silk thread connected to the refrigerator door. As long as you open the refrigerator door yourself, this thread will be touched. Mark carefully moved away from the silk thread, and followed the silk thread to find the organ hidden under the dining table. A trigger bomb. The location of the bomb installation is quite hidden, as is the trigger mechanism, but the person placed here seems to underestimate Mark's vigilance. Replaced by any other ordinary person, it is estimated that the bomb has already been blown to pieces. When Mark crouched down to remove the bomb, there was nothing in it, just an empty shell. AA was left in the empty shell, and a paragraph was also left. The battle between us is not over yet, Mark communing. If you are a ghost hidden in the night, then I am an exorcist hidden under the sun. Wait. Mortal, self-proclaimed mortal, I will tear off your mask, ace. When Mark saw this letter, he was at least sure that the other party was not the kind of lunatic. If it was the lunatic, the bombs arranged here are absolutely real. Even if it will be seen through, it still leaves a preliminary plan. For example, the countdown starts after the bomb has successfully matured, and the one without the display. Declare war? I really want to know who you are? Ace. Mark said without looking at the starry night sky outside. However, the hands holding the bomb gradually increased their strength, crushing the empty shell of the bomb into fragments. The debris fell on the rocks against the waves. Chapter 44, Life Winner? Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site, www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature, and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 45, Life Winner? In Queens, Ace, who tore off the dissimilar skin, slowly walked into the house. These few footsteps made him raise his head, and a smile appeared on his face. The 5-year-old daughter rushed towards Ace and hugged his thigh. That pure smile seemed to be the most healing thing in the world. He walked into the restaurant, and his wife was wearing an apron to prepare dinner for him. Looking at the dinner that had been served on the table, the cold heart wrapped in the mask also began to melt. There are wives and daughters, and with a suitable job, no one knows that he has another personality, only himself. Even the people closest to him didn't know that he was a person with a double personality. Normal people will not take the streets to be enemies of superheroes anyway. Damn it, his two personalities are very well coordinated. As if negotiations had been made in advance, who should appear in the game seemed to have an early warning. This kind of madness had already appeared during school, but at that time it was still quite restrained. At most, it was to push the classmates upstairs or stuff some poisonous small things in the other's school bag or desk. Because of the superb technique, I didn't find any evidence about Ace at all. The school can't do anything else. After going out of college, I also met the important half of life. But he has always disguised his other personality, the crazy personality, and that crazy personality has also imposed this kind of sin on those criminals who often commit crimes. It can be said that before the Brooklyn Bridge incident, Ace was not like a super criminal, but more like an anti-hero. With the emergence of superheroes, this anti-heroic hero gradually moved toward the fallen abyss. The distorted personality is jealous of those superheroes who can walk in front of people with fairness and integrity. Why can they enjoy the spotlight and the cheers of the people, and they are like stinky mice in the sewer, they can only hide in the dark? Anger, jealousy, injustice, etc. filled his heart. People's thinking is so complicated, you can't speculate on every person's every idea. Did you help your mother work today? Ace said to her daughter in the gentlest possible tone. It's amazing, you see, that's what I made. The daughter pointed to a buttered bread on the table. Ace laughed and said nothing. It is estimated that the little guy is talking about butter spreading bread. The wife walked out of the kitchen with a dish in her hand. She said to Ace, "It's not quite flat outside recently. You should pay attention when you go out. It is said that the Brooklyn Bridge has been bombed, and a bomb was placed in Times Square. If it's not Iron Man, Daisy, and I estimate something is going to happen." Ace didn't speak, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. While he regretted himself and the craziness of another personality, he was also jealous of Iron Man's appearance. Because of the madness of another personality, he almost lost his wife and daughter. He began to realize how terrifying his other personality was. In the middle of the night, Ace fell into deep self-blame. He closed himself in the toilet and kept asking his other personality why he was doing such a dangerous thing. Yet another personality fell into silence like never before, without saying a word. Looking at himself in the mirror, he pulled up the lipstick his wife placed on the sink. He used the lipstick to slowly draw a big smile on the mirror. The smiley face composed of 3 arcs was originally so ordinary, but after he painted it with lipstick and reflected it on his face, he could not see that it was laughing no matter how much it looked, but more like crying. A heart disturbed by the status quo, thus forming a personality, with the passage of time, the gradual expansion occupies reason. Constantly switching back and forth in this state, looking for the only truth. Perhaps even he himself may not be able to clearly distinguish who is his own personality and who is his split personality. When the confusion fills the heart, when the desire contaminates the only pure land in the heart, all that remains is sin. And now the only person who supports Ace, or that kind personality, is probably his wife and daughter. But when that suit was worn on him again, he became that Ace again. Yvonne was also quite surprised that this guy who claimed to be Ace actually came up with everything he wanted. He became more and more curious, what is this guy's job? After all, there are some things inside that are contraband, and the price to be paid is quite expensive. Even in this so-called free country. Where did you get these things? I remember this thing is only available in Stark Industries. Yvonne took out a special metal part and said. You don't need to know where I got it from. The only thing you need to know is that I came to help you. Of course, I hope my efforts will pay off. Before that I think you should probably get from Tony S. The people around Tucker started. Ace guided Ivan's direction intentionally or unintentionally. Are you talking about Mark communing? Yvonne is not a fool either, this guy had already stated his goal when he first met. That's right, it's him. I think if I could get rid of him first, I would definitely cut off one of Tony Stark's arms. You have to know that you will directly deal with Tony Stark by then. It was already quite troublesome. If that guy also intervened, then I guess the rest was greatly reduced. Perhaps we should start with him first, and then completely disrupt the situation. Maybe it can also disrupt Tony Stark's heart. When the time comes to fight, Tony Stark may be angry, and his head may not be stunned. Wow, I'm a genius. How about it? This solution is well worth trying. At the end, Ace began to laugh on the dark side, and he was dreaming of Mark's kneel begging for mercy. At the same time, he also imagined that he had fiercely rejected Mark's begging for mercy, and then stepped on it. Kill? That was never his goal. No. How could simple killing satisfy the twisted morbid psychology in his heart? All he wanted was a result, the result of angel wings. The result of the fallen hero. P.S. Ace may be like an ugly lord, but definitely not an ugly lord. The character of the ugly lord was created by several writers, which is very attractive. Chapter 45, Meet Alone. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 46 Meeting Individually. Greeting Tony's ability, it didn't take long to study Mark's combat uniform. Although there is no way to understand that special functional system and the operating principle of this combat uniform, it does rely on some special energy to achieve the effect of refracting light, which is the appearance of stealth. The thermal energy absorption and thermal energy shielding in combat uniforms are also very good. It is known that there is no way for thermal energy detection to detect the person wearing this combat uniform. These characteristics have inspired Tony a lot. Although it is said that the military department of Stark Industries has stopped producing arms, it is like such chemical protective clothing. At least the chemical protective clothing declared to the outside world can still be produced. Of course, with the new energy projects provided by Stark Industries economy is still booming, and stocks have begun to pick up. I have to say that Tony is really a hen who can lay golden eggs, and with Tony Stark, the identity of a superhero, Stark Industries is also coated with a layer of superhero glory. Of course, this also adds a lot of trouble. This is the 4th time this month. Mark put a gum in his mouth and chewed to Happy beside him. Happy looked at the bombs taken away by the special handlers and rubbed the sweat on his head and said, "Yeah. It's crazy, it's more tiring than I had done for a year. All this must start from the beginning of this month." Tony became a superhero, which naturally caused some people's jealousy and resentment, and some even sent bombs directly. The guys who mailed the bombs did a good job in advance, at least covering up the clues that could be easily found. But even so, there are still people doing similar things. At the beginning, Mark was still quite curious about whether the person who sent the bomb was Ace. With the passage of time, although the behind-the-scenes murderers were all found, none of these behind-the-scenes murderers was the one Mark suspected. It can be said that Mark's mood is quite bad now. Mark is worried about such high IQ offenders. There's nothing to say. It's all we should do to eat this bowl of rice. But the next thing is to really discuss with the boss and apply for some security inspection machines to prevent similar things from happening again. After all, we are all, if you continue this way, you will have to join the security department. Happy also quite agreed with what Mark said. The days of leisure are always short, and the way of uninvited guests breaks all this. Nick Fury. For Mark, it's definitely a really fast hand. This guy's passive unlucky aura is definitely another unlucky ghost he knows. In short, there is nothing good about having a relationship with this guy anyway. Is there anything? Mark said with a cup of coffee, looking at Nick calmly. Nick was not angry at Mark's rude reception, but looked at Mark equally calmly and said, "We have known the matter of the military commission not long ago, but I think there are other people involved in it." Hydra. Mark said without hesitation. Nick first froze for a moment, and then returned to his previous expression and said, "It seems that you know everything. I've known for a long time, but it's not a big deal for me. Those things are just things outside the body. I never take things too seriously. Living in this world is not dependent for those foreign things, but relying on my own ability." Marco said proudly enough. He wasn't the kind of guy who lived by the plug-in that came to him suddenly. The Chinook talent did make him an excellent ghost agent, but entering the interstellar age was not the life Mark wanted. Everyone thought that ghost agent was a cool thing. Thought that the ghost agent could control the life and death of others, and disappear without a trace, just like the executor of justice, but only Mark himself knew how much blood was on his hands. Even if you don't want to perform the task anymore, you will only be able to withdraw the shutdown due to the influence of the controller. Countless times of helplessness and remorse filled Mark's brain, but they were covered and washed again and again. However, it is nothing but a clumsy means for human beings. With the transformation of these memories hidden in the deepest memory, they awakened again. Report into the Ghost Academy. Beaten by veterans. Watch the exposed teammates being killed during the latent task. Watching her favorite female teammate die in front of her, she was powerless. Looked at the other person's eyes that were not closed before he died. Caught and transformed. The world is cruel. This is why Mark knew that the little reporter was interested in himself, but never had any relationship with him. He couldn't bear a relationship. He didn't know if he was ready for a relationship. If you say that you are not ready, it is nothing more than just adding scars to yourself. An emotional scar that hasn't had time to pass is far lighter than a scar that is already in place. Mark just made the best choice for himself. I also know that Senator Stern is a member of the Hydra, but what if you do take it with him? Without clear evidence, you can never expose it to the public completely. Even if it is exposed in front of the public, the credibility of the government will be greatly affected. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not receive the support of your largest gold master fund. So no matter from which aspect, you will not choose to expose this matter to the public. You will choose another possible way to end his life decently. However, it is the best choice for the Hydra hidden in the dark. They can continue to lurk, hide under the world, and then control the world. The world is always stupid and ignorant, thinking that he is a free fighter, but... Mark put down the coffee cup in his hand. After all, he didn't say anything, because the next words no longer need to be said. Those present were all discerning people. If you give true freedom, unlimited freedom, then the world will become a mess. The so-called freedom is freedom under the formulation of rules, which is freedom without harming the interests of others. This is true no matter where it is, and it is the result. P.S. I still owe you 4 chapters, rest assured. Chapter 46, Official Work. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 47 Official Work. Nick had a bold idea. I am here to formally invite you to become an instructor of SHIELD, to train a group of Hydra to hide in SHED help you. What do you think? Nick said voluntarily. Mark actually moved a little when he heard the proposal, but he finally suppressed the idea in his mind. If you really become an instructor of SHIELD, it is estimated that your current peaceful life will be away from yourself. It's not that there is anything wrong with being an instructor of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just that Mark didn't want to get rid of the status quo. Now this kind of excellent life is quite in line with the tone of your life. A job that can be regarded as an easy job, a salary that can make oneself affordable, and 1 or 2 friends who can make friends. This is enough. Still that sentence, I didn't want to change my current life. I know I have entered Hydra's site now, but become an instructor of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra will definitely work harder for me life's impact. That's what I didn't want, Mark said. What if I can help you find that ace? Nick's next sentence made the situation turn around. Ace can be said to be the first time since Mark came to this world, he wanted to kill but failed to succeed. Even if they were detached, they were secretly investigating, and they still didn't find any clues. In comparison, the supernatural S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, should be able to find the clues of that guy. 1 year. Only 1 year, who are you? You pick it yourself. I only train for 1 year, and what I learn, depends on their own results. Mark Howe is also an outstanding graduate that year. Teaching some strictly trained agents are not difficult. In fact, some things that ghost agents do are not much different from ordinary agents. It is only because they use Shinix and equipment that they are distinguished from ordinary agents. Yes. Nick was already very pleased. 1 year is enough to learn everything from Mark, at least for Natasha and Clinton. Nick Ruyi's abacus can be said to be very good. He is already prepared. By that time, Natasha and Clinton will also join this batch of training to improve the fighting level of the two. During the battle with Mark, the two hardly suppressed Mark. so that Mark can escape from the air carrier. Although the equipment on Mark's body helped a lot, individuals from both sides of the strait also fully expressed during the battle. If you go it alone, you can't beat Mark. On the Sky and Sky mothership of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is Mark's second arrival, but this time he has a brand new identity. Standing majestically on the deck, standing in front of him are well-trained, uniformly organized agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. They carried their hands behind them one by one, waiting for the new instructor to speak. It's an honor to be able to teach you that in the next year, I will be your instructor. Of course it will be the beginning of your journey to hell. Maybe you will sniff at this and think that you have been rigorously trained, you have reached the peak of humanity. Other things are basically useless. At least you have not completely shed some of your instincts as human beings. In addition, if you know that you may be injured by this, our brain will restrict your actions and prevent you from making the most extreme actions. All I have to give you is the means to lift this restriction. Of course, before that, I will give you some special potions to assist you in this operation. Breath of the Creator, He will greatly stimulate your nerves and let you burst out with unparalleled potential. Of course, there will be a little side effect. If any of you can't survive it, then I will personally send him on the road. Of course, I believe that you already know this in advance, and you already know it in your manual. I hope each of you can live this training process like hell. Mark can swear to the sky that it is absolutely benevolent to come up with this thing. Thinking of the clumsy stimulus that humans used to have, the way of squeezing the ghosts and animals used by every ghost agent is completely inhumane. Omnipotence. The ghost agent was originally the secret weapon of the Empire, and some of the things that were specifically done for the Emperor were also invisible. These ghost agents naturally have no claim about human rights. Obedience to the leadership of the Emperor is the only thing they need to do. If there are any other ideas, they will be reported as soon as possible, and then some little surgery will be performed. Mark was once reported, but in the later verification process, Mark Fluke escaped. The guy who framed Mark is not so lucky. Nick has long known that Mark will give them some special medicines in advance to stimulate their bodies. Mark also handed over some of these things to Nick, who can save lives at a critical moment. Although a little bit of drinking thirst quenches thirst, but at a critical moment it is just a little short of time. After taking chlordiazepine, many agents began to lose their gait on the spot. Entering into the illusion of their own imagination, unable to extricate themselves, some people even started to make some disgusting actions directly. What Clinton saw was his tragic childhood. Natasha saw the time she was training in the Red House and the pain she encountered. Not all hallucinations are good. Some people do want to think about something hidden in the deepest part of their hearts. With the help of Diazon, he was gradually awakened. Agents with stun guns in their surroundings are ready to knock down those trainers who may hold the wounded at any time. When necessary, they will also pull out the guns around their waists and kill them on the spot. However, Nick's men were specially trained, especially among the Hydra group. Many of them had received deep hypnosis training. They were not completely dominated by hallucinations, and soon became awake in hallucinations. Mark had to say that Hydra's training for them was quite successful. Even in the interstellar world there are very few people like this. Even ghost agents can resist a few. Chapter 47, Smart is Wrong. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 48. The stimulation of diazoxide was still quite obvious. Two agents could not contain the hallucinations in their hearts, and began to show signs of running away. Eyes glanced at all the people around them, treating them as targets of attack. Mark signaled to several cotters with stun guns in the distance that he could do it. As the bullets of the stun gun were ejected, the bullets penetrated the bodies of the agents, and the high-voltage current ran into their bodies along the wires, and they were quickly contained. It didn't take long to fall to the ground, unconscious. Also at this time, several medical soldiers rushed out and took them aside for emergency treatment. Natasha woke up first, and Natasha, who was on the floor at the time, supported her head and tried to adapt to the severe pain just now. If the pain is the inevitable result of taking this special agent, they will likely use it multiple times in the future. So adapting to this pain at this stage is far more important than relieving it. In the future, Mark will continue to use diazoxide to stimulate their potential in the body, and may be able to cultivate 1 or 2 real ghost agents in this world. In the earliest times, the Talon Empire only sought out those who were born with spiritual power to train and reform. Very few say it can be awakened through acquired training. Even if it is really awakened, it may not be suitable for training as a ghost agent. It is reported that a field doctor in the Old Federation once possessed a level 5 Chinook talent, but because of his age limit, he could not be added to a ghost agent. The vast majority of excellent ghost agents have been trained since childhood. Congratulations, you first got rid of your own hallucinations and were able to stand in front of me successfully. Mark said to the 2 agents who fell to the ground not far away. Those 2 are the best examples of those left. Others looked at the 2 poor eggs who had been coronied, and they were also a bit guilty. If you just did not support yourself, it is estimated to be the end. Clinton and Natasha were also worried. After all, they saw the most terrifying part of themselves. Of course you shouldn't be lucky. This is only the first time, and the second and third times. If you don't make it through the next few times, the situation will be eliminated like them. So I advise you not to be lucky. I have nothing to be lucky here. Unqualified means unqualified. I will even make qualified people unqualified. You can try it. There is no fairness with me, only victory and results. Don't want to know where you are from? What skin color? What faith? What political party? I don't care who you obey or obey. For your request, it is to obey my command and follow my commands between my training. On the tower of the Sky Carrier, Nick watched the training on the deck through the glass window. The adjutant Hill standing beside him asked, "Is this really appropriate? Give him such an important training task as an outsider. And we don't know his details. I believe that Mark will be a qualified instructor, and he will also train a group of loyal agents for S.H.I.E.L.D." Nick said confidently, "And I also want to know Mark's high fighting level. Where did you learn from? Which country did you come from and which school might you understand this time?" Seeing his boss feel so relieved, Hill didn't continue to say anything. "I only hope that my boss guessed this time correctly, and did not take a blind eye. Finally, as long as there is no problem for him to wipe his buttocks, that's fine." Mark also looked at the tower from time to time. In fact, after receiving the job, Mark really realized that this job is unusual. On the surface, it is to train a group of excellent agents. The actual situation is to assign a group of agents to deal with the internal Hydra problem. Near the evening, Mark received intelligence from Nick. All are people who have a close relationship with Senator Stern. After careful investigation, some of them were Hydra. So if it was NT for Senator Stern's line, it would be difficult to find out that they were actually Hydra's agents, with no signs at all, and no possibility of doubt. But at the same time, Nick's secret investigation also made some people in S.H.I.E.L.D. aware of some problems. The information of the investigators was quickly obtained by a former director, but Nick has not been quiet, so he did not act urgently. Pierce did this deliberately. If he acted immediately as soon as he received the information, it would be easy to alert Nick the Black Fox, and maybe even himself would be exposed by then. So he is waiting for Nick's movements, and then he can hide under Nick Fury's big movements, making it seamless. It is precisely because Pierce's pursuit of stability also led to the success of this operation. Mark can be sure that there are definitely Hydra agents among the trainees in his hands. After all, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. is now infiltrated by Hydra, and it is not surprising that 1 or 2 Hydra agents appear under his own hands. But even so, Mark did not conceal the purpose of the operation, and at the same time gave them enough time for them to report. Mark just wanted to know who the traitors were under his hands. Sure enough, there are still 1 or 2 guys who can't sit still and ventilate. Mark's death plan for them is ready. In the course of the conflict, because the enemy's firepower was too fierce, unfortunately he was killed in the office. Except for Nick's headache, he has basically no problem. Nick can say that in order to make enough money for this operation, the 2 Kun-type fighters carried a large amount of ammunition and weapons to start the operation. After receiving the news, Pierce made an emergency plan immediately. But Pierce immediately stopped, and he realized that some problems were not right. Pierce, the old fox, was really worried. It was because Mark personally led the team that he stopped him. He would not be suspicious of another person in S.H.I.E.L.D. performing this operation. But the problem is that Mark is a non-staff. Pierce decided not to move anything this time, so as not to change. It has to be said that cleverness is reversed by cleverness, which is Pierce's. Sometimes I think too much and think too much, but the final result is not as good as I thought. Chapter 48, Mission Failed. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 49 Mission Failure. Not all lurkers are the kind of successful people who enter and leave the upper class. Just like the apartment in front of you. What Mark hated most was the apartment. It's not that there is anything wrong with the apartment. It's just that Mark rented the apartment a few times and left a bad impression. The landlords are all the kind of harsh people. Nor does it mean that all the landlords in this world are bitter guys. I can only say that I was out of luck and did not meet that kind of good landlord. Although it is not a high-end apartment, the security measures are still quite complete. The invisible Kun-style fighter landed on the rooftop of the apartment, and there was hardly any movement. When approaching the fighter, Natasha behind him reminded, "Instructor, you seem to have forgotten to bring weapons." After all, the enemy that was dealt with this time was the brutal Hydra. If you are a general terrorist, you need not be so careful. Mark didn't reply to Natasha's words, but just extended his index finger, the index finger beating with lightning, already the best reply. Everyone has superpowers, so naturally no weapons are needed. The gate of the rooftop was quickly broken by violence, but no sound was made. Ghost agents always look at the results, not the process. Any problem that can be solved quickly is not a problem. Nick didn't ask to bring back living people this time. Then Mark can be simpler and rougher. Through the WeChat walkie-talkie, Mark told the team member who had landed in another building, "Show me the target well. If there is any change in the target, notify me immediately." "Yes, instructor." The pair of people dressed in casual clothes walked down the apartment building, as if they were preparing to go out for a meeting. As soon as I walked to the floor where the target was, I saw that the target was opening the door. Mark looked at the goal that was about to open the door, and immediately shouted, "Oh, no, I forgot to bring the key, I will go up first, you are here to wait for me a little bit." The target suddenly shook his hand, almost dropped the key to the door, and the other hand slowly dropped it. Obviously, the other party obviously had a move to pull out the gun, but it was interrupted by Mark's scream. Natasha seemed to be looking at the afterglow of Mark's eyes, but was aiming at the target and said, "Remember to help me take the lipstick off the table, I think this color is not very good." The target dropped completely, and the door was opened in suspicion and entered the room. News came from another team in the headset responsible for surveillance. The target has entered the room, entered the toilet for the first time, and turned right at the door. The other party turned on the water heater and bathing equipment, and the heat source was too high to judge the other party's situation. Group A listen, blast bomb preparation, blast package preparation. Direct kill if necessary, no hand is left. Group B prevents the target from escaping from the window, aiming at the window. If the target is ready to break the window, immediately fire cover. Action. Acting and ordering others to act are ultimately two different things. This involves the existence of execution power and unexpected factors. Two agents holding blaster launchers are already standing outside the corridor next to the bathroom wall. The blasting package has also been installed on the door of the apartment. Just waiting for an order, he forcibly opened the door. But what everyone did not expect was that the gunshots suddenly sounded during the incident. Withdraw. Mark almost didn't hesitate, and the sound instantly appeared in everyone's headphones. Natasha's eyes turned quickly, and the blasting package had been installed. Then everyone rushed towards the safe passage. With a loud explosion, the entire target room was completely razed to the ground. On that floor, other rooms have also been greatly affected. What is certain is that the target is dead. It was arguably the biggest blow to this squad when they were out of control. Responsible for catching the first target. It ended with the other party's suicide, and caused such a big movement, so it said that the whole team was covered with a layer of haze. But Mark didn't feel any frustration at all, and looked at the list in his hand with a smile. "Instructor, we have all failed. You still laugh?" An agent asked, looking at Mark's smiling face with surprise. "I don't laugh, should I cry? Or that the target is dead, I should be decadent and depressed. Feeling wrong? Don't joke. What we should do now, we should think about how to complete the next action, not in here is the last time. Although it is often said that lessons are learned from failures, but I think there is nothing worth learning from this failure. To some extent, we have completed the task. But the goal is dead. Did not complete the secondary task." Mark solemnly explained to the agent. Mark is relatively clear, this guy's learning ability is quite strong, so far has not shown signs of Hydra, but Mark has included him in the reserve list of elimination. If this guy has any bad performance, Mark will remove him from his team without hesitation. This kind of guy who affects the emotions of the remediation team is better not to stay in his own team. Mark suddenly raised an illusion. It felt like Nick's guy had stuffed some problem guys with himself. And the biggest problem guy is the red-haired beauty Natasha from Russia. Mark really has to admit that the people handed over from the Red House are indeed very good and excellent, especially the character who won the title of Black Widow. Some spooky agents with poor learning skills are likely to plant a big heel in front of Natasha. That's why, Natasha is the one who can't turn the most. Obtaining diligence can make a difference, through a lot of practice can change a person, but the time left to Natasha is only 1 year. If you can't change it back in a year, it is likely to have a great impact on Natasha. For example, if a left-handed person is going to live with his right hand like those of right-handed people, and controls his life for a while, he finds that he still has no way to live with his right hand and is not as flexible as his left hand. Then he changed his left hand life again, but in the next life, he used his right hand subconsciously. The habit of using the right hand is left behind. If you want to change this habit, it will take a while. For top agents, this is a big problem. Okay, adjust your mindset, and then we have more things to deal with. Then let me take a good look at which one is next. Chapter 49, Hydra Fights Back. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 50 Hydra Fights Back. Pierce was quite shocked when he received the news. He didn't expect that the team under Mark was not dead. In the event of casualties, Pierce can find a reason to insert into this incident logically. But I didn't expect that the team that Mark took with him was not dead. This surprised Pierce, and even wondered if someone was exposed in advance, thus leaking some important news. But this doubt was quickly dispelled by himself. Because this possibility is unlikely, if the traitor hidden inside has been found. Nick's guy will definitely control it immediately and interrogate it strictly, not until now. After working for so many years, Pierce is still certain. However, the bad news continues. The news of the death of one of the hidden Hydra agents made Pierce anxious. Some are irrelevant pieces, while others are quite important, related to future plans. Pierce can no longer let this team do anything wrong, they must make counterattacks and actions. As soon as the Kun-type fighter that had just solved a target was lifted off, 2 missiles flew towards the Kun-type fighter from the rooftop of a high building not far away. It successfully hit the engine of the Kun-style fighter. Fortunately, the pilot's technology is enough to pass, and the quality of the Kun-style fighter is good enough to fall steadily on the roof. However, the madness does not end here, it is just the beginning. The roar of the helicopter propeller quickly entered everyone's ears. The soldier sitting on the helicopter pulled the trigger, and the gun mounted on the helicopter vented countless bullets on the shell of the Kun-style fighter. The sound of bullets hitting the metal one after another. Fortunately, the material of the Kun-style fighter is hard enough and can withstand for a while. Breath of the Creator. Now it's ready to use. Remember, if any of you are caught in a rampage, I will shoot you without hesitation. End your life and prevent you from causing greater threats. Anyone? Mark watched as some people were ready to take the breath of the Creator and reminded. As Mark said, everyone began to hesitate, watching the potion he could take at any time, as if looking at the deadly poison. After all, no one wants his life to be taken away in this way. Of course, you can also choose not to take these potions, and you will be greeted by the barrage of fire outside. You think about it yourself. One step forward is death, and one step backward is also death. The former died in the hands of the enemy, while the latter died in the hands of their own people. Natasha and Clinton took the potion without hesitation. It is difficult to see that under the normal circumstances, facing the enemy, the overwhelming firepower is difficult to survive. If you use it, you can unleash the potential you have never seen before. The answer is already quite obvious. The painful pictures flashed by, but not as strong as the first time, they knew that they were all false. At the same time, I have a deeper understanding of my past events. Nor does it mean that at this moment they are fully aware that they can let go of their perseverance. It's just that they won't stop because of these things. Mark has never been a stingy person. In the case of individuals taking potions, Mark placed 2 small position generators in their waist packs and started directly. Even if they are unfortunately swept by those machine guns, the protection of these position generators will not let them be hit immediately. At least there is still the power to fight back. I do not know if the Marvel world is born with aura protection. After Natasha and Clinton rushed out, very few bullets could hurt them. Even if a bullet accidentally flew towards them, they were intercepted by the shield formed by Mark's position generator. With the excellent shooting and bowing skills of the two, it was very easy to shoot down several helicopters in the air. Especially now that the potential of the two has completely exploded. Of course, the incident did not end here. Although the last Winter Soldier squad suffered heavy losses, the Hydra still believes that the Winter Soldier is still a very good fighting force. It was only during the last battle that Mark's strength was incorrectly estimated, which led to heavy losses. If there are no accidents, they are absolutely capable of performing many important tasks for the time being. For example, it caused a fatal blow to this squad. It was not required to kill Mark, and there were more killing Aegis agents in this team. With the emergence of the Winter Soldier, even Natasha and Clinton, there is no way for the two to continue to be as comfortable as before. It's like the appearance of the Winter Soldier, making the aura of both of them disappear. The two people do their best to avoid it. This comes from the damage of the Winter Soldier. The battle on the roof is very fierce, and the situation below is not much better. But with the fall of the armed helicopter from the sky, even if you want to hide the news, it is impossible. As soon as the New York Police Department received the alarm call, it immediately dispatched police officers to the scene to maintain the situation. These ordinary police officers do not know what happened to the people above, they only know to ensure the safety of the surrounding people and themselves. Several Hydra agents who had survived from the helicopter had just pulled out their guns, but before they had time to fire, they were smashed and killed by a large number of police officers. And still killing with Glock. On one side, Mark is completely in the theater mode. Mark almost doesn't want to participate in this battle. For Mark, if you do it yourself, it is almost a one-sided slaughter. There are always a few unremarkable guys who regard Mark as their hunting target and want to kill Mark on the spot. The other party has already taken the initiative, and it is impossible for Mark to continue to do what has not happened. Mark sprinted to the side of a Hydra, easily twisted his neck, and snatched the gun from his hand. The precise shooting quickly got to a sniper in the distance. Malik remembers very clearly that the guy fired the first shot. After a series of shots, a Hydra agent hiding behind the obstacle was killed. A Hydra agent hidden in Mark's team, watching Mark slaying at this time, silently raised the firearm in his hand and aimed at Mark. P.S. It is finally over. Chapter 50, Heroic Archon, Nadu. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 51 Heroic Consul, Nadu. The bullet flew towards Mark at a very fast speed, but was blocked by Mark's shield. Under everyone's surprised eyes, Hydra's traitor was also unable to execute, and his gun was actually empty. If he knew that Mark had such a shield, he would never shoot. But there is nothing if this world. Mark collapsed the Hydra agent in front of him with a shot, then turned his head and said with a killing eye, "How do you want to die?" If Ace and Mark just destroy his reputation and hurt the people around him, Mark will think about killing him all the time, but he will preserve his reputation and allow him to continue to walk in the light. But if someone wants to kill him, Mark will kill the guy who wants to kill him at all costs. Even if it is wanted for this reason, it will not be hesitated. When the flash appeared at Mark's position, Mark appeared in front of the traitor. When strong and powerful, he directly grabbed the opponent's throat. Agent Hydra thought it was time to catch and fired Mark frantically, but the bullet only penetrated the traitor's body. Mark did not kill the traitor immediately, but let the traitor die under his own gun. Nothing can appease Mark's anger in his heart. The violent fire hit the body like a sieve. A large amount of blood dropped on the ground along the toes and fingertips, but Mark's body did not stain any blood. Mark threw the body directly from the roof. He didn't care what it would become. He just wanted to satisfy the violent desire in that heart. Hydra agents also gradually discovered that they and the guy in front of them were not at the same level. Even the Winter Soldier could not defeat him, as if he were from the abyss in the abyss. Mark escaped into the shadows, and no one could find his trail. Even if those Winter Soldiers used all the detection equipment on their bodies, they still could not find Mark's whereabouts. However, Mark has also locked in his previous goal, Bucky Barnes. If Mark has any killing targets, Bucky, who is a Winter Soldier, is definitely one of them. At this time, Bucky was holding an assault rifle with a grenade pendant, which was suppressing another team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents under his hand. With only one person's power, suppressing a whole team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, it can be seen that this Winter Soldier is powerful. But with the appearance of Mark, the red Chinook blade completely cut off his steel arm. Before he could even react, he was kicked by Mark and hit the edge of the roof. Mark picked up the assault rifle on the ground and inspected the grenade pendant, but found that it had already been left. The possibility of breaking the Winter Soldier into pieces is gone. The reason Mark did this was to prevent someone from taking advantage of this and to get himself into conflict with Captain America. If there is no body left, then there is no way to mention it. There is no evidence to prove it. But this still can't change Mark's determination to kill him. At the moment when Mark was about to shoot, the fist wrapped in a special combat uniform smashed towards Mark. Mark smoothly blocked with the assault rifle in his hand, but what he did not expect was that the assault rifle was smashed by this fist and turned into fragments directly. With the assault rifle in his hand as a buffer, Mark's backhand hit him with a punch. But to Mark, he felt like he was hitting a steel plate. Although Mark's body has undergone transformation, there was no psionic power in the circle just now. It can be said that it is only by virtue of its own physical strength. But even so, it is not the power of ordinary people. Even if it is a steel plate, a dent should be made. But the other party is standing there. The other party also wears a mask. But there is no steel arm like Bucky. Buck, who was attacked by Mark, finally came to a halt. Although he said he had lost his steel arm, he was a world-class expert in the use of hot and cold weapons. With his skill, he can also pose a great threat to Mark. Pulling out the dagger that fits on the calf, a sprint came to Mark, and the dagger swept towards Mark's neck. Mark's shield blocked the attack of the dagger, and the dagger stuck to Mark's shield. Mark is preparing to fight back, but it was unexpected that another Winter Soldier had already attacked. On one side is Bucky, who has lost his steel arm, on the other side is the Winter Soldier with strange power. Mark also made his own choice. First a burst of red and violent energy appeared behind Mark. Then a white plasma ball appeared in this world. Archon, Nadu, come on stage. The deadly psionic shock wave shot towards the strange Winter Soldier for the first time. This shock wave, which can be easily penetrated by heavy alloys, is not an ordinary body at all, and any tire can be blocked. Even if it is as powerful as a thunder beast, it can be regarded as the top meat shield melee creature in the whole Zerg. Even so, their hard-bone shields cannot ignore this powerful psionic shockwave. The Winter Soldier had a tumbling fluke to escape the direct damage of the shock wave, but the high temperature brought by the shock wave also hurt his body. The combat uniform on his body was burned by high temperature to reveal a large piece of skin, and it has also been severely burned. Only a fool would choose to go it alone. The two Winter Soldiers would have occupied a remote place, and Mark didn't even worry about the exposure of the powerful governor around him. It doesn't matter whether it's Nick, or if Hydra wants to tear his face with himself. Nadu alone has reached the level of a general superhero. Coupled with Mark, the two can definitely stir up huge waves. In the days of S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Hydra, do NT think about living well? Mark will let them know what it means to sleep and sleep. The burned Winter Soldier just wanted to retreat, but he found himself acting like he was stuck in the mud. Nadu is not simply a bright governor. He is a fusion of two Templars who are most loyal to Sarnagar. Not only can you use the lightning storm and energy swallowed by the Templars of Light. After changing forms, you can also use powerful maelstrom and mind control. It's just that the stronger the target's mental strength and the stronger the resistance to will, the smaller the impact of mental control. But it happened to be those Winter Soldiers who had weak willpower and had been brainwashed countless times. Chapter 51, Thief. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 52. Use the mind control of the Dark Archon to target some special heroes. These ideas were still in the beginning, but in the end Mark still gave up the idea. Because the willpower of some heroes is too strong, like Captain America. Even though Captain America has been reformed, he has only reached the limit of human physique. But Captain America can offset this control through a period of adaptation, as can other superheroes who have always been strong. Not to mention the superheroes that have other resistance to mental control, such as Thor and Captain Marvel. But in front of him, Mark was not under any psychological pressure for the Winter Soldier, who was already under the control of human mind. Even if it was exposed, it would have no effect on Mark. And Mark can logically bury a time bomb in the Hydra. Mark can swear to the sky, this is definitely his temporary intention, not prepared in advance. Because even Mark himself did not expect that Hydra would suddenly launch such an attack. Nadu's use of void energy far exceeds that of some dark archon. Even those dark governors may not be able to do it, to the extent that he is. Under mental control, the two Winter Soldiers can be said to be absolutely obedient to Mark. The distance will no longer be restricted, and Mark can see everything through their eyes. It can be said that Mark has all the power of their body. Of course, all of this needs to be assisted by Nadu to complete it. But even if Nadu disappeared from this world, the mental control they caused would not disappear. It can be said that these two Winter Soldiers want to get rid of Mark, and do not think about their control in this life, unless Mark takes the initiative to release it. Under Mark's order, the two Winter Soldiers also quickly retreated. After receiving the news from here, the other Winter Soldiers immediately began to retreat and did not intend to continue fighting. The current news can no longer be suppressed, the police have reached the bottom, and it is just a matter of time. If you do not go further, the incident may be further expanded. The same is true for SHIELD, they still don't want to be exposed to the public. This time the two sides confronted each other, the involvement of foreign forces and the threat of exposure finally ended. Aegis Sky Carrier. The traitor's body was taken directly to S.H.I.E.L.D., and Nick directly publicly announced a rigorous investigation to find the internal traitor. However, it is precisely because of Nick's public announcement that instead, the old fox on Pierce is relieved a lot if Nick hides the body and investigates secretly. Instead, the old fox will start to worry about whether Nick has found any important clues. Mark, who was the attacker this time, naturally would not be in the scope of the investigation. Mark returned directly to his home. The mission of life this time is to deal with some matters within S.H.I.E.L.D. However, on his way home, Mark received news from two Winter Soldiers under his control. Bucky was sealed up as soon as possible. After all, he is the best friend of Captain America. He can play an unparalleled role at a critical moment, and another Winter Soldier is just a puppet with a very high combat effectiveness. So after going back for a simple healing, the Winter Soldier performed a new mission. This new task is to assassinate Mark. Yes, at this critical moment, while Nick was still investigating the traitors of S.H.I.E.L.D., he began to attack Mark openly. It can be said that this is the lighter next to the gunpowder barrel. However, the plan prepared by Hydra is quite adequate. The plan is for a high-speed truck to directly smash Mark's car into a piece of iron. The car driver is a poor guy who has nowhere to go but has huge debts and is suffering from terminal illness. After Mark received this news, he scoffed at the Hydra's execution plan. If the truck did not directly hit Mark, then the Winter Soldier carried out a patching plan. It can be said that it itself is a backup plan. Mark left his Unreal avatar in the car, and his body had already left the car long ago. The car drove in the direction of Villa Mark as normal. With just a bang, Mark's car was directly hit into a discus. Everyone thought Mark was dead. After all, cars have crashed into that look. But I never imagined that what Mark left inside was nothing more than an avatar that he built with energy. Apart from basic actions, even attacks cannot be done. The plan was implemented very successfully, and naturally there was no need for the Winter Soldier to do anything. What made the entire Hydra not think of it was Mark, who actually went to work at Stark Industries the next day. Whether it was S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, it was quite a surprise for Mark's sudden appearance, and it also included Stark Industries, which was in full view. It was just that Tony Stark called Mark last night. When the owner of the hit vehicle was identified for the first time, Tony called Mark on a phone call. Mark is very excited about Tony's concern. At least in this world, some people really care about themselves as friends. At the top of the Stark building, in Tony's exclusive office. Do you have any guesses about yesterday's attackers? Tony poured a glass of wine and handed it to Mark. Mark pushed the wine back to Tony and said, "Thank you. I know that the attacker can't say it for the time being and can't do anything. I can only say that this organization is quite large and dangerous." "How terrible is it? The country with the world's largest aircraft carrier fleet is terrible." Tony thinks that even if he closes the arms door, the country is still supporting himself, so he proudly said. "More terrible than this, and what?" Tony was curious about Mark's words. "I can't tell you yet, it's not a good thing for you." Mark still didn't say it in the end. "If you say this kind of thing in advance, it will destroy the stability of time. Will Guyi, who is the guardian of time, directly kill himself? This is not necessarily." Mark finally chose a safer possibility. Tony still trusted Mark and did not continue to ask. Chapter 52, Excellent King. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 53 Excellent King. The work of SHIELD is far less arduous and ordinary training than imagined. Some training is very boring and tasteless. There is no need for an instructor like Mark to be by his side, not to mention that these senior agents also have their own jobs. Of course, during this time, Natasha also served as an important task as Stark secretary within Stark Industries. If it wasn't for the traitors inside the shield that had been so important before, it must be done by a trusted person, plus the consideration of protecting Mark. It is simply impossible for Natasha and Eagle Eye to perform this mission at the same time. With the exception of Hawkeye and Natasha, you can hardly believe most other agents. All that remains to believe is only a few people around, such as Coulson and Hill. Although the last attack was deliberately suppressed, some media have a keen sense of smell and invited Mark to participate in some important programs. Mark naturally rejected the invitation of these media, and there was naturally a 15 at the first day. Mark was still worried about the conspiracy of the last time. Bored Mark can only choose to surf the internet. Okay. Marco had to admit that he was already an old man, knowing that surfing the internet was also the earliest group of users who used the internet. In his free time, Mark also started to search for books about history and myths. After all, in this world, the myth is not illusory, but actually existed, which is a very useful help for Mark. Mark first read the Nordic myths related to his own breath. After all, I met Odin once. Mark is in a specially established online information forum. In fact, the myths of most countries are not as vivid and interesting as imagined. Most of them are artificial modifications and changes, which make the story more interesting, just like the famous Sleeping Beauty. The fairy tale after being adapted tells a beautiful love story. But who knows, the real fact is that sleep is not a curse, but a prophecy to wake up, not because of the prince's kiss, but because of brutality. After giving birth to 2 children, one of them sucked her finger. It is not the king's mother who hates her, but the king's wife. The same is true of Nordic mythology. For example, the Twilight of the Gods written by mankind, and the true Twilight of Asgard are completely different. When Mark was boring through the posts in the forum, inadvertently turned to a post that made Mark interested. How to become a good king. Nothing impressed Mark more than the communication between the 3 kings. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. Conquer King Alexander. Knight Arthur, or Altoria. Undoubtedly, the most ridiculous and childish speech among these 3 people is the Night King Altalia, not only have to say that she wants the purest result. Denying the meaning of your own existence, who is yourself? Marco clicked into the post and saw a bunch of ridiculous replies, but none of these replies were really serious. Mark looked at the head of the post's head, and it was actually Odin, the Nordic god. Of course, it is the outline drawn by human beings. If Odin knows that someone is asking this kind of question under his avatar, I'm afraid he will cry. What you are asking is too general: how to become an excellent king. First of all, what do you think is a good king? There have been too many kings since ancient times: cruel, benevolent, selfless, and greedy. Many of them have fatal flaws, but they are also a qualified king. So you asked the wrong question from the beginning, not how to be a good king, but how you want to be a king. What was the environment you experienced? Of course, as far as the earth is concerned, the identity of a king is more like the existence of a mascot. So your question is not taken seriously. And you still want to clear your question, come and ask again. After all, the information you give is too little. Mark pressed the enter key and sent it out. He was just bored. After all, humans are social animals. It is difficult for a person to bear it for a long time. Some people say that as long as you give me a mobile phone, enough food, and enough water, I can live alone. But isn't mobile phone a means of communicating with the outside world? Did the outside information reach you in front of you through your mobile phone? Mark just prepared to close his laptop and go get a drink to relieve his fatigue. But I did not expect that the news came from the forum's private channel. At first glance, Markdown turned out to be the poster named Sock with the head of God Odin. Mark hesitated and repeated the call. After all, there will be no face without a camera, and it's no big deal anyway. But what I didn't expect is that the voice that came out was very unmatched with the avatar, and it was actually a very clear female voice. Are you the lonely Mark? Mark sat back in his place again and said, Yes, it's me. Is there anything to find me? Miss Sock. Actually, I am working on a graduation thesis about the king. I have some bottlenecks in this area, so I will post a question to see if anyone can help me. But there has been no useful news, no your reply. So I want to contact you. I want to get a deeper understanding of the concept of a good king. Sock's tone was obviously a little excited. Mark also smiled. Anyway, he is fine now, and chatting with a girl is quite happy. Think about the time when you have to pay for playing games and talking. Now there is a girl who can chat with you. It's simply too good to listen to the other party's voice. It's just a pastime after tea. In my opinion, an excellent king must first be affirmed by his people. Whether he is cruel or benevolent, he must be affirmed by the people. Because the foundation of a country is its people. The people, it's like a gear in a machine that drives the operation of this huge machine in the country. Perhaps this machine can continue to operate after losing one or two parts, but as more and more parts are lost, this machine will eventually collapse. And the man who controls the machine as a king will also naturally step down from his throne. Mark said his thoughts about the king. Chapter 53, Whiplash. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 54, Lost Whip Out of the Cage. The next two people can be said to have a good time with each other, but because of some other external factors, the two people actually broke up without talking for long. Mark can also be considered a new friend on the internet of this world, probably. In a safe and secret room, the sound of forging ping-pong and ping-pong, one after another, has never been cut off, day or night. Ivan Vank collected enough materials and equipment to make his own equipment. He wants to prove to the world with his actions that Stark but those guys are just liars. Whether it's an arc reactor or something. Unlike the steel armor made by Tony, the set of warriors Ivan prepared for himself had almost no protection. It is not so much armor as it is an auxiliary device for exoskeleton. Two huge iron whips are the weapons of this auxiliary device. The sound of leather heels hitting the ground sounded, which affected the original rhythmic metal knocking sound. Looking at the one leaning against the door frame to add goods, Ivan didn't think that this guy was a fellow with him from beginning to end. Ivan's paused tapping resumed again. "What are you doing?" Ivan asked as he struck. "I just want to see if my friend needs my help or not, is there anything left?" Ace sneered. Ivan did not answer, but carried out his own operations. With the successful splicing of the last part, along with the sound of energy flow, a large number of arcs began to appear on the two huge iron chains. Slow applause came from a distance, and Ivan suddenly had an urge to kill this guy in front of him. "It seems that your last step has been completed. Then the next two plans are for us," Ace said, leaving his back to Ivan. "It seemed as if I didn't worry about being attacked at all." World Formula 1 Championship Monaco Grand Prix. The venue is the Monte Carlo circuit in Monaco. At this time Tony has already got into his own equation car. Mark naturally came along with him. Happy stayed at the Stark building because of the recent bomb incident, so this time he didn't come with him. Accompanying Tony's secretary Pepper. It's just that this lady is totally concerned about the figure on the TV. Mark also has his own concerns. He remembers clearly that the whiplash attack in Monaco against Tony, who had almost no counterattack at the time. Even Tony brought a set of portable armor and successfully put it on. It was a little difficult to deal with his guy. But what Mark didn't think of was that this time the target was not Tony Stark at all. At this time, Ivan Vank and Ace, who were hiding in the dark, had already made a layout for Mark. And now is preparing to close the net. The passage connecting the rider's rest area is empty. Only a few lamps are performing their duties with due diligence. With a sudden flicker, they also reached the end of their lives. Ivan, who shocked the whip at the end of the tunnel, moved his whip and made a crackling sound. The moment Mark saw someone blocking the exit, he knew that the other party was not good. Mark just wanted to pull out the gun in his waist, but then he heard the sound that made him kill quickly. "If you shoot, the hotel will blow up with a bang. By that time the poor lady's life will also disappear together," Ace said to Mark with a rather obvious remote control. Mark was just about to escape into the shadows. A slight movement of his body made Ace, who was extremely nervous there, press a button on the remote control. Immediately afterwards, I heard a loud noise not far away, followed by screaming and crying. Even if we are far away, we can clearly hear the original shouting sound and disappear without a trace. "Oh, I accidentally pressed the wrong button, but if you dare to make trouble again, I can't guarantee that I will make a mistake next time," Ace said in surprise, covering her mouth. Ivan felt more and more that this guy beside him was a neuropathy, or that he was too heavy to guard against the person in front of him. After all, in his opinion, there is no equipment, and Mark, who only uses a pistol, is the turtle in the urn. After all, Ivan didn't know enough about Mark. "I'm curious who you are? What kind of grudges do we have? Let you be so stalked?" Mark said with his teeth. He dared not take any action, not because Mark was worried about other people in the audience, but really worried about Pepper in the hotel. After all, they are acquaintances they know, and it can be said that they are half of their friends. Coupled with Tony's girlfriend, Mark will have such scruples. Otherwise, Mark and without hesitation shot at Ace. No matter how many people die, no one knows that it is the result of Mark. "I'm just a bit unhappy about you guys who pretend to be superheroes, and then the taller ones. The mortals should look like mortals." Ace shook his index finger slowly. But at this time, a warrior holding a Chinook blade appeared behind Ace. I don't know if I felt the murderousness, or it came from instinct. A sideways dodge, just destroyed the detonator in his hand. "What have you done?" Ace, who was in trouble, didn't feel lucky to be alive for the first time, but cared about the broken detonator. The whipping whip looked at the guy who suddenly appeared behind him, and the electric whip in his hand flung out violently. A flash of the Dark Templar evaded this deadly attack and once again escaped into the shadows. At this stage, Mark can only summon the Dark Templars. Some of the Dark Templars who obey Nadu are the secret weapons at the bottom of Mark's box. However, the two guys who deal with them are quite difficult opponents, and they are not overkill. However, such a narrow passage is not conducive to the attack of the Dark Templar. The channel itself is so large, and the shock whip used by the other party can completely cover the entire channel. So Mark didn't let those Dark Temple warriors attack the two guys forcibly. The only means by which these two guys can restrict Mark has been lost. Next, Mark is ready to do it himself. First of all, it targeted the guy of Ace. P.S. I recommend to write it down, there will be more. Chapter 54, Missed Again. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 55, Another Miss. Mark rushed up in an arrow, ready to attack Ace directly. But the Morning Whip standing beside him waved the electric whip in his hand, giving no chance at all. In this narrow space, the electric shock whip with a huge attack range is simply a weapon. Mark opened his shield and forcibly rushed to the front, eating a whip abruptly. The electric whip slammed on Mark's shield, which was severely damaged. If the attack continues like this, even if Mark reaches the opponent's position, he must take at least 3 damages, but Mark's shield may not be able to support 3 times. Even after Mark calculated the ability to flash, the final conclusion is that there is still no way to get closer to the battle. Simply calculated the damage that the shield can withstand. At most, after carrying the 2 damages, it will enter the overload state, and it must take more than 5 seconds of cooling time to restart. In this battle of minutes and seconds, 5 seconds. It's almost a time I dare not think about. Even an ordinary person who hasn't used the gun very much can burn all the bullets from a normal assault rifle in 5 seconds. With his own flesh and blood, even with the protection of the combat uniform, there is no way to resist the attack of the electric whip. Mark has good chinics, but his flesh has not been transformed by the Zerg. Without being transformed, you can't bear this kind of injury at all. Mark gritted his teeth and scolded the 2 old in his heart, but now he can only take 1 step back. After all, the world here is not an interstellar world. In the previous world, Mark had seen many dead ghost agents, and rushed up under the power of the other party. Because they knew that the Empire had excellent bioengineering to treat their injuries. Even if it is impossible to regenerate the limb, it is still possible to find alternative ways. Bionic machinery was a very common technology in that era. Mark changed his strategy and chose to use a gun directly in the distance. But what Mark did not expect was that the defensive net formed by the waving electric shock whip easily blocked all his bullets. The sound of ping-pong echoed in the tunnel, and the magazine of Mark's pistol was already empty. I originally thought Ivan was just a genius with better brains and equipment. But I never imagined that the opponent's force value was so high. In the end Mark still gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Mark rushed towards the 2 without hesitation. Ivan just wanted to wave the whip in his hand, and felt the killing intention behind him. The whip in his hand changed direction and pulled towards him, and a Dark Templar was blown away on the spot. Dark Templar's paper-like shield. Only 1 attack was blocked and it was broken. Compared to other Templars, or those fanatics who charge at the forefront, or those mechanical creations, the energy shield equipped by the Dark Templar can be said to be the lowest energy consumption. The main reason is to prevent the energy detection from reaching the latent concealment effect. Mark is ready to sacrifice the entire Dark Templar. In any case, at least one of the 2 must be left today. Mark's idea is good, but there are some problems in actual operation. Mark's running speed can be said to be quite fast, plus the blinking, the distance between the 2 is not too bad, almost in a few breaths is almost before the other. But just as Mark was about to grab the guy from Ace, a large net fell off the ceiling. Mark waved the Chinook blade in his hand and easily cut the large net made of metal. The crisp metal hit the ground, the sound of the tiles sounded, and the rapidity of dididai was quite harsh. Mark almost didn't think about it, flickering back suddenly. Successive explosions completely collapsed the entire tunnel and completely blocked Mark in the rest area. Only this one channel is connected to the outside, and the air duct is also destroyed during the explosion. The other party is ready. If there is no way to kill themselves, they are completely trapped here. Mark looked at the piled-up gravel that completely blocked his way forward. Mark doesn't worry about being trapped here, because he is on the other side, and a Dark Templar is responding to himself, and he can flash directly to the opposite side by flashing. Mark was angry because he let the guy go again. In contrast, Mark wants to kill the self-righteous ace. Woo! Really exciting. But I never thought that the other party still has a king. I made a mistake. It seems that the next time I want to account for this factor. Ace glanced at the blown-up channel, and then looked at going to the explosion site in the distance. I talked to myself. Ivan was also shocked by the explosion just now. He didn't know that the other party had prepared this plan, and the most important thing was that he hadn't heard of Mark and the helper. It was just the front line of life and death. If he didn't feel the coolness, he was now a dead body. He grabbed Ace's collar and asked, "Don't you guys say you have a perfect plan? And what happened to the explosion just now? Want to kill all of us?" "Relax, I threw my head accurately. Those are calculated by us. Now the annoying guy is trapped inside. Just wait for the oxygen consumption inside to be exhausted. What we should do is drop Tony Stark and complete your revenge plan, don't you?" Ace said, pointing to the real-time tracking on the big screen not far away. "Soon after, Tony Stark will pass here, that is the best time to shoot. Having missed this opportunity, it is difficult to find similar opportunities again." Ivan watched that his enemies were coming, and had no time to talk nonsense with this guy. He tore off his jacket. Adjust the power of this device to the maximum, and the sound of the energy driving the motor is quite harsh, but it is only a moment. Ivan easily opened a gap in the guardrail with his electric whip. The two security guards who stepped forward to try to stop him were easily beheaded. Formula quickly drove past him, and he went completely without fear. His goal is only one: Tony Stark. Chapter 55, Infamous. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site: www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 56. Mark walked out of the underground passage and came to the arena, looking at the black smoked area in the distance. He did not rush past in the first place, where there were already ambulance personnel. Mark doesn't think he is better than those professional rescuers. In the past, it is likely that he was adding chaos. In contrast, Mark is more worried that a gap has been forced into the guardrail. Mark quickly found Ivan's figure on the track, and the other party was standing on the track with these two electric whips, waiting for the upcoming Tony's car. Mark would like to remind Tony now, but said that sooner or later, Tony's car has also hit Ivan's electric whip. The car split in two instantly, and Tony flew out with half of the car because of the damage. Severely hit the deceleration guardrail. Simple safety measures are still in place and have not caused any direct harm. Mark watched as he was approaching Tony's whiplash, a big jump off the auditorium. Mark was just about to leave the audience, and there was an extra figure on his way. "I didn't expect you to be able to come out. I should have arrived long ago. It should be impossible for you to be trapped, as simple as that. If that is the case, then let's play the second game." Taking it out of Ace's suit, aiming at Mark was a burst of fire, and he didn't care if there were innocent crowds around Mark. This small submachine gun may seem small, but it hurts a lot. Especially at close range, the theoretical rate of fire can reach 1,500 rounds per minute. It can be said that this is already a pretty scary pigment. The key is that in this case, without too much protection, lethality is full. Compared to the whip, Mark is not so afraid of Uzi. Almost shooting with bullets rushed towards Ace. A 9mm bullet hit the shield and fell to the ground. Mark's pace still did not stop. Even for a modified Uzi with a strengthened magazine, it is simply a matter of hitting a magazine in a few breaths. It can't be any simpler. Ace did not hesitate. After the design was completed, Ace dropped 2 Uzis on the ground. Instead of 2 submachine guns, 2 daggers slipped into his hands. Ace is ready to fight Mark closely. It is a pity that he completely overestimated his close combat ability. The level of Ace's melee attacks has fully reached the level of agents, and some Aegis agents are not as strong as Ace. But the opponent he faced was not an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., but the new instructor of S.H.I.E.L.D. Standing in front of him was the new instructor Mark S.H.I.E.L.D., who faced the siege of Black Widow and Eagle Eye, and still had the advantage. Facing Ace rushing up, Mark hits Ace's wrist with a hand knife. The dagger fell to the ground because of the pain in his wrist. Mark's attack did not end there. Mark's other hand threw a punch, hitting Ace in the abdomen. These actions were almost completed in an instant, and I began to doubt that Ace, who thought he could have a higher level of strength with Mark, was educated. Mark's actions were so fast that Ace didn't have time to react. Ace flew out, and hit the guardrail before stopping. A mouthful of blood couldn't help but spurted from Ace's end. Do you have a wrong understanding of your strength, sir? Originally, if you leave, you can still live, but now, Mark walked slowly, completely treating Ace as a dead man. I stood by the guardrail and said, "Yeah, I made mistakes about you and my estimates, but there is one thing I did not make mistakes." Mark looked at Ace's gradually rising smile on his face and felt bad. "Come on. Kill me. As long as you kill me, you can satisfy the anger inside you, but... You northeast arrow spirit southeast arrow horse northeast arrow gram southeast arrow. Why did the auditorium explode? Why the Brooklyn Bridge collapsed? Why?" Ace smiled wildly. But Mark was not interested in waiting for the guy to talk, and slapped him in the face. "Mark is not a fool. Will you set a flag for me when you are finished? Lao Tzu is not a pediatric intern." The dagger in Mark's hand can be dropped at any time, but Mark has not started. Because Mark is waiting. Wait for a reply. "Sir, according to my detection there are at least 5 electronic devices around the scene recording this situation." Jarvis' voice appeared from Mark's headphones. Mark is very angry, but he hasn't been stunned yet. "I changed my mind. I won't kill you. I will give you to the government and the law to try." Mark put his dagger down and looked at Ace. It's just that Mark's heart is missing all the time, thinking of killing Ace. It was ready, but when the guy entered the police station, he went to assassinate himself. Ace grinned at her own face, laughing madly and infiltrating. "Ha ha ha! Is this your choice?" Mark communing. "It turns out that you are no different from those who have no guts." Ace's original plan was to humiliate Mark. Even if Mark was not defeated in public, he could blame Mark for all the blame. For example, the previous explosion and the people who were just hit by stray bullets blamed all of them on Mark. Anyway, I have already said everything I should say. As long as someone can guide the direction of public opinion, Mark will be completely overwhelmed by public opinion. This is his real plan. Ace knew he was not capable of solving opponents like Mark. It is obviously an irrational choice to kill the other party. The only thing that can be done is to completely push the opponent to the dead end. The best result is naturally to force the other party to the opposite of society. Even if Mark didn't let himself finish talking, the result was already fulfilled. Someone will associate these things with Mark. It would be better if Mark killed himself at this time. By that time, a fallen hero would have far more impact than the current one. After coming out, Ace has directly dialed the metal phone. The police in Monaco are estimated to be fast. As expected, Ace's fully armed Monaco police had arrived at the scene. Everyone has live ammunition. Sir, the drone has been launched, the situation has been proved, and you can attack at any time. Chapter 56 was missing. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 57. Pay attention to your audience, don't cause large-scale casualties, otherwise you will wait for unemployment. Also, be sure to take down the target. The above wants us to catch that guy, looking at the picture delivered by the drone. Yes, sir. The Monaco police force is more of a French force than a Monaco-owned force. Before they came, they were locked in Tony and Mark. Needless to say, Tony, as a millionaire, they couldn't control the playboy. So the only thing that can be managed and can benefit enough from it is Mark. Although Mark also works in the Stark Group, what he does is nothing more than a security staff. It can still be done under pressure for a few days. In these few days, they confidently thought they could extract enough benefits from Mark. It is a pity that the prerequisite for all this is that they can successfully catch Mark. The police quickly rushed into the auditorium. The audience at this time was already empty, and most of the people left this place. After all, someone here just took a submachine gun to fire, and no one wanted to take the risk of losing his life and continued to stop here. A heavily armed Monaco police rushed into the auditorium. They did not aim at Ace immediately. Instead, the target is placed on the most threatening Mark, who in their view is the biggest threat. Mark can naturally feel that someone is aiming at himself with a gun, but Mark still can't stand it, and the threat that the other party poses to him is not too great. If you do it yourself, the impact on yourself is too great. After all, the other party is a law enforcement team. Sir, we have targeted our goal. Do we act now? The captain of the action said into the microphone. Do it as planned. The captain of the action immediately beckoned to the players around him, and several players rushed towards Ace. The electric shock handcuffs immediately leaned on Ace's wrist. At the same time, the captain of the operation approached Mark, put the gun down, and said friendly, "Hello, Mr. Communing, thank you for your bravery and help us catch this terrible terrorist." Mark looked at the captain with a smile in front of his eyes, but he was not in a good mood. Because the other people still aimed their guns at themselves, obviously the other party was not at ease with themselves. I think this is our responsibility. The capable person should do something. But can you ask your colleagues to put the gun down? I don't think it's necessary for me to do this. Mark directly picked the words and said clearly. I'm very sorry, after all, you are too dangerous, and as one of the parties to this matter, we also need you to go to the police station to make a statement. The captain of the operation still said with a smile. What if I choose to refuse? Then we have to use some compulsive means. The smile on the captain's face disappeared instantly, and his hand was extended to the waist with a pistol. The speed is so fast that most people simply cannot react. It is a pity that the person standing in front of him is not an ordinary person at all, but a ghost agent who is strictly trained and has abilities beyond mortals. Mark immediately grabbed the opponent's wrist as soon as he shot, and the opponent's hand grabbed the gun before he could grasp the pistol, and he was immediately removed by Mark. Immediately after, Mark strangled the other person's neck with his own arm, and pointed the head of the action captain with his gun. He said, "Everyone, I have no intention of conflict with you. Is it okay when there is no such thing? I'm sorry. We can't assume that we haven't seen this thing." A drone slowly floated in front of Mark, and there was a sound in the drone. I just want to use some normal means to solve the problem. If that's the case, I can't blame me. Mark said, dropping a smoke bomb from his sleeve. This smoke bomb can not only isolate the sight of normal people, but also isolate the scanning of various instruments. It can be said to be a very useful auxiliary equipment. Mark basically carries 2 to 3 of these smoke bombs at any time, and can escape at a critical moment. With the body of the smoke bomb, the action team standing in the auditorium shot without hesitation. Even in the smoke, there is their action captain, but they know that they can never let the target escape, otherwise, what they need to face is more terrible. When the smoke gradually dissipated, Mark had long disappeared. Jarvis. Have several of the electronic instruments around been hacked? Mark, who had left the audience, said to Jarvis from a height. Sir has helped you clear all the records, even the drone has been cleared. You can rest assured. Thank you. How is Tony now? The master has subdued the gangster, but the armor is badly damaged. Mark didn't return to the hotel in the first time, but had a secret phone call with Tony first. The phone is kept secret throughout and is monitored by Jarvis himself. So I'm not worried about someone eavesdropping in it. What's the matter? Mark. What the happened? I heard Jarvis say you had some conflict with the local police in Monaco. Tony asked before Mark spoke up. I don't want to have conflicts with those guys either, but they don't intend to let me go. Someone sent my news here, and you know who is responsible for the safety of Monaco. Those guys want to catch me, from I got something here. Mark also had a trace of helplessness in his tone. I know, I will arrange a private jet to take you away. It seems that we will be more careful in the future, whether it is your side or my side. Tony is still a little worried about what happened today. Tony never felt that death was so close to him. Even in Afghanistan, he passed the danger in a coma. He touched the reactor in his chest. Okay, I will keep in touch if I have something to do. Mark got up from his seat and hung up. I bought myself a newspaper and threw it into the trash. In the newspaper, Mark successfully became a missing person. Everyone is struggling to find the staff of the security department of Stark Industries. P.S. Plus more will be issued. If you want to change more, go to the comment area to find the group. Chapter 57, Foreign Friends. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 58. Mark has lived in this city for 3 days. For Mark, the problem of 3 days in life is not a big deal. The news was also sent by Tony. The main reason is that what happened recently has caused the airspace on Monaco to be strictly regulated. Even if Tony sent his private plane over, it was difficult to take Mark away. So Mark stayed in Monaco temporarily, but Tony returned to New York first. At the same time, leave Mark and promised to find opportunities to take Mark away from here. Fortunately, Mark's disguise is good enough. As long as there are some places that do not need to pass authentication, Mark can handle it. In the Fish and Dragon bar, Mark sat in the corner. He ordered a glass of sparkling water and sat here for a long time. The beauties coming and going around from time to time cast a teasing look, but Mark did not respond, and gradually there were no beauties around Mark. Those beautiful women who think they are outstanding, but have no temptation to succeed. Began to rumors about Mark, a neutral boy. What kind of face is good, but it is a glass or the like. In addition, Mark's face is a bit neutral, so there are still a few guys who are not afraid of death. Of course, there is no conflict. Mark simply refused. After all, Mark is not a glass. The beauty wearing this green tight leather jacket came in from outside the bar temporarily, with black hair behind him, carefully looking at the inside of the bar, looking for something. Soon, she locked her goal. Hello, Mr. Communing. He sat across from Mark and whispered to Mark. Mark just wanted to attack, but the other party had already put his hand on the back of his hand. Relax, I'm not malicious. It's that we've seen it once before. Sok, I talked to you before. It turned out that this beauty was Sok, who had a pleasant chat with Mark before. But now suddenly appeared in front of Mark, making Mark still restless. No matter what the other party's purpose is, being able to find his whereabouts shows that the other party is very unusual. So Miss Sok doesn't come to me in person, is there anything? Let us not be so rusty, okay, it's a friend who has been chatting once in a while, and we re not very happy. It's just that some of the topics were not resolved last time, so I can't bear the excitement in my heart, I want to come over and discuss it carefully. Sok's words are still quite euphemistic. Even if it is heard by others, it is just the relationship between men and women. Then I think we need to change a place. Mark only said these men and women and restless music around him. You're right. Talking about the two people left the bar and found a cafe that can open independent boxes. Along the way, Mark is very worthy of observation of this beautiful girl. Of course, the reason for the observation of Mark is completely out of vigilance. There is no interest in this mysterious beautiful girl. A knife on Seiki's head, especially Mark, who had experienced the life of the licking blood at the knife edge, is particularly clear about this. This reminded Mark of a terrible memory. You never know if the beautiful girl you saw in the dangerous area would be a mimicked young worm. Is it disgusting to think about it? I'm curious, how did you find me? After all, Monaco is looking for me now. Mark didn't have any meaning to hide, and opened the skylight to speak brightly. The other party has the ability to find himself, and now the sister and he are still in a relatively safe environment, indicating that the other party is not the guy who wants to catch himself. If the other person really wants to be good to himself, there are many opportunities from the bar to the present. Mark deliberately revealed flaws, but the other party still had no action. By my little means, I don't need to care too much about this. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone about your whereabouts. After all, if you are taken away, I'm missing a close friend. Sok patted his breast. A person who has never seen a person across the internet as an intimate friend, your heart is really big. How do you know if this person will be an evil person? Especially a beautiful girl like you, here again in a closed environment, it's dangerous. Mark made a vicious look. Of course, this is obviously pretended, and anyone can tell. I believe in my own eyes, and I don't think Mr. Mark can pose any threat to me. You are confident? Mark said gradually as he calmed down, looking straight at Sok. It's just superficial. After listening to Mr. Mark's words last time, I found that I still have a lot of deficiencies. There is a connection between the Nordic mythology and the Nordic kingdom that I heard last time. I want to have a deeper understanding. Sok still gave a step in time. Mark also had some headaches for a while. I was also sentimental, thinking about what to say, but really talking about something deeper. Mark had some headaches. Just like, what is the connection between the Nordic mythology and the Nordic kingdom? Where does Mark know what is the connection? So Mark had no choice but to talk bluntly. It is better to make the other party think that he is a guy who runs the train full of mouth, so that the other party will not bother himself. Mark took a sip of coffee and calmly said, "Is it related? The most relevant is the and the king. In fact, many European countries have always been subject to the restrictions of the Theo. The main reason is still inseparable from Rome. The relationship, the most obvious of which is that the kings of various countries must accept the coronation of the Pope. However, in the Nordic countries that admire Norwegian mythology, they do not have a relatively large sense of identification with Roman religion. After all, in their eyes, the Odin, Thor, who is also the of war, is more kind and can give them strength, just like when more people were surprised when they called Odin's beard instead of my god. Humans have used their own ways to shape the image of God in their minds, and at the same time use this image to inspire themselves. The superior is using these to consolidate his rule. Chapter 58, Familiar Scary. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 59. Sock nodded in agreement with what Mark said, but did not interrupt Mark. Still listening quietly to Mark's next speech. Actually, things like myths, or myths made by humans, are just serving people. Perhaps it is a pastime to give people a meal, or perhaps to achieve some necessary purposes, but these artificial myths are still there. It's just an artificial myth, you can't treat it as a true history. So the value of the reference is not great, it can only be said that these artificial myths have an impact on some Nordic kingdoms. Mark slowly said. Sock finally couldn't help it, and his inner curiosity asked, "You have been emphasizing artificial myths, why can't these myths be true?" "Really?" Mark sneered, "Take the Norwegian myth as an example. Some books say that Loki is Odin's righteous brother, and some books say Loki is Odin's son. So the myth is just artificial. It's just like I said that Odin is blind, wearing a golden eye mask, holding a golden spear, and wearing white hair. He believes this is Odin?" With a half-joking tone, Mark was talking to Sock, and Mark did not expect Sock to believe what he said. "I believe," Sock said, looking at Mark with a firm expression. "Ha ha ha. Nonsense, you believe it. I also said Heimdall is still an authentic black man." Mark still had a little doubt about the humorous lady in front of her. So I continued talking jokingly. But when Mark said Heimdall was a black man, there was a slight change in his expression. Even for an instant, Mark caught it. The other party obviously knew that Heimdall was a black man, then the other party was probably the in Asgard. But Mark never remembered, the of Asgard named Sock. Sock smiled awkwardly. "Actually, myth is just a smile. There is no need to take it too seriously. After all, it is above us. Even if there is, what does it have to do with us? A mortal like me is only fooled by those above. God controls it." Mark opened his palm and moved his fingers, trying to control the once violent and familiar power in his hands. But the prohibition buried in Mark's body suppressed this force. "Sorry, we seem to be off topic." Mark also gradually began to turn the subject to other aspects. "Ready to knock on the side to get some news?" "No, I think you said it very well," Sock said indifferently. "I want to ask, which one of your gods is your favorite among Norwegian mythology?" "Which one?" "You're stumping me. If you have to say which one makes me feel more like it, I will choose the creator of the gods' dusk. Loki the fire god." Mark slowly said. "I took a coffee and thought for a while before saying. I've seen the admirer of Odin, the admirer of Thor, and the admirer of Heimdall. But the first time I saw the admirer with Rocky." Socker said, slightly surprised. "That's just picking a tall one among the dwarfs. After all, being a god, he created the gods' twilight. This great feat alone is enough for me to like. If the creator of the gods' twilight is someone else, I might not like him that much." Mark shrugged. "It turns out so. But why are you so disgusted with the Nordic gods?" Sock still didn't understand. Mark paused for a moment, thinking about his being sealed on the top of the snow. "That's because..." "Forget it, it's useless to tell you. Mark can be sure that the other party is an Asgard god. If not, Mark would wash his hair upside down. I don't really want to talk about this topic, let's change to another topic." In the end, the chat did not last too long, and Sock's more curiosity was still placed on Mark's evaluation of the Nordic gods. Mark inadvertently mentioned some other gods in the back. But there is absolutely no interest in those gods. It can also be seen from this point. In an apartment in Monaco, Mark can finally take a hot bath. During this time, Mark was almost feeling moldy. After all, his own identity is really a bit tricky now, so Mark tries not to go to all the crowded places. Of course, like the bar, where there is a mixture of fish and dragons, Mark will not have too much problem when he goes. Turning off the faucet and gradually getting smaller in the shower, Mark looked at the water dripping from himself and recalled his behavior yesterday. He was so confused that he followed Soak back to her apartment. Mark wondered if he was implied by magic or action. The alert self will never do this at this sensitive time. But the fact is that he really did. Outside the bathroom, Sock knocked on the door and said, "Mark, I changed the clothes I put outside. I'll throw away your old clothes." "Thank you," Mark said, looking outside. "Hey, what did you say thank you? We're not friends. It's the right thing to help each other." "Well, don't say so much. Hurry out and eat immediately." "And your phone just rang." Sock say clothes outside the bathroom. Mark walked out of the bathroom and looked at the clean clothes, which were only bought, apparently already prepared. And even knowing his size, Mark began to worry. This level of familiarity with oneself is worrying. Especially Mark has not enough ability to face now. Mark picked up the phone beside the pool and dialed it back. There is only one person who knows this call, and that is Tony Stark. Tony's lazy voice sounded again. "Mark, if I can, I still hope you go to Copenhagen. If there, my private jet can pick you up." Mark didn't say much. "A few days. After 3 days, the plane will wait for you for 3 days. So you have 6 days to wait." "It's not a problem," Mark said while wearing his clothes. "Are you going, Mark?" Sock, who was standing outside the bathroom, asked. "You still have a female voice over there, it seems that your life is good," Tony said with a chuckle. To be continued. Chapter 59, The Truth of Reincarnation. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 60 The Truth of Reincarnation. Faced with ridicule from Tony, Mark didn't seem too nervous. Looking into the mirror and tidying up his clothes, he said, "Everyone is an adult, and I think it is necessary to get rid of this kind of low-level fun stuff. Ha ha ha. Good luck." The conversation between Mark and Tony ends here. Mark, dressed in clean clothes, walked into the living room and looked at the food he had prepared. "When I was in New York, I always prepared meals for young reporters. Thinking of coming to Europe, I ran into a roommate who was clever. Mark really wants to invite this roommate who looks beautiful and cooks to live with himself. But Mark still locked this heart to death. After all, it was already known that Sock was of Asgard. It was like a fish thorn, stuck in Mark's throat. Mark is finally able to understand the exact experience of this sentence. Ordinary Asgard people want to come to Earth, it is not a simple thing at all, the main reason is the problem of Heimdall. Looking at the other party's life on the Earth so skilled, Marco can be sure that the other party should have lived here for a long time, otherwise they would not be so skilled in using various electrical products. Not to mention computers and mobile phones. My friend has called and I'm going back to New York soon. He has arranged the plane in Denmark. Mark sat down and picked up the knife and fork. Mark III is a man who uses knives and forks much more skillfully than chopsticks. It's not that Mark doesn't like to use chopsticks, nor does he want to use chopsticks. It's just that using chopsticks in the Western world seems unique, and it's too conspicuous. And it is impossible to use chopsticks to hold a whole steak, something that needs to be cut. Are you gone? Sock came out of the kitchen and put down a bowl of salad. Well. After all, my work is still in the United States and I have to go. If you have time to go to New York, I will host you as a host. I will stuff a cut steak into my mouth and chew it. Only 3-point cooked beef. Can Mr. Mark take me for a ride? I don't think your friend's plane should have only one seat. Sock raised a fox-like smile. Mark did not know whether it was better to refuse or to agree. After all, it was a pit dug by myself, which could only be recognized by clenching your teeth. I never thought that if I said this casually, the other party would respond so casually. Mark should have thought of it for a long time. An Asgard has lived on the earth for such a long time, and the living environment is so rich, it can be seen that the other party should have a lot of money. Watching Mark know nothing for a while, and Sock did not forcefully say, "Relax, I will fly by. We will meet in New York at that time. But I suddenly want to bet with you, who can be the first to New York." "Okay. Just be happy." Mark, who left Monaco, moved all the way towards Denmark. Counting it carefully, Mark has 6 days, but 6 days is the limit, actually only about 5.5 days. If Mark fails to reach Denmark within 5.5 days, then Mark's plan to return home this time will come to an end. At this time Mark could not help but miss Emin. Although that guy is indeed very bad, and likes to engage in some funny things, but after the recent silence, Mark suddenly missed this guy who came from a world with himself. It may be that some sense of identity in my heart is at work. Mark is very clear, but this feeling cannot always be suppressed. The so-called CAO arrived. Emin's voice suddenly sounded, but Mark felt a little surprised. Isn't it unexpected that they haven't appeared for so long? Emin's tone and voice changed significantly. Mark stopped and found a hidden place to sit down. "Who are you?" "I'm Emin. The great creator, Sarnaga," Emin said in full confidence. "Do you think I'm a fool? Or do you think your disguise looks like enough?" "Sure enough, there is no way to deceive you." Emin could not say that it was a counterfeit, and he sighed and confessed, "When I first met, I was Nerid. The master had died not long ago." "Death? Even if it was your parallel world, the 3 tribes finally defeated Emin. It seems that your endless reincarnation has not been broken." Mark remembered the last battle between Emin and Emin. The sacrifice and hard work could not help but laugh. "The endless reincarnation is indeed not broken, but we have not failed. Although the endless life of the master has ended, but his new heir will end this endless reincarnation," Nerid said proudly. "Heir, are you talking about you? Endless reincarnation, in the final analysis, is to nurture new races, and then promote them to Sarnaga, and then when these newly promoted Sarnaga continue to search for other suitable races. Egypt in particular, Meng wants to have endless life, break this cycle, and guarantee his eternity. Now this guy is dead, even if there is a new heir, how about?" Mark saw clearly why the guy in Imon wanted the real reason for breaking the endless reincarnation. Nerid directly refuted Mark's remarks, "Only the stupid guy thinks that the owner needs eternal life, so he will break the reincarnation. What the master really wants to break is the absolute rule built by Sarnagar. The existence of Sarnagar is a mistake in itself. They used their own methods to promote one race after another, to change in their direction, let more races become their compatriots. At the same time, it is killing other races in various universes." The host was also a promoter at the time, just like Sarah Kerrigan as you know it. Therefore, after becoming the new Sarnaga, the master must break this endless eternal reincarnation. Ending this wrong reincarnation allows all races to grow on their own. Nerid's words were like a squirm, as he said. As he said, what Mark knew and what he said was not the same thing at all. From the perspective of Mark, the story he heard was the story of the evil tribes destroying the world, but from Nerid's or Emin's perspective, it was another story of saving the world. Mark fell into confusion for a while. Chapter 60, Accident. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Chapter 61 Accidents. Mark walking on the forest path, still unacceptable, the truth of the truth. No one can believe the facts that he once firmly believed in. It is just a fantasy built up. Very few people can do this in total denial of their past efforts. Even if someone did it, the past was wrong, but Mark didn't think he had done so much, it was a wrong choice. For a cosmic forest, for a universe, Mark sacrificed a lot and paid a lot. What Mark can't forget most is the history and memory left by himself as a living person in that universe. Even if the people of the Talon Empire cannot know, the data about him is still deeply buried in the database of the Talon Empire, and is still recorded in the data library of Spear of Aden in the hands of Abathur. Mark can quite frankly say that he is a monster that can no longer be said to be called a human, but Mark prefers to think of himself as a person. Nerid disappeared after saying those words. No matter how Mark called, there was no response, as if Mark was given time to think for himself. But Mark seems to have forgotten that this is not the calm Far East, but Europa who has been in chaos. The sound of gunshots sounded in the distance, and Mark subconsciously prepared to take out the pistol he wore around his waist. Mark's C20 is too conspicuous to use here, so it uses ordinary pistols that can be purchased at gun shops. This was only bought by Sock. Otherwise, Mark wants to buy a gun according to his current state, which is hard to get into the sky. According to the truth, Mark is far away from the location of the gunshots. Mark originally did not want to intervene in this matter, but as a car rushed out, this matter successfully affected Mark. This heavily armed car rushed to Mark without hesitation, as if he wanted to smash Mark completely. Mark did not hesitate to aim at the front of the anti-chemical glass, that is, 3 shots were shot at a point at the same time, and soon the driver in the car was killed. The vehicle hit a bend and hit the tree next to it. Mark almost went to the driving position without hesitation, forcibly opened the door. The home has been dragged down by the body of the killing mob, controlling the full armed off-road vehicle. Mark started the engine and was about to go straight on the road, and a mob rushed out of the forest. One by one armed with firearms, wearing body armor is very obvious, the action is also very cautious. They rushed towards Mark at a very fast speed, but halfway through, they saw the corpses on the ground, and soon they realized that something was wrong, and they immediately aimed at the driver's seat. Mark. A series of bullets hit the bulletproof glass in front of the car. Even the bullets of the assault rifle still did not penetrate the bulletproof glass. It's completely different from Mark's kind of hitting a point at the same time. Faced with this situation, Mark can only recognize the plant. Immediately turn the steering wheel, slam on the accelerator under your feet to complete a beautiful flick in place. The body flew out the mob armed with guns, and the 2 unlucky eggheads directly hit the rocks beside the road, and then died on the spot. The other guys are not much better, basically they have lost their resistance. Mark didn't rush to kill, he now has a very tight time, and he has no time to manage these cumbersome things. Mark stepped on the accelerator and drove away, galloping all the way. After 2 hours. Boring Mark, he hit the radio station in the car, where the soft female voice was broadcasting local news. Every audience inserts an emergency news. Just 2 hours ago, in the forest, there was an incident. Suddenly the voice became a little intermittent, and Mark finally sighed helplessly and turned off the radio, but what he didn't know was that a special operations team had targeted Mark. Gunships were flying 2 military Hummers in the air, along this only path. Following closely behind Mark, although Mark said he wanted to reach Denmark as soon as possible, the road conditions were too bad. Some animals sprang from time to time, and Mark had to slow down. It's not that Mark really loves and cherishes these small animals, but once they collide with these animals, it is likely to cause damage to the vehicle, and then Zidua can only continue to walk on foot. I was hard to extricate myself from Zingai. This story has been fulfilled. Love the girl without asking for the truth. You have entrusted her half of her life to her. Offer her a white horse. The familiar melody was interrupted by the roar of the helicopter. Mark thought for the first time that he was a companion of those fierce thugs. The gunship even fired the missile without any warning, as if to kill Mark here. The first time Mark saw the missile launch, he stepped on the accelerator to speed up. The shock wave of the explosion still affected the car that Mark gave birth to, but he could continue to move forward. Without any warning, he directly launched the attack, which made Mark quite surprised. He was more certain that this should be the partner of the previous mob. Mark is also not sure if there is anything special about this car, but looking at the other party's attack method should be prepared to kill and kill the mouth, not the valuables in this car. It is almost a path on such a forest trail, and why is it also quite dangerous? If you are a little careless, you are likely to hit rocks or trees on the side of the road. Mark knew that he had been stared at, and he did not hesitate to launch the avatar, so that the avatar continued to control the vehicle forward, and Mark entered the invisible state, found a suitable opportunity, opened the door and jumped down. Looking at the distant helicopter, Mark did not immediately lift his invisibility. It didn't take long for several military Hummers to pass by, and Mark was glad that he hadn't lifted his stealth status for the first time, otherwise they would be targeted by these military Hummers. The avatar drove the vehicle, and when he came to the edge of a lake, he rushed towards it. Today's avatars also turned into a mass of energy, disappearing without a trace. And our Mark is back on the hard bus 11 at this time. Mark was still running towards Denmark, and a shallow pocket accidentally dropped something. The crisp sound of hitting the ground made Mark stop and looked back at the falling things on the ground.